say we gon' do what we do, no matter how you move, make your move. That's how it be though.
Okay people, so we got some spoilers for Dragon Ball Super Chapter 67. You already know we had those preliminary draft pages that we talked about a couple days ago, where it was just mainly like celebrations and things of that nature. And then we even had that trailer for the upcoming Granolah the Survivor arc. So we've had a couple of different things, but now we got more pages. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure how I feel about this, these spoilers that we got, because again, this is more stuff besides what we already had of the aftermath of the Moro arc and the Moro battle with everybody celebrating. We won. This goes into a bit of the new stuff, the new villain Granolah seemingly, and let's talk about him, right? Because we got the character design reveal outside of the trailer that we got, I believe it was yesterday, where we just kind of seen the side of him. We got a full-on display of what he looks like, and he has like a eye patch, but it looks like a telescope, microscope, some shit like that over his eye. I mean, honestly, his character design looks like it's straight out of Dragon Ball Heroes, so I'm a little underwhelmed by the character design they came up with for him. I'm not sure if he's going to be the big baddie of it all. Again, the arc is supposed to be called Granolah the Survivor, but based on his character design alone, which a lot of people were speculating, well, maybe he's a Saiyan, maybe he's a survivor, you know, his name is a pun, kind of goes along, you know, Granolah with like Kakarot and Vegeta, so maybe he's a survivor of the Saiyans. But again, from what I'm feeling, and even seeing his design now, the white hair and everything, I'm thinking more and more, and the fact that they just revealed Super Baby is going to be in Dragon Ball FighterZ, which is very coincidental of them dropping Baby, and then at the same time us getting this Granolah the Survivor thingy-majig in this arc of Dragon Ball Super, that maybe he's like a remnant of the Tuffles, or maybe, who knows, here's an interesting idea, he was a half-breed of Tuffle and Saiyan, and he's just one of the survivors of that whole bunch, and that's why he kind of looks like a Tuffle, or looks like Baby at the very least, but at the same time, he could also be a Saiyan. That would be a very interesting twist, and also at the same time, people love them some Saiyans, so that would work. But again, we see his design and whatnot, and then based off some of the pages that we got one page where he's like marching in, and it seems as though like he's invading somewhere, and they say, "Sir, we're under attack, release the OG soldiers, all of them," which is interesting because like I thought that he had some involvement with that OG 73 surviving head that was in like the canyon, and it looked like something went inside of OG 73. But again, things is really bizarre until we get the full-on chapter. I'm not really exactly understanding everything, because then we see him invading. He says that it's him, that guy in the middle, that's OG 73, and we see OG 73 reviving inside of one of those tanks, and then like a bunch of clones, which kind of gave me a little bit of like Metal Cooler vibes. So again, like it's very, very bizarre what they're doing here. Like alone, Granolah, his design is like, okay, he's kind of alright-ish, and I mean, them making OG 73 like a big deal. Like I wasn't really all that fond of him with the Moro stuff to begin with. Like I was more hype, of course, about the main villain Moro than I was OG 73. He uses powers, okay, and he did have some kind of hacks powers to begin with, OG 73. But again, like the way they're building him up into this next arc, it's like, yo, his boss just took the L, so why am I going to be hype about him when he, you know what I'm saying? But I guess we gotta just wait and see what they do with things, and it's very early on to judge and say this is trash, but I'm just very confused, and I have a lot of questions already. Again, with these spoilers, when we get the full chapter, things might change, my opinions might change. I hold the right to reserve, change the opinion if things, you know, more information comes out that gives me a better understanding of what's going on right now. So what we got so far with Granolah the Survivor, again, he's like invading this base of OG 73 clones and stuff like that, and then we also seen the head of OG 73 in the canyon, so it's kind of like, what's going on here exactly? I'm not really sure. We also got a page that I found interesting, and I'm kind of confused about as well. Again, more questions of, we see Beerus, Whis, and Zeno, and they're like at the palace, you know, the Grand Priest is there as well, and something that Whis says, and again, maybe this translation might be off, and if it is, my bad. Again, we'll get the full chapter, or we'll clarify what happens moving forward, but from what I read on this page, it says, Zeno is like on Beerus' back, making him run. He's like, run faster. He says, yes, sir. The Grand Priest says, with Zeno-sama's attendance on vacation, you guys are very helpful. So it seems as though they're making them like just be like playthings for Zeno while the attendants are on vacation, which those guys going on vacation, I would love just like, even if it's just a page or a panel of seeing them like on a beach somewhere, like they look like robots or alien robots, but okay. Beerus says it's all Goku's fault because of him, Mirrors broke the rules, and Beerus says, what is Goku doing now? And we says this that has me, again, maybe this is a mistranslation, maybe somebody's just lying, or what is going on, because that's going to diminish any consequence that we got from the moral arc with what we says. He says, oh my, he's at the Galactic Patrol headquarters having a party with Mirrors and the others. And Beerus says, what? And that's my reaction. What do you mean, what? Like, with Mirrors is dead. Mirrors is supposed to be dead. That's a consequence of the moral arc. And it wasn't like Mirrors was like, oh my god, you know, a heartbreaking thing or anything like that. It was kind of like he was wedged in, a little sentimental stuff with the Goku thing, but nothing that's gonna tear me down or make me everlasting about Mirrors. So, like, already killing him was like, hey, at least there was a consequence and, you know, casualty of the battle against Moro, but it's not the biggest thing in the world. You reviving him and having that he's having a fiesta, which again, we could be lying. There could be something else that I'm not exactly sure of regarding this chapter. It just kind of diminishes, like, wow, so the one guy, and there's no consequence of the angels breaking rules because he did break a rule, getting involved in the fight. What is going on here? What happened? So a lot of questions, and I'm gonna leave it with that, with more of like, hey, I need explanations before I can form a full-on opinion whether I'm like yay or nay. So far from what we got though, Granolah, it's like, okay, interesting design, reminds me of very reminiscent of like Dragon Ball Hero stuff that I've seen. We got again OG 73 clones. The hell is going on? That's my biggest question, and like, I'm not sure how to feel about any of this, but we gotta wait and see. Curious what you guys think. Anybody that has logical explanations about all the questions I have, please feel free to drop some comments on what the hell is Whis talking about that Goku was partying it up with Mirrors. Isn't Mirrors supposed to be dead? Also, this whole thing with OG 73 that he was in the canyon almost dead there, then all of a sudden he's in a tank being revived, and it seems as though this guy Granolah is invading the base, but I thought it was Granolah that saved OG, unless Granolah is hunting down whatever it was that went into OG 73's body to begin with. And who is it that is healing up OG 73? I don't think it was him himself. So again, if you have any answers to a lot of these questions, because I'm just right now kind of like puzzled as to what? And do you think that potentially Granolah is a remnant survivor of the Tuffles? Think Baby or the Saiyans? Maybe we got another Saiyan on our hands. And what is going on? That's the biggest freaking thing. What the hell is happening here with this Granolah the Survivor? And I'm saying that, I want to repeat it for the last time, I'm not saying that with like casting judgment of, oh my god, this is horrible. It's more so genuinely, what is going on? Seriously, like, what is this? And yeah, the overall thoughts and predictions for when we get the full-on chapter of Dragon Ball Super 67. At the very least, I'll say they're doing a good job of making a lot of suspense right now. Hopefully, a lot of it pays off, because as of right now, I'm just scratching my head like, Nani sore? Okay, people, so we've got some spoilers for the upcoming chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Now, unfortunately, I never talked about the last chapter, so I'll be having like a double video once the full-on chapter for the latest stuff of Dragon Ball Super comes out, where I'll talk about the previous chapter and the upcoming chapter. Don't worry, I already read it long time ago. It's just that I hadn't gotten around to talking about it. But we got spoilers for the upcoming chapter of Dragon Ball Super, the rough draft pages, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm actually kind of excited for this. Now, I'm not excited for it in terms of on like a critical aspect, like, oh shit, this sounds like it's going to be a masterfully told story or anything like that, but it sounds nostalgic, it sounds like it could be fun, and it's very reminiscent of something we've seen before, which that could be a bad thing at the same time, but I don't know, seeing these draft pages, well, a little bit of it, because I didn't really go through the whole thing, I'm kind of excited, but we'll see. Let's jump into it. Let's read. We got a synopsis or a summary of what was shown on those draft pages, and we'll talk some more.
Make your move. That's how it be, though.
The chapter opens showing a planet in ruins. Spaceships from Frieza's army are floating in the sky, and through the smoke are shadows of 3 great apes. And that was one of the things that immediately hooked me, like, oh my god, this sounds, yes, finally, yes, I love Uzaru in the story, yes. The scene switches to someone hiding in a house before being discovered by one of the apes with a scar across its face. Bardock! Ah! Granolah suddenly awakes. It seems he was dreaming about his past. That is so freaking fly. Like, yo, he's connected to Goku via the father. Oatmeal asks if he's had the same dream again. Oatmeal says that things are fine and they obtained OG-73 without issue and that they're not being pursued, having destroyed Goichi's ship well enough. In fact, Goichi is seen devastated that OG-73 was stolen again. It's then that Oatmeal suggests Granolah enter cold sleep as they're still far away from their destination. That even sounds reminiscent of like when Vegeta and Nappa were falling asleep on their spaceship on their way towards Earth. Okay, that's kind of cool. Granolah declines as he's already awake. Okay, never mind that. Oatmeal asks if he still hates Frieza's army, to which he replies he does. That sounds so like this is his backstory, this is his motive so far. Oatmeal inquires that since Frieza died, his army are just bugs they have nothing to fear from. Granolah heard that too, and Oatmeal says Granolah should forget about them. But Frieza's still alive, so he doesn't know that Frieza's been resurrected. He doesn't know about Resurrection F or the Tournament of Power or anything like that. Okay. Granolah says he's not wrong. The ones who killed his race, the Cerealians, were the barbaric monkeys in Frieza's army. They seem to have disappeared from a meteor destroying their planet. Oh, so he really don't know shit. He's down bad in terms of knowledge and wisdom. He's lost the target of his vengeance, so he doesn't understand why he's still having the dreams. Oatmeal asks if these monkeys were called Saiyans, and Granolah confirms. Okay, so that's the major setup that we got so far. That's going to be like the motive of this guy. It sounds very Tuffle-esque from that synopsis right there. It sounds very Baby-esque. It kind of ties in nicely with them putting in Super Baby in the latest DLC for Dragon Ball FighterZ and stuff like that. But that's basically kind of cool that they're putting in the Bardock stuff, but it's also similar ground. It's not the Tuffles, obviously, it's the Cerealians. So basically we're fighting vegetables versus cereal, but the scene switches to Beerus' planet, where Goku is seen trying to catch the Oracle Fish so Whis can give him an injection. Oracle Fish is unable to sleep, so he needs a vitamin to do so. Vegeta is surprised the fish can have sleep issues, and Whis says that it can happen, and that usually when he can't sleep, it's a sign of a bad omen. Vegeta is surprised again, and Whis says it's not something to trust. Goku is disappointed because he was getting excited about maybe another strong guy. Goku puts the weight of the universe on the shoulders of him having a good time. Classic Goku. Beerus yells at him for always saying things like this and getting Beerus in trouble. Goku wonders why Beerus is upset, and Whis says it's a few things. Goku then continues his training with Whis, and he shifts into Ultra Instinct as they begin to battle. Okay, so for starters, it's doing two different things. The first part of this, and again, this is probably like 9 pages or so. Usually they give us information and an idea of like the first 8 to 9 pages or whatever. So for starters, let's talk just a little bit about Granolah and also Oatmeal, which these names, yo, Toriyama, come on, fam. We're fighting cereal, but definitely it's tied, obviously, which I really like that. Like, I'm a Bardock fan, and I know it's fan service or whatever, but you start off, like, technically the beginning of the arc was the last chapter, but this feels more like, okay, we're getting now the reasoning, we're getting the backstory and stuff like that. You kick into high gear with some history of Bardock, and already we have a connection now, because he's probably going to want vengeance once he finds out about, oh, shit, like, there's still, you know, Saiyans around. They're still around. Also about Frieza. So it's not even going to be like Broly per se, where like, you know, Paragus and Broly, they initially teamed up with Frieza to kind of get vengeance and things like that. He doesn't like either of them. It's like Frieza was the one that was running them, and the Saiyans were the ones that went crazy. And then again, we got Bardock, baby, Bardock! Which, hands down, I'm 100% saying right now, and I'm almost certain about this one, Broly is going to be involved in this, because if this is about vengeance against the Saiyans, against Bardock, against Goku and Vegeta, against even Frieza, Broly is a Saiyan, and even though he really has nothing to do with that, because he was casted away many years ago, probably even before whatever happened to Granola's people, or, you know, just in general, like Broly suffered enough or whatever, he's going to be involved. So that's a very good sign. Broly might be involved in all of this. That's just right there. If it's connecting about the Saiyans, Broly, this is his time to shine. He didn't really get any mentions or anything like that in the moral arc, but this will be a good way to incorporate him. Then I'm curious about why Beerus is upset. Like, we know in the last chapter we found out that Beerus was alive and all this stuff, and maybe he's a little bit annoyed at Goku, like, you know, wishing for bad shit to happen so that he has a strong foe. But I'm interested. That's a good setup right there about Beerus being upset about a couple different things. So probably something is amiss that he's aware of, or something along the lines of that. Also, Goku and Vegeta continuing training, and now it's stuck that Goku can use Ultra Instinct at will, seemingly, if he uses it in this training against Whis. So things is going smoothly. I'm not gonna lie, it is reminiscent of the Tuffles and Baby's vengeance, but if it's played differently, not like a, you know, a parasite that is taking over their bodies, if they do do it differently, I'm gonna be cool with it. Also, I really like Bardock. I gotta keep saying it. And you think about it, they're really gonna go full powered fan service with this. Like, if you got Bardock involved in some form or another, it could just be that we get more flashbacks, or who knows, maybe there's some way that Bardock can come back for a temporary period of time throughout the arc. Again, I'm just talking fan service shit, like, don't mind me. And Broly being involved, this is going to be a good one, an exciting arc at the very least. And I don't know how strong this Granolah guy is going to be. I mean, he got OG 73 strength, so got a little bit of a cheat because they kidnapped him or whatever. But yeah, this sounds like it's going to be fun at the very least. Curious what you guys think about this. For starters, what is Beerus mad about? Why is he upset about a few different things? Also, this whole backstory of his connection to Bardock, do you think that that's going to, and you know, the Saiyans in general, that's going to mean that we're going to see Broly in this arc? Again, we didn't get Broly in the last arc of Moro. And your thoughts and expectations for this one? Honestly, like, I'm not too keen on the names. This whole, the Cerealians, like, Jesus Christ, like, really, Toriyama, this sounds like a health commercial in a sense, like the cereal, the unhealthy sugary cereal versus the vegetables, like, goddamn. And your thoughts and expectations for this arc or this chapter at the very least so far? The beginning of it sounds exciting. I'll give you that. And again, I will talk about last month's chapter alongside the new chapter when it comes out. But yeah, Granolah, Cerealians, Toriyama. Well, we might get Broly in this one and some Bardock, so I'm kind of happy so far. Okay, people, so we definitely got to talk after the latest events in Dragon Ball Super's manga, in particular what happened in Chapter 69. There's a lot of things that need to be said, but before we even get into that, as of the recording of this video, February 26, 2021 marks the 35th year anniversary of the first episode of the original Dragon Ball anime. The original Dragon Ball, you know, when Goku was little and he ran into Bulma and everything began from there. 35 years ago today, the anime began, and I just gotta salute it, because at the end of the day, not many series get to see the light of day, let alone 35 years later, the franchise is still popping and huge all over the world. So major congrats. And if it wasn't for, you know, Goku running into Bulma that fateful day, the world would be different. A lot of people's lives would be different. Dragon Ball changed a lot of people's lives, so major congrats. 35 years, still going strong. Love to see it. Now, in particular with Chapter 69, there's a lot of things that went down, right? And in particular, it feels as though there's, again, two different stories that are setting things up to eventually clash into one another. There's the big thing with Vegeta and Beerus, and Vegeta trying to get to that next step in power in order to eventually one day surpass Kakarot. Then on the other side, you got Granola's journey, Granola's revenge. But I think there's a huge message that is being applied to both stories, to Vegeta and to Granolah. And it's crazy because, well, at the very least, Vegeta is starting, it, like, you know, you gotta get pounded into him, but he's starting to understand the message. Granolah is basically taking the opposite approach. And the message in general that I feel as though is trying to be portrayed, and it's a really strong message, is that to let go of the past, let go of vengeance. Revenge will never do anything. If anything, it'll be the destruction of a person, self-destruction of a person. So Beerus was trying to teach that with Vegeta in the beginning of the chapter, and the old Namekian Monaito was trying to teach that to Granolah. And where we're seeing right now with the story, which I find it fascinating, to be honest with you, I feel as though Dragon Ball Super manga is definitely going in a positive direction. We had some shaky ground with the last arc, but in this one, the setup right now has been great, because the message, again, of, you know, leaving behind the past and vengeance and things like that, we're seeing the alternate routes. We're seeing that, well, Vegeta is seemingly going to go the positive route of, okay, you know, I gotta move on from my Saiyan heritage of screaming all the time, I'm the Prince of all Saiyans, and feeling like he has this burden on his shoulders, while Granolah, he can't stop. He cannot stop thinking about what happened to his people, the original planet Cereal, and all of that jazz. He just can't let it go. So I'm loving the way the narrative has been set up, because you're starting off the chapter, you're seeing Granolah, he's going into town. You could definitely see that he doesn't want to accept the integration of his people with the Cerealians, which, again, the names, I gotta say, I really am not fond of the name schemes in this particular arc. Like, we've had some crazy name schemes. Dragon Ball has been notorious, again, like vegetables, Vegeta, all of that shit, but in particular this time around, it just doesn't work. Like Granolah, I just think of a granola bar. Oatmeal, I think of oatmeal. Cerealians, I think of cereal. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. They could have been a little bit more creative with the name schemes, like, just being 100% honest. Maybe in Japanese, it's not so so on the nose, but in English, it is horrible. But again, Granolah just can't accept the colonization and overall the integration of the Cerealians onto this planet. So him and Monaito stay separated. They live separated away from the Cerealians because it was, I guess, these like Bojack looking people that we've already seen like a chapter or two ago, the Heeters. They're the ones that directed the Cerealians to go live over there on planet Cereal after the destruction of, again, you know, the Saiyans that were directed by Frieza, which there's a chain of command. Like, if you think about it, it was like Beerus set the hit, and then Frieza followed the hit, and then the Saiyans followed. Like, it was constantly a chain of command. But again, looking back and the difference between Granolah and Vegeta, and I feel as though this arc is looking like it's trying to show a mirror and a reflection to Vegeta. If you even go back, again, I want to say it was like last chapter, if I'm not mistaken, where Granolah did that like shot of, he looked like Majin Vegeta, where he was like shooting through his fingers and things like that. It's very reminiscent of Vegeta. So if anything, this is starting to look more and more like this is going to be a very heavy Vegeta-centric arc, and I like that, and I really hope it stays this way, because again, Granolah is looking like a mirror of Vegeta, and well, if Vegeta is going the positive route, Granolah again is going the negative route, because the difference between Vegeta and Granolah is that Vegeta has been with, you know, people on planet Earth, Goku and them, the crew. They basically changed his heart for the better. Granolah's just been with one old Namekian that he just looks like, fam, you bothering me. Like, I got vengeance on my mind. I got murder on my mind. Like, yo, he's on that YNW Melly shit. Because then we cut back from the beginning of the chapter, we like back and forth between Beerus and Vegeta and Granolah and Monaito and all of them, and we see that Beerus is questioning Vegeta. He's like trying to get to the root of who Vegeta is. It's almost like if Beerus is his psychiatrist or some shit. Like, so how did that make you feel, Vegeta? But just thought about how much I fucking hate Kakarot, mate. Because as he's questioning him, he's like, yo, do you feel like Frieza is responsible for the sins of the Saiyans? Do you feel you're responsible for the sins of the Saiyans? Like, what's going on? So he really was trying to get to the root of Vegeta, and I like that, because Beerus, even though he's a god of destruction and he's constantly thinking about destroying, he still at the end of the day has a positive side to him, which is funny and hilarious, but it's what makes him a great character. I mean, he even goes as far as to say, like, do you think it was the Saiyans' destiny for them to be wiped out? Following that, he blows up a planet, which there's a message in all of that, and I think that this was very nicely thought out before he actually executed this. There's a message with him destroying the planet, showcasing that just like that, something could happen. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's Vegeta's fault or anything like that. He's showcasing like, yo, boom, I blew up a planet. Also enticing Vegeta on this strength that he wants so badly. I mean, he attacks Vegeta, mashes him to the ground, and says, yo, you think you're responsible for everything the Saiyans did? Like, are you stupid? Following that, he gives him the bombshell that we've been waiting since, what was it, Frieza's Resurrection, where he slipped up while he was talking to Whis and said it, that, yeah, he's like, yo, it was me that gave the call. I told Frieza I wanted the destruction of planet Vegeta and the Saiyans as a whole. It was me. And right there, I was just like, you lucky that you're stronger than Vegeta. You're lucky, because if not, it would have been the end of you. And we get a little bit of action, but at that point, like, what can Vegeta really do? Like, he went Super Saiyan Blue, he tried to attack him, but in reality, Beerus is on another stratosphere, so yeah, you can try and you can get mad, but you're helpless, fam. And I love when Beerus tells him, as long as you're trapped by the past, you'll never be able to progress. And again, that's all into this whole message that I feel this arc is really trying to portray early on, is that being trapped by vengeance, being trapped by everything that you went through is never going to let you progress. You got to get over the past. Don't get me wrong, you do not forget for a second, but you can't keep on being held and stuck and bound by it and feeling regrets and all of that stuff. And seeing the levels to this shit of Beerus using Hakai, and he just held back enough to like knock Vegeta unconscious for a split second, busting his armor. Whis is like, yeah, you know, he held back. That was something light. That was something light. And once again, just reaffirming the whole thing that he's trying to teach Vegeta. I always think about destruction constantly, and if you want this type of power, you got to get rid of those lingering thoughts that don't mean nothing. With that classic line that I really love, before creation comes destruction. I love that shit. Beerus, one of the best additions to the Dragon Ball franchise. Ever since Super, he has been, him and Whis, but especially Beerus, has just been phenomenal, and seeing him being an instructor, he's a better instructor in my opinion, or at the very least from a narrative standpoint, more of an interesting instructor for Vegeta, or just in general as an instructor, than Whis, because Whis, he's an angel, he's still a good guy, he's funny. Beerus is hardcore, but at the same time, there's a goodness inside of him, and overall a purpose. And then we got the subplot of the Heeters. They're starting to, you know, be on the move as well. They learned about Zuno, they got the coordinates to Zuno, which I feel as though Zuno's been one of the most convenient plot devices in the Dragon Ball stories. Like, yo, he knows everything, so all we gotta do is get him. It's like if Zuno is the mangaka himself. So they get that, they learn about the Dragon Balls, how the Namekians used to live on planet Cereal, which I felt a lot of this chapter chapter, like that stuff in particular, and then later on when we see the Namekians from actual planet Namek or New Namek or whatever, and we see them talking, that kind of felt like it was shoehorned in just to explain and really validate what's going on here with Monaito and the 2 Dragon Balls and shit. Like, that was definitely a plot device, and I wasn't like too fond of it. Why not just have that scene in the very beginning of this arc? That would have been great. Like, start off the arc with the Namekians and them talking about that, then to smoothly transition eventually into the scene. But having it in the same chapter that those 2 Dragon Balls is introduced is like, Toyotaro, think a little bit ahead when it comes to those aspects. Like, you got the story and the idea of this whole vengeance thing down packed. But these elements, you're kind of just like letting them fly as they come to your head. And then remembering about Monaito, they're probably within the next chapter or so going to have another encounter with Granolah. And this time around, depending on how that wish goes or what happens with Granolah, it's going to be war. Which, if you think about it, it's almost as if Granolah, like I've said, there's a comparison between Granolah and Vegeta. It's almost as if Granolah is old Vegeta prior to the change he had at the end of Dragon Ball Z. Then we cut back into the scene of Monaito and Granolah. Granolah telling him like, yo, Frieza's returned. Which it seems as though Granolah would love to change Monaito's mind, but you can see that Monaito's mind is very set up, very made. He's like, yo, the Dragon Balls are not meant for vengeance. Don't even think about it. Leave them shits alone. I will slap the shit out of you. You touch them Dragon Balls, fam. And he keeps on pushing to him, yo, leave vengeance alone. It's kind of even reminded me of like Goas and Zamasu, like back in the Goku Black arc, where Goas was trying to teach him and he just wouldn't, like, he was stubborn about it. Except this is again more about vengeance, where Zamasu was more about like, this is like, that's not order, that's not what, mortals need to go. He's more so like, just, I can't let go of vengeance. Like, he keeps on, he's ingrained it into his mind to the point of he lives exactly in this particular part of town so he can see his old hometown and keep on reliving over and over again what happened when Bardock and them attacked. And then when we get to the scene of Granolah watching a commercial and they like, yo, breaking news, we found this ball, like very, very convenient. I'm like, there was so many other creative ways you could have done to like bring the news to Granolah that here's the whereabouts of that Dragon Ball without having a Dragon radar. I'm just like, okay, Toyotaro, alright. And he goes and steals the ball, and now with 2 Dragon Balls, because this is like again been introduced in this arc that there's a dragon that only 2 Dragon Balls can grant wishes, which okay, I'm not fond of that idea either. Like, there's a lot of things about this arc so far that I'm really, really liking, but these small little things that you could argue is nitpicks or whatever, I'm just not fond of. Like 2 Dragon Balls and this info all being not necessarily dumped. It wasn't like a large amount of shit to cover or anything like that, but it just feels like it all came too quick. Like, this should have been spread out within the last 3 chapters. And after he steals the ball, he summons the dragon and asks the dragon to make him the greatest warrior in the universe, the strongest, whatever you want to call it. And a couple things come to my mind. For starters, since there's only 2 Dragon Balls, like, there's going to be limitations to it. So will it be even strong enough to be able to grant that wish? Can it? It's not like we got the Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls, hands down, no problem with that wish. But I could see the dragon saying, yo, that's beyond my power. Like, I'm 2 Dragon Balls. What are you doing? Also, the fact that Monaito, he had a conversation just before that where he was like, when I die, those Dragon Balls go with me. I wonder if they're going to like pay an homage to, like, remember when Guru died in the middle of them asking the dragon for wishes and shit like that, and the dragon vanquished? What if the same thing happens right here, where like he asked the dragon maybe says like, I can't do that per se, you gotta ask for something like slightly less, as crazy of a wish. And then maybe right when he has the best idea of like, okay, it'll be a happy medium, it's not as crazy as that, but I'll still be stronger, then Monaito dies, bam, he doesn't get his wish. I mean, the Oracle Fish did say like, yo, the greatest warrior is about to be born, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is about to be it. Like, it could be something totally different. There's still other Dragon Balls out there. There's still other ways and methods that, Granolah could obtain the strength. So we gotta wait and see. Overall, I'm really, really excited and invested in this whole idea of this being a Vegeta-centric arc about leaving behind revenge, vengeance, and, just moving forward. In order to move forward, sometimes you gotta stop harping and imprisoning yourself in the past. Again, you cannot forget about these things. You can never forget, but it's also gonna cage you in if that's all you constantly living for and thinking about. So despite a lot of my nitpicks, I'm still very excited about this arc. I'm liking Granolah. I like that he's kind of reminiscent in a way of Zamasu and, his hatred in a sense, but again, it's going to the Saiyans, which when Granolah has that strength and he's ready to throw down, him and Goku or him and Vegeta or him and Broly or whoever, oh my god, I hope they do setups of like levels. Like, first he runs into X Saiyan. Then he runs into another Saiyan. Like, maybe he could run into Gohan or Goten first. Run into Gohan or some shit on Earth. Wipe him out. He has to dip out of Earth for whatever reason. Maybe he gets a call from Monaito that he needs his diaper changed. Then he comes back and maybe fights Broly on another planet. Like, something like that. You know, leading levels to this shit. And also those 2 Dragon Balls to grant this wish. I really hope that it's like, yo, it's only 2 Dragon Balls. It shouldn't be that strong. I'm curious about what you guys think about this. How do you feel about these 2 Dragon Balls, this new dragon? What do you think about Monaito and then the Mechians, that they originally came from a different place? Your thoughts on the parallels between Granolah and Vegeta, how almost Granolah is Vegeta prior to the character development of being with these people and forming a family on Earth. And where do you see all this going? The Vegeta power-up, the scenes with Vegeta and Beerus, like a lot to digest, but I'm still liking it. This is honestly a lot better in my opinion than some of the stuff that we had in the previous arc. Toyotaro could tighten things up and make it flow a little more smoothly. Any overall thoughts and expectations with Dragon Ball Super Chapter 70 and beyond? I'm expecting 70 to be a big chapter, you know, 7 Dragon Balls 70, so that'd be interesting. Okay people, so the same way I could come to you and talk to you guys about like my frustrations and why I have issues with Dragon Ball Super, you know, I've went on some rants about Vegeta being disrespected and some of the issues that I've had with the series. I gotta also keep it real with you guys when it's the exact opposite, when I'm not on no hate train, when I'm actually feeling like, yo, Dragon Ball needs more props right now, because what is going on with Granolah the Survivor in the Dragon Ball Super manga, especially with chapter 70 right now, I'm on board. I feel as though there's not enough recognition for what's going down right now with the Dragon Ball Super manga. The same way we can all come together and collectively say, oh my god, they're doing this wrong, they're doing that wrong, we should come collectively together and say, yo, it is getting off the chain right now, it is picking up, it is smoking hot to say the least, because fam, Dragon Ball Super Chapter 70, Granolah's wish to the dragon, the implications that it leads to, the way he treated Monaito, the Heeters, the battle with the Heeters, the Hakai, just so much to go into. And yeah, I ain't even gonna lie, I'm very excited to talk. I've been since yesterday when I first read the chapter, I was like, damn, I can't wait to talk about some Dragon Ball. So without further ado people, let's talk a little bit of that Dragon Ball Super. I don't want to say greatness because then the next chapter will get shitted on, but we're gonna talk some dope shit. Yes people, like I said in the opening, I am coming with great pleasure and praise after reading chapter 70 of Dragon Ball Super. I just feel like this arc right now is so much win. Like there's a couple of things that I would say, okay, it's not perfect and there's certain aspects of like, alright, but for the most part, just Granolah as a whole in the what, 3 or so chapters that we've seen him, maybe 4 at this point, he has been just very impressive to say the least. The fact that he's, I want to say, the only person in Dragon Ball history to do this, if I'm not mistaken. Never has there been anybody that was capable of wishing to be the strongest in the universe, because the chapter starts off with the dragon telling Granolah that unfortunately he cannot grant his wish without a stipulation, that is. Like, yeah, I felt like he was trolling him for a minute, like, yo fam, I can't do it, but, and Granolah, of course, as desperate as he is, he's like, yo, whatever it takes, man, whatever the stipulation is, I'm all for it, because of course, you know, he's thirsty for revenge, which again, I think a lot of this whole arc is going to be continuing on Granolah's vengeance, his quest for vengeance, and Vegeta's latent quest for vengeance, I guess you could say, because it's not like he's running around screaming, man, my poor Saiyans, me fucking father, mate, I can't even believe it right now. Oh. Like, you know, Vegeta, he just, the only thing that I would say is maybe you could argue something related to that is him constantly saying, I am the prince of all Saiyans. Like, fam, you're the prince of like 3 people, fam. That's like, you know, somebody running the household and say, yo fam, I'm the prince of this household. Like, okay. And speaking of Vegeta, we come back to him training with Beerus, trying to learn the Hakai. That seems to be one of the big things, and like I said in the spoiler video, seems as though Vegeta's gonna go down the route of learning techniques, Goku's gonna go down the route of mastering Ultra Instinct and possibly the levels of it. Maybe he'll have a different look, but it'll still be in the same realm of Ultra Instinct, while Vegeta's gonna be like a man of many hats, a man of many quirks, so to speak, a la My Hero Academia. Because while Vegeta's training, he realizes that Hakai is more than just like, you know, a blast. Like Beerus says, he literally erases it from existence, which also something I said in the spoiler video, I gotta take back, that there's levels of control that you can have with Hakai. It's not like Hakai is just automatically, if you use it, you kill somebody, because just in the previous chapter, he used Hakai on Vegeta and barely, you know, just blasted him back. So if you master this and you learn it very well, you can kind of fight in, for example, a Goku versus Vegeta fight where Vegeta's not going to be trying to kill Goku. You can use that technique and not kill him, just really severely really hurt him. Which kind of doesn't make the most sense, because the way it's explained again is that it's basically erasing something from existence. So how do you do that but in moderation? Like, hey, I'm only erasing your chest cavities, fam. And you can tell that Goku's a little salty. Like, he's there training with Whis. He's like, God damn, I've been training with this angel motherfucker for 70 chapters now. Can I go train with the other dude? But of course he says, no, I'm gonna polish my ultra instinct. Don't worry about it. But you can tell he's a little salty, which it's about time that Goku feels a little salty over Vegeta. Vegeta's been feeling that way for like thousands of episodes now. Okay, not thousands, hundreds, you know what I mean. And the Oracle Fish continues to push forth the narrative that the strongest warrior will arise soon, which is interesting because that whole event was happening with Granolah while the Oracle Fish was saying that. So I'm curious, again, was he referencing Granolah or somebody totally different? Because I'll be honest with you, even after this chapter, I'm still not convinced that that's what the Oracle Fish was referring to. Like, I don't know if it's really, to be honest with you, I'm more so leaning towards he wasn't even talking about Granolah, and we're going to get to that because we know, of course, if you've read the chapter at this point, you know that Granolah got his wish granted, but there's a lot more to it than that, so we'll get into it. But we see that Vegeta has made already some progress on Hakai, as he was able to make a tiny little pebble disappear from using Hakai, basically disintegrating it without using a ki blast. So Vegeta's making waves, which is dope. Like, his training in the last couple chapters alone has actually bore fruit already. And then we cut back to Granolah. He now has really long hair, like I talked about again in the spoiler video, because I want to say it was about like 10 pages or something like that. But we see Granolah with the long hair looking, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in love with that design. I wish that they didn't change it up and have him cut his hair, because I loved it. Just seeing him, he looked so freaking epic. And then he even uses, which in my opinion that's exactly what it was, Hakai on a boulder, and later on in the chapter we'll talk about him using it again. But it seems as though he already can use Hakai, which if he got his wish granted, that would make sense. But seeing Granolah there, like, I can't stress enough how much I rocked with that design, and I'm so pissed off that they took it out. But Monaito, the Namekian, wakes up and he's distraught over what went down, what Granolah did. He realizes quickly, like, yo, you used the Dragon Balls, right? Where's my Dragon Balls, fam? I should fuck you up for doing that shit. What's wrong with you? Okay, he didn't say all that, but he realizes, holy shit, what have you done? And I ain't gonna lie, it seems as though Granolah was super fake, because now that he got his wish granted and shit, he wasn't nice to Monaito anymore. Like, just before he got this power, he was like, you know, kissing his ass and saying, yeah, you're right, fam. But now that he got his wish to be almighty and powerful and shit like that, he's like, it is what it is, Monaito. You a green little slug. I got this. And seemingly now, Granolah with his newfound powers can even sense power levels, which he couldn't do, because he's like, yo, I don't sense Frieza in any nearby planets, because he seemingly is immediately trying to get to his quest of vengeance. And I like that Whis already knows about Granolah, because he's with his staff, which Whis is always one of the best. Like, I continuously say it, and I'm gonna continue to say it, that Whis and Beerus are the best things to happen to the Dragon Ball franchise since the revival of Battle of Gods. They move the plot along really nicely. It always makes sense, because hey, they're like upper beings, gods and angels and shit like that. So him seeing it also is gonna work properly, because okay, the Oracle Fish already said what he said. Now Whis is looking at it like, I gotta whip these guys, or at the very least Goku, into shape, so we could get a proper fight and they don't get their asses kicked. One of the things that Monaito said, and I wholeheartedly agree, and I truly feel like this is why the Oracle Fish is not talking about Granolah. I don't think he's talking about it at all. When Monaito says, holy shit, so you got your wish accomplished. Yeah, you're the strongest now, but what about tomorrow? And that's the thing that I'm immediately thinking. Like, first of all, you know the way the Saiyans go. Like, Goku and Vegeta alone. Like, they progress very, very quickly with their strength. Frieza, all he had to do was train a month, and he caught up to them after years and years of him being dead and shit like that. So we know that they can progress immensely. And again, we later on find out what it costs him, and we'll talk about that, you know, to obtain that power. But when Monaito said that, that is so much facts, because let's just say that in order for Granolah to advance any further, it would take way too much time. Like, basically, he caught up and he just barely surpassed Goku and Vegeta, right? Like, he's not out of this world stronger than them. Let's just say he's, you know, he's just a little bit stronger than them. What happens if they train and then they surpass him again? Or Frieza decides, yo, I'm gonna go train, man, I'm bored. What happens then? So it's just something to think about. But the chapter decides to destroy my hopes and dreams, because Granolah cuts his hair, and it reminded me so much of Natsu and Fairy Tail after we had that little time skip and he had that really cool, sick, long hair, and then he cut it, because two of the main reasons why that hair got cut, I'm gonna just keep it so real, is nothing to do with the story or anything like that. It's straight up, one, that Super Saiyan 3 luscious hair is really hard to draw. You gotta, you know, especially if you're drawing panel after panel and shit like that, that's very difficult to draw. So yeah, that's one thing that'll probably slow Toyotaro down. But also, even further, when the anime comes, because you know, it's only a matter of when when. It's not a matter of if. When the anime comes, that is even more harder to animate. Just imagine having to draw thousands and thousands of that picture of their long hair and shit like that. So yeah, we'll get like, you know, whenever the anime shows up, we'll have probably like 3 minutes of him with the long hair, and then, oh, it got cut. And I hate that. I hate that. I totally understand it. Don't get me wrong. Holy shit, that's difficult to do. I still like it. And why show it if you're going to take it away so damn soon? But 2 days pass and Granolah heads to the Heater base and basically tells them, yo fam, I'm the strongest. I'm the strongest there is in the universe. And I love how they just kind of laughed him off and shit like that. Like, you can see, even though he got strength now and whatever he, you know, had to sacrifice, whatever, at this point, you still don't know in the chapter, they still not even taking him serious. And I'll be honest with you, because shortly after that, he gets into a battle. He fights Oil and Maki and Gas jumps in. And don't get me wrong, he is whipping their asses. They don't stand a chance, but it doesn't seem like for somebody that's the strongest in the universe, like I would expect for him to not even have to move. Like, he wouldn't even have to move and kick all of their asses. So the fact that they're not giving him a fight, but it doesn't just seem like, again, that overwhelming power that you would expect from somebody that just made a wish on the Dragon Balls to be the strongest in the universe. And I feel like even if he has all that strength, he's still very naive. Like, he gets tricked multiple times into giving info. He's like, okay, first, bam, I'm the strongest in the universe, and then they trick him again, and Lek is like, well, you know, how do we know what's going on here? Let us know. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll tell you. I wished on the Dragon Balls. He's quick to give the info. Like, he's too desperate for his vengeance, and he's too naive still. With all this power that he has now, he still mentally is kind of like stuck prior to the power of like the experience he had. And when the Heaters tell him like, yo, we'll find Frieza, we'll be in touch, don't worry, and shit like that, it just feels like, again, this is supposed to be the strongest warrior in the universe, and they're just treating him like an idiotic toddler. But then he drops the bombshell, because he tells them, hurry, I don't got very long to live, which apparently Cerealians have like 200 years of life, and in order to have his wish granted by the dragon, he had to sacrifice 150 of his years, and he was already 50 years old, which, holy shit, I thought he was like 20 or 30, but you know, Dragon Ball art doesn't mean anything. The way they look doesn't signify their age by any means. And basically we find out that Granolah has 3 years left to live, which more than likely that 3 years would lead into the end of Dragon Ball Z when that tournament happens. So I'm curious how long this arc is going to stretch out, or is this going to be the final arc of Dragon Ball Super for now, or indefinitely in terms of the super portion of Dragon Ball? Let's be real, it's Dragon Ball. Eventually it will come back again someday, but what if that's why it's like, oh, he has 3 years left, because this is going to span from now all the way through to, again, the end of Z, where Dragon Ball Super will probably nicely line up to have Oob and everything a part of it and wrap it all up. Also, the Heaters are pieces of shit, because we find out that, yeah, they were working with Frieza, and they were the ones responsible for what happened to Planet Cereal and selling the planet to the Sugarians and shit like that. Absolute scumbags. And because they want Frieza's army, they're basically going to use the Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, because they're aware that Goku and Vegeta took out Moro to take out Granolah and, you know, kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. And yeah, that chapter ends off with, oh shit, the fated three are going to meet, which is kind of similar to how they did with the whole Broly situation, even the promos leading up to the Broly film, which they better not skip out on having Broly in this arc. Like, I don't know if they're like, oh, let's not use Broly because we're gonna have bigger plans later on down the road, but this makes perfect sense to have Broly. In fact, the next person Granolah encounters, I'm hoping, is not Goku or Vegeta, it's Broly, and Broly whips his ass, and maybe it reveals once again, no, the strongest is going to show up. It's Broly again, fam. Wrapping my thoughts up of the chapter, I'm really hype about Granolah. I think it's so sick that he actually accomplished his wish. He did something that nobody in the history of Dragon Ball has been able to accomplish, of getting the Dragon Balls to actually grant you the wish of being the strongest in the universe. Granted, he sacrificed 150 of his years, leaving him with 3 left, but still, that was a huge feat. I'm just not sold that it's him, that he's going to be the destined one, because again, like Mo Naito said, you're the strongest today. What about tomorrow? What if Frieza decides to train tomorrow? Bam. You know what I'm saying? If it took you 150 years to get to this point of strength, meanwhile Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza they train for a couple days and they boost up in strength, you're going to be outclassed very quickly. And I'm curious what you guys think about this chapter. Big question. Who is going to be the strongest? Is it because Granolah is right now? That's what the Oracle Fish was thinking of? Is it somebody else entirely? Do you think that Granolah, the next encounter he has, is not going to be Goku, Vegeta, or even Frieza? It'll be Broly, or they're going to leave Broly completely out of this? And your thoughts on the Granolah the Survivor arc thus far? I am really digging it. I think that they're doing a great job, a fantastic job. In fact, I normally, because this chapter, Dragon Ball and Boruto, come out at the same time every month, and normally it's always that I'm more rocking with the Boruto side of things. This is one of the first chapters in a while that I'm like, oh no, this Dragon Ball Super shit is on fire right now. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 71 and beyond? I can't freaking wait. Okay people, so after the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, there's definitely a lot to be said, a lot of information to gather, and all around you could see certain aspects of where the story is going, and also some reminiscent things we've seen in Dragon Ball time and time again, in particular with some of the quote-unquote transformations, although it's not really called transformations, but the techniques, I guess you could say, and how Goku's maneuvering through it. But I still gotta say, with all that being said, there's a lot of aspects of this arc, especially with this latest chapter, that still has me very enticed and very, like, just overall excited. Like, I'm just genuinely like, yo, I am really hyped to see what's gonna happen, because as it stands right now, Dragon Ball Super, with this arc in particular, has been going on a very linear plot line. It's just like straightforward, okay, this is what's happening, and I feel as though at some point it's going to take a massive curve, and we're gonna get a massive curveball, because that whole thing going back to the fish, the oracle fish, saying that, oh, the strongest warrior is coming. I still, at this particular point, don't necessarily believe that he was referring to Granolah, and I do think that there's a possibility that Granolah has already been surpassed. But we're gonna get into all that and then some. Without further ado, people, let's talk a little bit of that Dragon Ball Super, because yeah, things is getting a little bit super crazy. Also, Zuno, Me Too movement is coming for you, fam. Let's do it. So right off the gate, the beginning of the chapter starts off with something very interesting, and it's also very reminiscent of something we've seen before, but nevertheless taking it to a whole different plateau, because we asked Goku, basically, do you understand the fundamental difference between what you're doing and what the angels do as far as Ultra Instinct goes? And Goku equated it to what all of us would equate it to as a transformation, because essentially that's what it's been known to be. But we kind of breaks it down to him a little bit of like, well, angels, we're in Ultra Instinct all the time. Like, that's why, like, it's impossible to get me, and it's been that way the entirety of this run we've had, because I'm always in Ultra Instinct. So that was something that, you know, him teaching him that and telling him basically, if you want to be able to reach this level and advance, you got to stop looking at it as like this big transformation and be able to do it in your normal form. Now you're probably thinking, okay, where is it that we've seen that before? What's going on here? That straight up brings me back to when Goku and Gohan were training in the hyperbolic time chamber in Z during the Cell Saga. One of the big things that Goku wanted to find out is how he could maintain and sustain being Super Saiyan all the time, so that way he didn't have to sacrifice the stamina and the energy in general from going into that form. Kind of same thing, to be honest with you, to a certain degree, can be applied here of what's being said of basically it takes too much stamina using the transformation and everything like that. If you could focus in and use Ultra Instinct in your normal form, in base form, then you have a way better chance. So I feel as though they were borrowing ideas from that particular portion of Z in terms of the Ultra Instinct. And I'll be honest with you, I feel like there's going to be a little bit more to things, because I can't imagine Goku just fighting from here on out his main battles, all of his battles in base form, and only pulling out Ultra Instinct at the last second if need be. Like, I don't see that happening. That's not the formula for Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, that's the way things are going, because it seems as though that's going to be par for the course with Dragon Ball moving forward, at the very least for now, of Goku is going to be working on, like it's been said, you know, Ultra Instinct and different ways to use it, and Vegeta, of course, with the Hakai. But Whis informs him something odd has happened in the universe, and I don't know why. A big part of me feels like there's going to be a massive curveball, there's going to be a massive twist that is not going to lead to Granolah. Like, even if Granolah was the strongest, I wouldn't be surprised if Goku and Vegeta and all their training they've been doing this entire time have already surpassed where Granolah was. Maybe Granolah, for that period when the dragon granted the wish, he was stronger. And remember, Granolah's just been sitting on his ass since then. He hasn't been training. He hasn't been doing anything. He's been sitting around in a spaceship staring at an old Namekian dude from his spaceship. Like, he ain't been doing nothing. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta have been training. So let's just say, hypothetically speaking, at that particular moment, he was granted the wish and he was stronger than Goku and Vegeta. And let's just say it's been months or however long it's been since that time. Goku and Vegeta has trained immensely since then. They probably already surpassed him. I wouldn't be surprised if they already surpassed him. He might be able to put up a good fight. His desperation, he might be able to do a lot of things, because we've seen that he was somewhat formidable of a fighter before even having the wish granted. But I wouldn't be surprised if they already outclassed him. Like, yeah, he's probably stronger than a lot of people. Mind you that his death is not that far away. He got, what, 3 years left, was it? But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they already surpassed him, and he's not the strongest in the universe anymore. But either way, the Heeters, which I feel like the Heeters is going to play a pivotal part in the big plot twist of whatever the heck is going to go down. Essentially, Alec sends Mackie and Oil. He's like, yo, fam, we gotta get things in motion. Go get the info from Zuno about Goku and Vegeta's weaknesses. Yada, yada, yada. He sends them on a quest, which we're gonna talk about Zuno in a little bit. And within that exchange, following them going off Mackie and Oil, one of the things where, again, this is crazy prediction, I feel like the person that is going to end up being the strongest, maybe, don't quote me on it. I don't think it's going to be Granolah. Of course, Goku and Vegeta, they're going to be strong, but not in terms of like the strongest enemy they've ever faced, obviously, because they're facing the enemy. I think it's going to be Gas. I think Gas, out of all of them, the one that was real serious about it, the one that said to Alec, I wish you would have let me throw hands with them. And Alec was like, no, you're the one that has the most probability of being able to surpass Frieza from our family. I think something is going to happen there where Gas is going to showcase him being the strongest enemy that they have to face. I think there's going to be a major twist, and that's what's going to lead. I could be totally off, but I felt like this chapter cemented, because I've been feeling for the longest time, as awesome as Granolah with the long hair and the wish and all that, I felt like there's still more, there gotta be more to it. It just seems very linear for a plot, and it's like, where's the twist gonna come from? I think the twist is gonna come from the Heeters, and in particular, this guy, Gas. But Maki and Oil arrive to Zuno's palace, and y'all know Zuno. He's like, yo, he makes them perform an OnlyFans in his palace. No, in order to get the information, of course, you gotta give him a kiss. And of course, Zuno don't want big old Oil kissing him, so it had to be Maki. And yeah, Maki gives him a little bit of a smooch, and I'll be honest with you, I was just waiting for Zuno to get canceled. Zuno's gonna get canceled in Dragon Ball Super. The universal Me Too movement is on their way. Jocko's gonna be there with them, like, yo, don't worry, I understand it. And yeah, it's gonna be a wrap for Zuno. Because after he gets his kiss, he's like, ooh, I like a feisty woman. I'm gonna give you 10, which I want to say in the past he's given like 2 and 3, and the fact that he gave 10, like, yeah, he was really digging her. I could only imagine what type of information he would shell out if they did more. No. But in the end, when Maki was like, yeah, get with the times, harassment, hello, and Zuno was there looking a little bit embarrassed. Yeah, they're coming for you, fam. They're coming for you. They're gonna be pulling up on you with that Me Too shit. Zuno is going to be canceled. Calling it. But then the next event really showcases that, I'll be honest with you, it feels as though this arc of Dragon Ball Super in particular, they picked up the pace quite a bit, and to be honest with you, I don't know if it's been like maybe the reception of this arc has been something else or what's going on here, but this arc feels very fast paced to a certain degree, because all of a sudden we cut back and it's been some time has passed, and now Goku in base form is using Ultra Instinct against Whis, and I was just kind of like, that feels like that needed more time to breathe, because that idea was just introduced in the beginning of this chapter, and midway through, suddenly Goku was doing it. So that was something that made me feel like, pacing is definitely moving a lot quicker. I always think about the business side of things, of why they would pick up the pace on something, because let's be honest, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If the arc is moving smoothly and everything, they're not gonna, rush things. So I'm imagining that maybe readers in Japan aren't really digging this whole Granolah thing, sales, maybe the anime needs to return soon and they want to have a few arcs down packed so that they could just run straight through. I don't know. But I definitely noticed that the pacing was a bit quicker, especially with, Goku learning something that should have taken a little bit more time. Like if you go to the last arc when Vegeta was training and things like that, it took a while for him to get on the scene. Likewise with Goku with the Ultra Instinct training with Mirrors and shit. Now him in half a chapter, he's learning how to use Ultra Instinct in base form. And likewise with Vegeta with the logs. Although Vegeta with the logs, like he's been training on this, so it's a little bit of a difference. Like Goku just started this idea of training Ultra Instinct in base. Like Vegeta, he's been doing this, and he's using, the Hakai on the logs, and eventually he destroys a waterfall, and I loved it. I love the dynamic, honestly. I really appreciate the way that's being done. The dynamic of Beerus training Vegeta, Whis training Goku. It should have been like that from the start, in my opinion. Like something, you go back, maybe Vegeta would have impressed Beerus when they got at it or whatever, and that would have been enough, and I'm talking about back in the Battle of Gods era, like that would have been enough for him to say, yo, I want to take him under my wing. I wish it would have been like that this entire time, because it just feels right. It feels like genuinely how it should have been for the longest. But here we are. Following that, more stuff happens because Maki and Oil arrive on Earth and they're like, yo, fam, we need help. We need this Goku and Vegeta guy, which the logic of these people are not asking like, hey, how do y'all know about Goku and Vegeta? You know, there's a couple questions you would want to ask these aliens that are showing up asking about your husband or whatever, but Chi-Chi's like, no, fam, the money that Mr. Satan gave us is drying up, okay? It is drying up. We need that dough. Goku, chop, chop, get us the bread. I don't know why I can't help but hear her freaking voice in my head. Chi-Chi, I can't stand you. But they offer a job for Goku and Vegeta to basically, you know, obviously they're manipulating the whole situation, and I'm really wondering if we're going to get the reveal of all 10 things that Zuno, you know, gave them the information on in their quest and whatnot. Like, I'm curious if we're going to see everything, because we know that one of the big things they wanted to know, of course, is Goku and Vegeta's weakness. I'm imagining he revealed that their weakness is the fact that they love to fight, and that's how they were able to come up with the idea of, hey, let's manipulate them. The wife is going to want money, so we're going to go that way, and also she's a weakness in and of itself, and also they like to fight, so we could just manipulate them to go in that direction. And after speaking with Goku and Vegeta for a second, it's like, okay, bam, 30 minutes, they will be here, which has it always been 30 minutes that it takes for them to get from Whis and Beerus's planet all the way to Earth? I don't know. Then it was really dope, very subtle, but really dope, and I like that aspect of things. Like, I like it when Dragon Ball Super does things that is small little gestures, small little nods, but is ultimately still somewhat impactful. Like when Beerus gives the earring to Vegeta, he's like, okay, fam, like, yo, this is a symbol that you can use destroy, that you can use Hakai, and he gives him an earring, which I wonder if there's more to it, like if it could be something like Potaro, not necessarily fusion, but maybe like if two people wear those earrings, they'll be able to destroy galaxies, some wild shit, I don't know. And that also puts Vegeta in a class of a very small number, because how many people, like, even going to, you know, Tournament of Power, how many of those Gods of Destruction had the earring on, that we've seen at the very least? So that was something to note, of like, Vegeta's a part of a very small and exclusive club of people being able to use the destroy. And the camaraderie and, you know, the rivalry of we saying, oh, I bet you're gonna put the earring. Let me draw this mark back on Goku real quick to show he's my student here. And I love when, you know, because, you know, they're bickering back and forth, Beerus and Whis, like, oh, you throwing down the gauntlet, fam? And Vegeta's like, nah, there ain't no gauntlet to be thrown down, Beerus. I got this. And just seeing that Kool-Aid smile on Beerus of like him being, yeah, I bet, fam, bet. Like, yo, have you not seen Dragon Ball Super, Beerus? That, like, you know, he's not taking the W. Like, Beerus, you're gonna be very upset. And it seems that there's going to be something that is set up in this very moment, because Whis warns them, like, confidence is going to be your doom in this battle. That's one of the big things. And him warning, I feel like that's 100% foreshadowing that they're gonna get cocky, they're gonna get confident, maybe they're whipping Granola's ass really bad, and they're gonna be like, oh, he's cake! And that's going to be the downfall, whether the Heeters show up and stab through them. Whatever the case may be, I think that was a big foreshadowing of what's to come. They are going to get caught lacking. They're going to get caught slipping, and it's going to be a wrap, and it's all going to be because they're looking down on Granolah after kicking his ass. Because again, I am 100% convinced that they have already surpassed them. And if I'm off, I'm off. But the dragon probably only just barely got Granolah over the mark of where they were at that particular point, assuming that Goku and Vegeta were the strongest in the universe to begin with. Because it seems as though the narrative is completely excluding the fact that, hey, where's the other Saiyan, you know? Broly. Also, when the Heeters found the Dragon Radar, first of all, it kind of reminded me of like Pilaf and them when they would get the Dragon Radar, and just how ignorant some of these people are, because Chi-Chi walks in on them plotting and planning, and she's just there like, but about the money, we don't want space money, you're gonna give us real bread, right? We need that dough, that cash, dollar bills, y'all. And being duped by Maki is just like, damn, Chi-Chi really? She just tells her, we're gonna give you your weight in gold, like, don't worry. And Chi-Chi's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, goof. Although I wouldn't be surprised if, like, it just seems like with these Heeters that they're so unpredictable that might be one of the things that they hold off their end of the bargain. They actually come through and give her some gold, or she gets gold somehow. Like, I'm calling it that too. By the end of the arc, Chi-Chi might get some type of gold. It might not be in her weight, or it might be something silly, but gold will come to Chi-Chi in one form or another. And again, with this fast pacing, because just imagine, we went from Goku learning about training Ultra Instinct in base form to being able to utilize it, Vegeta utilizing Hakai, getting the earrings, coming to Earth, because they arrive in Earth and they're talking about like, okay, bam, now it's going to take 18 days to get to where this guy is that we're fighting. Like, a lot of things happening, very fast paced. Like, I get it as a monthly chapter, you want to get a lot of things done, but it feels like, you know, coming and going really, really quick. And at least Vegeta has some common sense. Like, nobody's asking any questions. Vegeta's like, oh yeah, I got a really fancy spaceship considering y'all being terrorized by this guy. Like, just, you know, crazy thought. Like, what's going on here, guys? Like, thank you, Vegeta. At least somebody having some small suspicion of, like, random aliens. Like, do you just, like, anybody tells you anything, you just follow them? Like, hey, man, you know, I got $1 billion trillion in my back pocket. Like, come over to my dungeon real quick. Like, nobody questions shit except Vegeta, so shout outs to Vegeta. And I think if Vegeta wasn't so gung-ho and desperate to, like, prove how strong he is, he wouldn't have completely went along with everything. He's just kind of like, well, okay, you did it for us, why not? You know, his pride got in the way as well. But then Mackie continues on with tricking everyone, calling Granolah and saying, yo, there was a mix-up, Frieza found out about what's going on, he's sending his henchmen over there. So basically, you know, they're both being manipulated. I love it how Granola's looking on the screen and you see Goku and Vegeta, they're like eating and shit. Like, do they look like they're terrorizing criminals? I mean, I get it, he has trauma from like 50 years and shit like that, but I don't know, it just seemed a little silly. And it seems like for a Grandioso battle, it's not going to be Granolah. Again, I'm calling it. It's going to be one of the Heeters. More than likely, again, I think Gas. Because Granolah says, I bet, yo, they want all the smoke. I'm gonna give it to them. Yeah, it's been 50 years. They coming to my home planet. We gonna see what's gonna happen. That's all that needs to be said. Say less, Mackie. And he says after 50 years, it's time for revenge, and the chapter ends off there. And to be honest with you, this chapter accomplished a lot. There were some criticisms that I had, mainly pacing issues. It feels like things are happening really, really quick. But at the same time, like, if it didn't happen really, really quick, it might have gotten a little bit stale and people would have complained about it being slow paced. So I understand why they were trying to do certain aspects, but it still feels like this was really, really quick. Also reusing the concept of, you know, going back to the Cell Saga, being able to be in base form essentially with Super Saiyan, using the same idea and concept for Ultra Instinct. I mean, I guess you could say it's a learning curve in general. I wish Goku would have come up with that idea. I wish actually Goku would have said, well, what about, you know, I did this back in the day during a certain battle. What about if I use this idea of trying to do it in base? Like, that would have made a little more sense. So the fact that it was just a reused idea because Whis is like, yeah, we should do this. Like, it seems like they reused it. But in general, seems as though things are moving forward. Very, very big setup chapter with a lot of things going down. Goku's essentially new power to a certain degree. Vegeta's new power. And, yeah, it looks like the battle against Granolah is going to go down, but very curious what you guys think. For starters, you think it's going to just be straight linear? They're going to go up against Granolah, kick his ass, that's the end of it? Do you think if one of the Heeters is going to be the big twist and become the strongest villain, the strongest foe of the universe, it's going to be Gas, or is it going to be any of the Heeters? Do you think at this point we're going to see Broly? I'm starting to doubt that we're going to see Broly. Like, the only way I can see it being possible is maybe in some sort of exchange they actually end up, or they accidentally end up on Vampa somehow, or Granolah escapes from his home planet of getting his ass whipped by Goku and Vegeta and somehow crash lands on Vampa. What are your thoughts on that? And your overall thoughts and expectations of how this whole thing is going to go? Seems as though, yeah, we're moving really, really quick. It's a good and a bad thing, but we gotta wait and see. Okay, people, if I'm being honest with you, this chapter of Dragon Ball Super hands down had one of the biggest changing and defining moments for Vegeta's character in the entirety of the series. Going all the way back to the beginning, I'd argue maybe Battle of Gods showcased the sign of Vegeta's change, but this chapter in particular, since probably Battle of Gods, there hasn't been a bigger moment that showcased where Vegeta's at and changes that he's made even since Dragon Ball Z, which is awesome, great, fantastic. Honestly, this arc, the Granolah the Survivor arc, has just been really, really good, and I'm so happy to say that because we've had some rough bunches, we've had some chapters prior to this that was just like, what are we doing here? But I think that they learned from their mistakes, and yeah, they've just been cooking really crazy because this chapter, not only did you have some insane action, of course you get to see all of the forms of Super Saiyan, God, all of these different things that they're capable of, but also you got Detective Vegeta, and I love that as well. And just in general, man, like, Dragon Ball Super has really did a whole 180. The way I felt about it prior to this arc and where we're at right now, like, yo, once the anime returns, oh my god, I can't wait. But yeah, people, we've got a lot to talk about. Without further ado, let's get into it. That's Dragon Ball Super. Now, before we even jump into the events, another thing that kind of just dawned on me, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes prior to me filming this video, is I was really thinking about, you know, the wish that Granolah made, because, you know, in this chapter, it was showcased, no, he's that dude. He is putting in work. He is not no joke. And honestly, while I was reading it, it kind of dawned on me like, wow, yo, Granolah really sold his soul. If you really think about it, the fact that he only has 3 years of life left, if you really look closely, it's almost like a metaphor that the dragon he made a wish on, and the wish he made in particular, was selling his soul because he only got 3 years left. But now he has the power to, you know, go up against the Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, because prior to that wish, you know, he would have stood no chance in a battle against them. But yeah, I just honestly feel like Granolah really sold his soul to be able to do what he's doing in this chapter against Goku. I'm like, or even against Goku and Vegeta for that matter, from when they start heading towards him, because yeah, he's putting in work and he sold his soul. But okay, it's been 18 days. They finally arrived on Granolah's home planet. They're ready to go, which I'm glad that, you know, they kind of went through this, which I'm imagining the anime is probably going to use. Like, they put a lot of points, which is something that I've noticed V-Jump has done with, like, Boruto in particular, and I'm imagining now when Super returns, those 18 days, they're probably going to play around with it when the anime comes back and probably put in, I don't want to say filler, but anime original stuff, I guess, in between there, just because, yeah, 18 days. Why mention 18 days if the very next chapter, 18 days later? Probably that was set up for, again, the anime to do what they will with it. Not that I'm saying that the anime is going to come back and just be ongoing non-stop, because they very well could come back and do seasonal, but yeah, that was just something that I caught wind of, like, 18 days and here we are. But Oil and Maki immediately are like, yo, you know, because they're playing, of course, this role of, hey, you know, the bad guys over there, and they send Goku and Vegeta off immediately to go up against Granolah, which honestly, I feel like everything with those guys is just a big setup for what's to come later. Like, everything is happening very quickly in terms of what's going on with Granolah right now, and it seems as though Oil, Maki, Gas, Alec, all of those people are going to probably be the real threat down the road of this arc, because it just seems like right now they're in the setup phase. Like, Granolah is almost, in my opinion, the warm-up of what's to come, which, don't get me wrong, he's a force to be reckoned with right now, but I just feel like he's really just warming shit up, and it's going to be different than, like, you know, going back to, let's just say, Moro, for example, where it was like 2-3 battles with Moro, where it looks like maybe Granolah is going to have these battles right now, and then probably the next battles and the next phase of this arc is going to be, again, with those guys. Because we see Alec and Gas in the spaceship, and there's definitely more story that is going to be told regarding them and what happened when they were on this planet, because Alec is like, yo, it's been like 40 years since I've been here, and he tells Gas, don't worry, things are different than the last time. I'm imagining Gas probably got his ass whipped last time, but again, I've called it before and I'm going to say it again, Gas is probably going to be the one out of all of them to be the strongest, because they've set it up. They've said like, yo, you're really dope, and everything about him is just leading me to believe he is going to be the final threat amongst all of them. Or maybe they'll do some sort of weird movie-esque fusion when they're all going to fuse together to become one with Gas and really mess shit up. But we cut back to Goku and Vegeta as they're heading towards Granolah, and they notice that there's some cities are destroyed over there, look really old, and then there's some brand new cities. And I'll be honest with you, there was a lot of elements of this chapter in particular that kind of reminded me of certain story beats from the original Broly film, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, the old one from Dragon Ball Z, not the one that was just, you know, done for Super, the old DBZ one, because it just kind of had like a lot of that vibe of like, there's some lies, there's some destroyed cities, some newer cities. It kind of gave me a little bit, even if you think about, you know, the other people on this planet, the ones that have been inhabiting it since the Cerealians have been destroyed, they kind of reminded me of like those creatures that were like putting up the illusion of the city and things like that. Like, that's what it kind of reminded me of a lot throughout this chapter. But Granolah ain't playing, because as they're going towards him, blasts just start coming at Goku and Vegeta left and right. Vegeta powers up into, what was it, Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan Blue? I can't really remember. I want to say it was just Super Saiyan. And Goku, he just immediately goes into his Ultra Instinct, which it seems like once again they're dialing it back. They're not letting it go full force, that Goku has a complete handle of Ultra Instinct, because as they're heading towards him and Goku's using Ultra Instinct, you know, they're dodging. Vegeta at first seems to be the one that's having an issue with dodging, like not really like that he's getting blasted or anything like that, but you could tell between the two of them, like Goku's just floating through it and Vegeta's having to use his mind to really dodge all of these, you know, ki blasts that are coming their way. But then eventually a blast hits Goku, catches him off guard and knocks him out, and it it kind of is a reminder that, yep, Goku still has a ways to go before he's even mastered just using Ultra Instinct, like, you know, normally, not going into the silver-haired form, but actually just using it, whether he's just in his black-haired form, you know, normal base Goku, or whether he's in other, you know, transformations. He still hasn't perfected it yet. So there's that. It seems as though, like, they're saying there's still a long road to go for Goku, you know, perfecting this form. Or, well, I guess it's not a form anymore, right? It's just a technique. Yeah. And of course, the setup regarding the sensu beans, which I hate when they do that shit. Apparently they only brought 2 beans with them, which you could argue there that, hey, it was their same pride that they didn't want to bring a whole giant bag because it would make them feel like, you know, but come on, fam, just bring a bag of beans, because they only had 2 beans and Goku gets knocked out from that blast that hit him in a vital spot that they already have to use 1. So just keep in mind moving forward in this arc that we only got 1 sensu bean here on this planet that is 18 days away from Earth. So yeah, I don't know how I felt about that. I just kind of felt like, come on, fam, like, y'all know, y'all just took a major ass whipping like multiple times against Moro. Why would y'all play around like that? And especially if, which it wasn't mentioned, I'm just trying to say that that would be the explanation why they would go with that, like, hey, we only brought 2 beans of the same pride. But later on down the chapter, we see that Vegeta, yeah, he's growing, but we'll get to it, because I love how Vegeta's taking charge and really like assessing situations and just being a boss. Like, he tells Goku, you relying on Ultra Instinct too much, just use your brain to dodge from here on out. Like, again, feeling like the leader. But Goku kind of finds Granolah as they're heading towards him, sends a blast his way, and you see that Granolah, which it's a mystery at this particular point, and I like that. Like, I'm really enjoying a lot of the mysterious aspects of this arc so far, because Granolah immediately uses something similar, not quite it, but something similar to instant transmission, which you got to think, wait a minute, there's a lot of things already that we've seen, and even throughout this chapter we see as well, that is kind of similar to either techniques or ideas or things like that regarding the Saiyans. So you could argue that maybe metaphorically it's like, yo, Granolah, he's becoming the same thing that he's hated because he's using their techniques and things like that, and even the ideology of, like, you know, destroying and revenge that he, you know, blames the Saiyans for being like, he's becoming like that. But I wonder if there's more to it, because there's still just like a bit of mystery surrounding a lot of things with this arc. And you can tell that Granolah really can't hold in his hatred for them, because little by little he's spilling the beans, because immediately Vegeta's like, oh, so you got a problem, like you got a grudge against Saiyans, based on the things that Granolah just starts blurting out, because again, he's been waiting a long time for this revenge, although you could argue that his real gripe is with Frieza. And going back to what I was just saying, then Granolah uses a Hakai-esque type of attack, which Vegeta just learned. So it makes you wonder exactly what the hell did that dragon do? Like, did that dragon grant Granolah the powers of the strongest in the universe at that time, Goku and Vegeta, and that's how he matched up? Because he's using techniques that take time to learn, and he got all of this, you know, through this wish and whatnot. Like, how would he know the exact techniques that they have, unless because of the wish, it kind of gave him the ability to learn, like, all the techniques that are out in the universe, something along the lines of that? Because, like, then using Hakai, like, that's kind of crazy, because that's a god technique, or, you know, a god of destruction technique. How the hell is he using something similar to it? That's crazy. But right here, fam, right here, what I started this video, what I probably titled this video, because it's so accurate. I don't know if we're gonna get that big moment that we've been waiting for, right? I don't know if we're gonna get that moment where Vegeta beats the villain. It's probably unlikely, just being honest. If we look at what history has told us thus far, it'll probably be Goku or something else that is going to take out this villain, Granolah, or the big villains, whatever the case may be. But in terms of a big moment that is more important, you could even argue, than that, character development, Vegeta showed it immensely. Like, I'm talking about character development that supersedes anything we've probably seen thus far in Super, and just taking what we know of Vegeta from DBZ and evolving him. And I love this. And what I'm referring to is Goku asked Vegeta, yo, should we team up, or what are we doing here, fam? What's going on? To which Vegeta replies, don't be ridiculous, I'm here to prove I'm the strongest. And at first when I'm reading that, I'm like, oh god, here we go again, the stupidity of the arrogance, the Saiyan heritage, blah blah blah. And then he says, nah man, you may go first. And I'm just like, Nani? Whoa, what? Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, the proud Saiyan with the Saiyan heritage and that Saiyan lusting for battle DNA, telling Goku, nah, you may go first. I'm gonna show I'm the strongest, but you can go first. That right there was immense, huge, humongous for Vegeta, something that he was not capable of in DBZ, and throughout all of Super for that matter, he was not capable of that as well. He conquered a part of that rage, that hunger of a Saiyan within him. That was insane. Like, I'm still baffled at it. Like, this chapter, it had a lot of other really cool shit, battles, transformation, blah, 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 blah. But that moment right there is what solidified, like, Vegeta be carrying this show sometimes. Vegeta be carrying this series sometimes, because that was huge. That was important. That's good writing on the side of Vegeta. Like, the fact that he's actually finally conquering something that it's been festering, and it's a Saiyan problem. Like, he's almost going against his nature itself by saying something like that. That was awesome. And he even follows up with saying, well, he already hit you, right? So you need some payback. And Goku's confused there, because Goku probably, just like us, expected him to say, oh, no, I'm going first. Screw that Kakarot, which has been par for the course for Vegeta and to be expected. The fact that he did that was the unexpected. And again, big growth. Big growth for the Prince of all Saiyans, all 5 or however many of them are left. But Goku goes up against Granolah, and Granola's kind of surprised, like, yo, you're gonna fight me alone, which we've seen that before time and time again, of like, hey, there's 2 of them, we should probably jump them. No, we're gonna go one, and the villain gets surprised, and even Oil back there hiding was surprised as well, like, just one of them. But yo, that's again par for the course for Saiyan. So even though Vegeta just conquered like a certain part of his pride and things like that, there's still that pride part as well. So we're not quite there yet of being perfect, but who is, right? And would it really be a great story if everything was just perfect? We would just be bored. But once again, Detective Vegeta starts to rear his head more and more, because he starts getting suspicious and knowing that Granola's up to something. Like, things don't seem and aren't adding up with everything we've seen since we got to this planet, and how Granolah is moving and what Granolah is saying. So we got Detective Vegeta on the case. Yo, move over, Detective Pikachu. Give that hat to Vegeta. And Granolah can't help himself, because he's asking Goku, like, yo, what's going on with that ape form, fam? And Goku, even as naive as he is, he's like, you sure know a lot about us. So while on one side of things, Vegeta, that he can do, you know, make deductions, and kind of he's getting suspicious, and he could do detective work. Even you know, Goku, the kind of somewhat dim-witted at times guy, is kind of like, oh, why you know so much about us? What are you talking about? Like, ape form? Like, yo. But then Goku says, well, we can't do that form anymore, but we got different hair colors, fam. To which he goes into Super Saiyan God form. And I love Granola's the test of the Saiyans. Like, you could just see, like, it's oozing out of Granolah the vengeance and the hatred, because he's like, oh, the fact that a filthy Saiyan that is against everything would call themselves a god. To him, it's like heresy. And right there in the god form, Goku and him start to throw down, and you can see that Granolah is still holding his own, which I'm wondering exactly where did that dragon put his power. Like, okay, I gotta keep saying it. I said it in my last month's video on the Super Manga, and I'm gonna say it again. I think that Goku and Vegeta, before they trained, before Vegeta learned Hakai, before Goku learned Ultra Instinct and base form and all of that jazz, I think that Granolah surpassed him then. I think since he didn't train, since he literally sat in his spaceship the entire time since that, you know, big power up the dragon gave him, Goku and Vegeta probably have already surpassed him yet again. Maybe not immensely or anything like that, but I do think that if Goku went into the silver-haired form, he could probably fuck him up, because Goku starts using Ultra Instinct in the God form, which I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you, because again, when Ultra Instinct was first introduced, it was something a bit different than what has ultimately been morphed into. Like, it was like a form, like this legend, everything, like, holy shit, if you can do that, you can compete with the gods. And now it's just a technique that he can use in different forms, and it's kind of like, I get it, and it's been set up already for multiple chapters, but I'm still not completely sold on it. Like, it is what it is. This is the new rules for it, but I feel like it was kind of switched into this compared to it being just this legendary thing, like, oh, because then Vegeta says, you know, he kind of was getting bodied by those blasts earlier because he was in base form, but if you use like Super Saiyan transformations and God forms and things like that, it amplifies the Ultra Instinct, which I guess it makes sense, which the silver-haired form is the ultimate amplifier for Ultra Instinct and its accuracy. So if you think about it, the silver-haired form is a form in a way, but the actual, you know, the usage of the technique is something different. So maybe you could almost differentiate it, like the silver-haired form is kind of a Super Saiyan-esque form, but the actual mobility and things like that is the technique. So if you think about it, you could argue that maybe the silver-haired form is actually like a Super Saiyan 5, and the moving around, you know, without thinking and whatnot is actually the technique. That's something to think about. And once again, Granolah showcasing that he's very similar to the same people that he has a problem with. He starts using those crazy blasts and things like that. That reminds me of when Vegeta gets pissed off. yeah, he's turning into the monsters he hates, even though they're not really monsters and he's misguided, but yeah. And once again, as they're throwing hands, this time Granolah yet again knocks Goku out. It's like he's using martial arts and stuff like that, which is something that's been long since destroyed and ripped out of Dragon Ball, them using just regular martial arts, because it hits him yet again in a vital point that knocks him out for the moment, and that's really good. That's something that is kind of unique to Granolah's personality and his fighting capabilities. I wonder if he knew those type of techniques prior to, because he's using it in combination with his eye. He's able to see, which that eye kind of reminds me of like a, what would it be, Byakugan type of thing from like Naruto, where he's able to see the blood flow, and that's how he's able to hit the vital point. So again, I'm curious, maybe he already knew that, but now that, you know, he had that wish that he's the strongest and he's faster and things like that, but he's ultimately always kind of fought like that, I'm imagining. And Vegeta, while all this is going on, continues to be a detective, because he's noticing that Granolah's story sounds similar, and then he's noticing like something is off in the destroyed city. So yeah, Conan, move over, Vegeta's here. And I guess it's just kind of like a whole plot thing, because then as Vegeta is playing detective, Granolah starts revealing more and more to Goku and them, like, yo, as long as that other Saiyan is alive, I could extract the location of Frieza and get my revenge. And Goku's there like, wait a minute, aren't you the bad guy? Like, what's going on here? So by the time, you know, they get up to speed with stuff, which Granolah's not going to listen anyway. To him, these are two devils. Nothing they say is going to change his mind. So even if they deduce like, oh shit, we've been duped and you've been duped, it'll be too late by that time. And, you know, Elec and Gas and Oil and Maki will figure something out to kind of jump in, and probably even, who knows, maybe they'll be the ones to kill Granolah there while he's not paying attention or something like that. That's what I'm going to call it there. There's my crazy prediction as we're doing this. Granolah will be killed by one of them from behind or something along the lines of that, without him even realizing, even close to reaching his goal of revenge against, probably he won't even see Frieza, who knows. But Granolah powers up, and we've seen like in the trailer, because there was a trailer for this chapter, apparently his ki, fun fact, it's red. His ki is red, so there's that. But instead of going into the form that probably would finish this fight, Goku's like, you know, I'm gonna just show off a little more. Here's the Super Saiyan Blue form, let me tell you about it. Granolah's like, I don't give a fuck, I hate you. And they trade more blows, and we start to see like the other people on the planet, the ones that, you know, kind of took over after the extinction of the Cerealians. They're like, yo, what's going on? Which, again, this whole chapter just reminded me of a lot of story beats, like I said earlier in this review, of Broly Legendary Super Saiyan. Even those creatures, they remind me of it. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the inspiration came from that film. And the chapter ends off with Detective Vegeta seeing a giant footprint, which obviously is from the Grade 8 form, and he says, I think I know who this is and what's going on. Which, yeah, the mystery is unraveling before our eyes. Honestly, this chapter was awesome. Honestly, this arc has been awesome, and I'm so glad, because if you watched my reviews at the end of the Moro arc, I was not happy. Granolah the Survivor in the beginning kind of seemed a little bit like, could this be good? It kind of feels boring. I don't know. First chapter, too. Since then, it's just picked up, and away we go, because this shit is awesome. Granolah kicking ass. We got the setups for Elec, Gas, and Oil in them in the background. Goku and Vegeta throwing in Detective Vegeta. I like what I've seen, and the biggest thing of all, Vegeta conquering his own nature. That is awesome. But I'm curious what you guys think, though. How do you think this battle is going to go down with Granolah and Goku? Do you think Elec and them is going to interrupt it, killing Granolah? What do you think Granolah is going to say once he realizes, oh, I've been duped? And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapters 73 and beyond next month. I just can't stress enough that I'm really happy and impressed with this arc, and I can't wait to see this shit animated, because it's going to be amazing. Okay, people, so the controversy surrounding Dragon Ball Super chapter 73. Now, a lot of people have been a bit upset. For the most part, Goku fans, though, have been pretty peeved regarding the latest bout that Goku has had with the Cerealian Granolah. Crazy Cerealian. Goku versus Granolah has seemingly wrapped up in chapter 73, and Goku fans are upset. And I'm going to tell you why it's going to continue to be this way, because a lot of people are saying, well, yo, Vegeta fans go through it too. And here's why it's constantly going to be this outrage, at the very least, if they continue this formula as well, of people being upset when there's a loss. Because it's been set up at this particular point, and they've been so far removed from being in the same stratosphere as anybody else, and I'm referring to Goku and Vegeta. The fact that they have pinpointed it down to, it's just Goku and Vegeta. The same thing that we saw in the Moro arc, where it was Goku and Vegeta, and they got their asses handed to them time and time again. What was it, 3 or 4 different times that they fought Moro and got their asses kicked? And the problem that people had was, it's just Goku or Vegeta that are going to take the L. So it's going to be either one of them start the fight, they take an a L, the other one jumps in, and then the plot continues to move forward. People are going to continue to get pissed off because at the end of the day, Dragon Ball has kind of, with Super, written itself into a corner where it's like, hey, we need other people that are going to be on the allied side to be strong. We can't just continue to fight with these two constantly because it's going to be stale unless they get a little bit more creative with it on how they approach things. It's going to continue to be either Goku goes up first and gets knocked out, or Vegeta goes first and gets knocked out, or they got to do something else. Like if they would have just done something like, and at this point, believe me, trust me, I'm not holding my breath on this, but if they would have had Gohan had some sort of power up where maybe it's a short-lived one or temporary, like the shards of God energy or something like that, to be able to have him be a third wheel, then it could be a little bit different. Or hell, dare I say it, you know, considering this is a whole Revenge Against the Saiyans plot, how about Broly, I don't know, you know, have Broly be a little bit more involved in things. That would have shaken things up as well. But yeah, people, we got a lot to talk about with Goku versus Granolah, the outrage, Vegeta, the mystery unraveling of what's going on here, and in general, this pretty interesting fight, to say the least. Without further ado, let's talk a little bit of that Dragon Ball. Okay, people, so the fight continues from where it left off with Goku versus Granolah, and I ain't gonna lie, it was refreshing to see the scenery that they used in the beginning of the chapter where Goku and Granolah are going at it, because they started fighting and it led them into a forest, and there was, you know, trickery used, and don't get me wrong, Goku is getting tricked quite often, but I like the way it was done. It wasn't a lethal blow or anything like that when the trickery was done, at the very least. In the forest, where, you know, Granolah hides behind a tree and comes swinging using his scarf and hits Goku out of nowhere. Goku wasn't even expecting that, which Goku need to improve on certain things of getting tricked, but ultimately I thought that was a really cool and dope thing to do, considering Dragon Ball fights have gotten to the point where we're galactic, we're fighting in Earth's atmosphere and space, we're fighting all over the place. So to take it to a forest, it feels like, holy shit, this is new territory that we haven't seen in the Dragon Ball franchise in a really long time. I mean, I don't know, maybe one of the movies? I can't even remember when the last time I seen them actually fighting in a forest. And watch somebody point out, actually, in this arc, I get it, alright, but I just don't remember, okay? It felt refreshing to me. And while they're going at it, at the very least, it looks like they're somewhat evenly matched. Goku is just using Super Saiyan Blue against Granolah, and Granola's holding his own and Goku's holding his own. There's nobody that is like outpacing the other, at the very least, again, in that one. And it's also kind of laughable for, you know, the one side, because we find out later on that Granola's not really going at all the way in. So there's that. But at the very least, in that moment, they look like they're evenly matched. And again, Granola's doing this thing, which he should be. He made a wish on the Dragon Balls to be the strongest in the universe. And I ain't gonna lie, with all the blows that are being traded, I mean, it's punch after punch. It's action-packed. Like a good chunk of this chapter, half or more, was just straight up Goku and Granolah throwing hands non-stop. And I feel like this was definitely more so meant for the anime. I've always said it, I'll say it again, Dragon Ball works just way better in anime form. It is for the most part glorified for its battles, and this right here is no exception, where I'm seeing all these punches. I'm like, this looks like great storyboards for a really high quality animated piece when the anime returns. And it's inevitable at this point, and the way it was even sequenced, it almost feels like this is going to be the storyboard for whenever they animate this shit, because it looked like that. It's a really high action packed fight between Goku and Granolah, and it looked pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie, like the art looked pretty freaking dope, and every time, you know, they're swinging a punch and shit like that, I'm like, I like it. And then Goku uses combination of his Super Saiyan Blue with Ultra Instinct, so he starts using the technique of Ultra Instinct along with his Super Saiyan Blue, and he's able to start outmaneuvering Granolah. And I loved when, and it was reminiscent of Perfect Cell, the battle of Goku versus Perfect Cell, when he's able to outmaneuver him to the point of getting a point blank range Kamehameha. I was like, let's go, baby. That shit looked epic. And again, probably borrowing inspiration from that, but it was still different, especially the outcome of that, because this isn't all there is to Granolah by a long shot. And during the impact, you see that just like this whole force is getting messed up. One of the heaters goes flying. It's like, yeah, that Kamehameha did it in. But also, Granolah was able to outmaneuver Goku to a certain degree, because then we see that Goku's out on the floor. Granola's kind of damaged, but Goku's the one that's kind of there laid out for a moment. And I'm like, yo, I'm not going to keep on repeating myself, but this is not Granolah fully, you know, his full power. Just imagine that. And yeah, he's getting clapped in certain instances. Again, there's a lot of evenly matched stuff, but instances like that is like, yeah, he's catching you that sniper eye. And Granolah goes on a spiel of, no matter what form you take, fam, I'm always gonna find an opening. Everything has openings, which also shows, like, if you look deeply into it, that the fact that Granolah skipped all of that wisdom that he would have obtained had he trained normally throughout his life to get to this particular point, he would know what Ultra Instinct is, and he would know that, yeah, there are no openings when it comes to Ultra Instinct. So him saying that there's always going to be an opening, that's, even though he has that immense power that he has, he doesn't have a lot of the actual actual natural training that goes along with it that'll teach you something about like, hey, Ultra Instinct. So he might be this strong and fast dude, but he doesn't have the lessons that go behind it that kind of support you to be able to be that badass, strongest in the universe guy. And Goku kind of gives a little excuse on Ultra Instinct's part of like, it's not UI, fam, it's my lack of training, even though that's all I ever do with my life is train, but it's my lack of it. Yeah, that's right, Goku. Your lack of it. Hey. Or maybe it's just plots. No. And you could tell that Granolah, yet again, his quest for vengeance clouds his judgment because he just starts screaming, I'm gonna make you motherfuckers go extinct, and starts making explosions come from the ground. And it's later referenced that was similar to something Moro did, and I'm kind of like, why are we revisiting ground that we just covered? That's something that this chapter with that event and something that happens later on, the whole, catching off guard or whatever you want to call it, that was kind of like, we just saw this last arc. If I want to see this type of stuff, I'll go to last arc. So I wasn't fond of them referencing like Moro. Like, it's a difference when they use inspiration from Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball, because that was 100 billion years ago in the story. Moro was last arc. I was just talking about Moro in October or November, December, some shit like that, you know what I'm saying? And Goku basically gets knocked back from that blast and he falls to where Vegeta's at. And again, something that I said in my last Dragon Ball Super video from last month of, chapter 72, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, this whole illusion, essentially, the setting of like, there's a city over here, but it looks different over there, is very reminiscent of Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan, the original Broly film, of like, hey, how things were going, of secrecy, and, there's a mystery afoot there, because Goku's kind of like confused, like, wait a minute, where the hell am I? Like, he tells Vegeta, yo, I need to go all out, bet, I gotta do what I gotta do, and then he's like, what's going on here? Which kind of like is the unraveling of the mystery that we already know what's up, but of course, they don't. But at the very least, it started to move some plot threads out the way of like Coil and Maki, they got him because Vegeta breaks it down. He becomes a narrator. He's like, the plot has been revealed, fam. Apparently, where this, old race that used to live here, there were snipers, and basically they were wiped out by the Saiyans, and we've been had by Coil and Maki. Like, everything moved forward, which is good because it's like, we've been knowing that this is all a ruse and a trick, so it's good for them to know it so we can move forward into the next set of whatever the story is about to do, because if not, we'll just keep on sitting here like, when are they gonna find out again? Like, we've known this for a while. And it feels like a little bit of Vegeta rubbed off on Goku. Maybe it was more so innocent, but when he tells Vegeta like, oh, okay, I just gotta beat him first and then we'll be able to convince him that we're not bad guys anymore, like the Saiyans aren't bad guys and shit, I'm like, sounds a little cocky, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I just gotta kick his ass and then we good? Like, oh, you think that's what's about to happen, huh? You think you're about to kick his ass. Think again, fam. So Goku decides to go into Ultra Instinct, and right there he starts outdoing Granolah. For a moment there, Granola's like, wait a minute, I can't detect any openings. Yeah, fam, we just went over this, you didn't naturally train, you used a dragon, like, you skipped this lesson right here. But Goku makes a mistake that I honestly hate when they explain the plot via the actual characters, or explain the technique via the actual characters to their opponents. He's like, hey, yeah, this is the ultimate technique where there's no openings, but I have a time limit here, so I gotta do this quick. Oh, bet, like, if I was a smart guy, I could just say, let me just outmaneuver you for a little bit, or even play possum and say whatever until your time runs out, and then boom, I done got you, fam. Like, I'm never a fan of when they do that shit, explain things like that. Like, that's some information you probably should keep to yourself. If this is your ultimate technique, your ultimate ability, and you can only use it for a limited time, why would you tell him, Goku? Like, think, Goku, think. Somebody get the Omni-Man meme. Think. But for the time being, Goku starts to, he's making work of Granolah. He starts kicking him around. He kicks his sniper eye oatmeal off of him and shit like that. He's actually putting in work. So I'm like, okay, all right. And Granolah pretty much can't keep up with Goku at all anymore. And yeah. And it's kind of crazy because even though Granolah can't keep up with Goku anymore, he still won't hear of anything. Like, Goku's trying to tell him like, yo, you sure we don't really got to do this? And Granolah's like, no. So that's kind of been etched in. And I like that it's still being a thing. Even though Granola's getting his ass kicked, his hatred for Saiyans because of what they did to his people, or what he believes anyway, is so strong that he's like, you could be kicking my ass, it's still all fair. And at the end of the day, he's not really kicking his ass, so there's that. And I ain't gonna lie, I am a big fan of Goku when he goes into the Ultra Instinct, how he lifts Granolah and is swinging him around and busting his ass through the air like, I don't even know what to call it, but that shit is awesome, and he sends him flying, and I'm like, I like that shit out of everything with Ultra Instinct, because Ultra Instinct is basically like the ultimate evading technique, right? It's just like, I can evade everything you throw at me by like maneuvering around, and I'm very strong and shit like that. But when you add the fact that he's doing crazy shit like that, busting his ass without even touching him, I'm like, that That right there, Goku. Do more of that. But at the very least, the smart one, the detective that he's been throughout this arc, Vegeta notices, holy shit, wait a minute. All of this, he's getting sent into a boulder and shit by Kakarot. Why isn't his power dropping that much? What's going on here? And you would think Goku would sense that, right? Like, hey, he's right in front of you. Why isn't he dropping? What's going on here? But no, Vegeta figures it out. And I ain't gonna lie, I've never seen the film, but I've heard a lot about it, and maybe I'm off on this, but let me know if I'm off on the comparison that I'm about to make, because for some reason it kept ringing in my head what Granolah revealed, and honestly it kind of reminds me of something I heard about one of the recent really bad Star Wars films with Luke Skywalker in particular, of the whole illusion. He sent an illusion from far away and shit like that, because Granolah reveals basically to Goku that I've been an illusion this entire time. I've been a clone. I used a little bit of my power, but yeah, the real me, you ain't been fighting him. So imagine what the real Granolah full powered would have been like. Just a crazy thought there, I know, but when that was revealed, I don't know, I just kept thinking about that really bad, from what they say anyway. I've never seen it, one of the latest Star Wars films where, again, I think Luke was like sending a projection of himself and shit like that. I don't know, maybe I'm off on that comparison, but for some reason that's what I got from Granolah. And I mean, it was alright, but it also, I guess, kind of really makes that wish actually did come to fruition, because if that was only a portion of Granolah's power, he gave Goku a lot of hell. Aside from when he went Ultra Instinct, he gave him a lot of hell. Imagine full power Granolah. He'd be a monster. But the problem and the controversy that every Goku fan pretty much have been pissed off about is the fact that Granolah sneaks Goku and uses a pressure point hit to knock Goku out, essentially defeating Goku and winning the fight, which I want to say this is like the second or third time he was able to best Goku. This one is a little bit different because he snuck him, and that whole I'm the strongest in the universe doesn't make you really the strongest if you snuck somebody. That's like, you know what I'm saying, me going up to a pro boxer while he's at an event signing autographs and I get a lucky hit and I knock him out when he's not paying attention. That doesn't mean I'm the strongest in the world, the greatest boxer. That just makes me a bitch. Because basically Granolah was saving his strength for Frieza. He underestimated them to a certain degree, because if he was going all out, probably Ultra Instinct Goku still may have taken him out, just because Ultra Instinct is a whole other animal entirely. But yeah, I don't know how that fight would have gone down if it was full Granolah versus Ultra Instinct. But at the end of the day, Granolah's the one that's standing and Goku is not. And Vegeta comes in, and here's where it begins, because Vegeta jumps in. He's like, yo, leave Kakarot alone. He's not your fight anymore. Mind you, we only have one sense of being left, so probably Goku's gonna need to take that here soon, because yeah, he looks like he's down bad or whatever. But Vegeta starts going in, talking that cocky talk, and I'm a veteran Vegeta fan. I'm gonna put that out there. I'm a veteran Vegeta fan. I know how this thing goes. I know how this ride goes, and if I'm proven wrong, by golly, I'll do a song and a dance the next time we talk. But Vegeta, he basically is talking that shit like, oh no, it's not gonna be the Saiyans that go extinct. It's gonna be the Cerealians. And the chapter ends off there with, you know, Vegeta talking that smack. Cause I ain't gonna lie, it was like, yo, you talking a little spicy. He's like, nah, how about you die with the rest of your tribe? And I'm like, okay, Vegeta. But again, we've been down this road before, okay? We know what this is about, because Vegeta is gonna go up against Granolah seemingly next chapter, unless the Heeters step in, or Frieza, or dare I say it, Broly, anybody, hello. It's about to be Vegeta versus Granolah, and I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised if Vegeta gets packed out. And it's gonna be really embarrassing, really embarrassing, if after all that smack Vegeta's talking there, you're gonna go extinct. If he gets packed out and gets his ass whipped and shit like that, this is gonna be humiliating. Like, Vegeta, please, Toyotaro, Toriyama, Toei, whoever, don't do Vegeta dirty. Come on, they're still the Heeters. You could give Granolah the loss here, Vegeta the win here, and then the Heeters come in. Please. But I have absolutely no faith in Vegeta winning, because he was talking that shit, and usually that leads to the L. But overall, as a whole, this chapter of Dragon Ball Super, a lot of insanity went down. I'm very curious what you guys think. For starters, do you think that Granolah would have been able to go up against Goku if he was fully powered all together, like Ultra Instinct Goku, or how you think that would have went down? What do you think about the whole scenario of what I'm saying, of like the fans rage when Goku takes the L, the fans rage when Vegeta takes the L? If we had another couple of characters that were equal to or somewhere in the ballpark of their strength, like, again, I don't know, Broly, would that make it a little bit different? Maybe they could have, you know, the fight starts off with all three of them just jumping, dude, or some crazy shit, or again, or it would be different Broly starting off. Do you think that that would be the key to getting rid of the outrage that goes down in Dragon Ball Super? And your overall thoughts and expectations, Vegeta versus Granolah, you think Vegeta is going to get the W? It's going to be another loss? how do you expect all this thing to play out in Super 74 and beyond? I don't know, but yeah, I'm not gonna keep my expectations high for Vegeta getting the W. We've been down this route, okay? Okay, people, so after reading Dragon Ball Super Chapter 74, I have the most insane earache. My ears are hurting right now. It is just like, oh my god, I'm in pain from reading this Chapter 74. It really damaged my ears. And you're probably thinking, well, Fornev, how did reading something damage your ears? Well, while I was reading this, I kept on hearing this voice get louder and louder in my head, and it kept on telling me, this needs to be animated. This needs to be animated. Yes, people, this thing needs to be animated. This was drawn almost as if it was a storyboard meant to be animated, because the amount of action in Dragon Ball Super 74 with the battle of Vegeta versus Granolah was insane. It was just straight up a brawl, knuckle, full-on drag-on battle between Vegeta and Granolah. And while there were definitely some ups, especially towards the end that we're going to talk about, for the most part, it was definitely hands down drawn with the anime, the inevitable anime in mind, because eventually that's going to come. Because, fam, the amount of action, which I love action, and I'm not complaining about it because it was really dope action, and it wasn't like Vegeta was just pounding on Granolah like it was nothing throughout it. It was actually a challenge, but yeah, definitely a lot of action. And that transformation at the end, fam, that transformation, I'm going to dub it, you know, because there's several different names that we could call it. I'm going to dub it. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. No, people, I'll let you know all of my thoughts. Let's get into it. Okay, people, so like I said in the intro, this chapter, for the most part, there was a decent amount of things to say towards the end, but for the most part, a lot of it was self-explanatory. Vegeta was fighting against Granolah, and he even admitted on multiple occasions that, no, Granolah is stronger. He's the stronger of the two, but that didn't stop Vegeta, and I like that this is Vegeta having the time of his life. He even said this is his favorite type of battle. He don't got to worry about saving people. He don't got to worry about a planet being destroyed. Who cares? This is not even my planet. This is his, if anything. Like, he don't got to worry about none of that stuff. He only got to worry about having fun fighting, and the fact that Granolah is not, you know, easy pickings because of his wish on the Dragon Balls. He's actually very strong. So it gives you that sense of like, this is Vegeta, like a kid in a candy store right now in this battle. He's just absolutely loving it. Don't get me wrong. Vegeta's still Vegeta, so he's like a cranky old man. Like, yeah, you think you that shit, and he's playing mind games, but for the most part, this is Vegeta's world right here. And once again, something that I really appreciated is the fact that they kept on switching between sceneries. Like, you know, we're in a river, we're here, we're there, and like I said in the spoiler video, and I gotta say it here again, and I've said it, I won't even say the last couple of chapters, when Goku was fighting Granolah, Dragon Ball Super is doing a very concentrated effort on giving you different sceneries, which again, I gotta attribute that they probably already know that the anime is 100% returning and coming, so they're like, I bet we're gonna do things like with the anime in mind, and changing the scenery and stuff like that is something that you do when you got an anime coming, because it's like, okay, we gotta have beautiful visuals for the anime, because yeah, it looked great too in the manga though. Like, just seeing them in different sceneries and stuff, it gives you a sense of like, yo, this battle is really going. And fam, when Goku woke up and he's like, oh shit, Vegeta entered the battle. No, you got knocked the fuck out and Vegeta had to get in. He made it seem like, oh, Vegeta just entered the battle. Like, no, if he didn't get in, y'all will both be dead right now, stupid. Like, I mean, again, I'm not gonna rage because, you know, we talked about the rage in the last video of like Goku taking the L and the same formula, yada yada yada. But now Goku is basically being on the sidelines, and I like that. At the very least, the way they're setting it up, we could very well be disappointed. We'll get to that in a little bit, but the way they're setting up, it looks like Vegeta really has full control of this whole situation. Even though he's losing throughout the battle against Granolah, he still has it like, you feel like, yo, Big Daddy Dog is on the scene right now as Goku's there like, you enter the battle, Vegeta? Yes, he entered the battle, motherfucker. You would be dead if he didn't enter the battle. And Vegeta, fam, the way he's maneuvering, because, okay, one of the things is that, and this is only something, again, that Vegeta would do, Goku really don't use tactics like this, because Goku, he's kind of hard. He doesn't like to do bad things and shit. So Vegeta, since he knows that Granolah is stronger than him, he's aware, he said it again, like I said, throughout the chapter, he's like, yeah, you're stronger than me, but that don't mean nothing. That doesn't mean that the fight is completely decided. That just means that I gotta do different things. And he's ultimately using mental strategy, having Granolah blast at him and destroying his city, because he knows, based on everything Granolah's been saying throughout these last couple chapters, that, oh, he wants revenge, he loves his place that they destroyed, and if you get him to destroy his own things, you're gonna get him off of his game, get him off of his rocker, and bam, that's where you have the opportunity to kick his ass. So Vegeta's like, bet, I can't, you know, outmatch him brawn for brawn, fist for fist, but I'm gonna use my mind. And again, just action, action, action. This was one of those things that there's not too much to say other than, holy shit, Vegeta was somewhat fighting for his life, but at the same time enjoying it, which is really bizarre to say, but that's par for the course when you're talking about, like, you know, a Saiyan, especially somebody like Vegeta, that, like, yo, like, the more Granolah is getting pissed off against Vegeta, the more Vegeta is just going in and using that. And you could see throughout the chapter that Vegeta's strategy is working. It's not completely effective because Granolah keeps on catching himself, and also oatmeal in his eye is kind of giving him a little bit of like, hey, you know, you should do this, hey, we should do that. So it's like, it's 2 in 1 to a certain degree, whatever they're fighting, because Granolah has, you know, that oatmeal, whatever the hell oatmeal is on his eye. But ultimately Vegeta is getting him pissed off, and he's fighting him like he hates him, which he does hate him, but he's getting thrown off of his game because Vegeta's, again, it's working. The shit talking, the making him think differently. And it's kind of interesting to a certain degree that Vegeta and Goku, you know, this is the second time now that they both told him, like, yo, we're not bad guys. And Granola's just so deluded. Like, he is completely, again, I don't think there's any redeeming Granolah, and maybe I'm off on that, but in terms of Granolah is sold on, no, these two are pieces of shit. And unless Oil and Maki and all them come out and laugh and say, haha, you moron, they're actually good people. And even then, I don't know, because as many times as Goku and Vegeta are telling him, he's like, oh, so you're gonna betray your master just to have some, you know, see if I show you some mercy, thinking that, like, no, Vegeta's lying, that he's not serving Frieza and shit like that. That's how deluded he is and how demented he is in this whole idea that, no, the Saiyans are evil creatures, because, you know, it's all about vengeance with this guy. So he's really, yeah, it's only, and again, maybe I'm even off on this one, but it's only them stepping in, Oil, Maki, and all of them, that might put him at bay to say, like, oh shit, I was wrong, fuck. But before all that happens, honestly, I just want to see Vegeta beat the shit out of him and him be out cold, but that's just me. And then Granola's signature move that he used basically to take out Goku, he does it on Vegeta as well. I like that Vegeta was struggling trying to stop him, but he pierced through the armor and made Vegeta fall out of his form and go basically, like, you know, into his base form, and he's there bleeding out and everything. And I'm like, damn, shit just got real, fam. Which, oh my god, when he gets into the video games, when they put Granolah in video games and shit, that is hands down gonna be one of his specialties. Which, if you think about it, in terms of compared to what Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball Z is and has been for the longest time, of big blasts and all of these gigantic techniques, for it to just be a hand-to-hand combat thing of, yeah, I'm gonna just jab you in the stomach and knock you out and shit like that, that's a very different feel for Dragon Ball, especially, again, for a big villain like Granolah. So shout outs to that. I like that. It takes it all the way back to the basics of what Dragon Ball initially started with, martial arts, of him doing that, just that chop to the stomach. And yeah, I mean, granted, he couldn't take Vegeta out the way he took Goku's punk ass. Oh, let me not do it. Let me not start talking shit about Goku. And then, fam, that page where Vegeta, after he gets, you know, hit in the stomach, pierced through the armor, he's like, this is my happy place. Like, fam, Vegeta sounds a little crazy at that particular point. This is my happy place. Just the thing to get a battle-crazed Saiyan's blood pumping. Like, what, near death? I ain't gonna lie. Like, this is prime Vegeta right here. This is prime Vegeta, best Vegeta when he is having fun with battling. Yeah, this is his happy place, and it shows, because this is like, I don't know, has Vegeta been this awesome in Dragon Ball Super up until this point? Because again, like he said, he doesn't have to save people. He doesn't have to worry about protecting Earth or protecting a planet or protecting the universe like the Tournament of Power. All he has to do is fight. So I don't know, I love this version of Vegeta. It's not quite Majin Vegeta, where he's just completely evil and he'll kill anything that walks next to him, but at the same time, he's not necessarily holding back. He's having fun, and in a crazed way. But then, as Vegeta is there standing, he starts going and charging up and powering up to the point where it's kind of funny, because Granolah gets blowed back, and, you know, throughout this whole process, Granolah is surprised and like, holy shit, what's going on? And I'm just thinking to myself, why don't they ever do that with the older transformations? Like when he goes, you know, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, they're never shocked by any of that. Even God Mode or Blue, they're usually like, oh, well, what's this shit that you're doing now? But when the new one shows up, they're like, Nani sore, what the fuck? Like, what about the other dozen that you just seen? And I love the process. Like when this gets animated, I know Toei Animation is going to knock it out the park, because they added all those flames around him and shit like that, which I'm like, okay, I don't think we've seen something like that. Like normally it's just like an aura or shit, but it looks like straight up flames. I don't know if it's black flames, like motherfucker got Materasu around him or some shit like that, but when he goes engulfed in flames, I'm like, let's go, baby, what is this? And Goku's description was kind of interesting as well. He said, Vegeta's changed, feels like God Ki to me, but not just any old God Ki. That's right, fam, God of Destruction Ki. Because we cut to, and they give us each panel of like his body parts, which again, this is Animate this shit. Granola's like, what happened to you? I didn't see any other transformations prior to this. And Vegeta is there, eyebrowless, dark black hair with still little flames around him. And he says, a god of destruction taught me that power derived solely from instinct is unbounded. So what I was saying in the beginning of this video, I'm going to call this form Vegeta Unbound. I know you're probably thinking like, yo, but what about Bojack? Fuck Bojack right now, okay? It's Vegeta Unbound, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how all this goes. For starters, if this is a god of destruction technique, and we talked about the hair color in the spoiler video where I was basically like, I don't know if it's gonna be black or purple. It looks more straight up black to me, which I prefer that. I think that that's really dope. It gives it a more epic and like iconic look, in my opinion. Like purple is just like, oh, another color down the road. His base hair is kind of like the Omen form, but at the same time his own version of it, and that's something that Dragon Ball Super has also introduced that I really love the idea of. That it's not just Goku gets form, Vegeta gets the same form, and then Goku gets another even stronger form. Now it's been like, well, Goku got Ultra Instinct, Vegeta had that special blue, what was it called again? Blue Evolution or some shit. Now Vegeta's getting his own form as well, which more than likely means that Goku's probably going to get an advanced form of Ultra Instinct, but it seems as though this one also has something to do with your instincts. It's not necessarily Ultra Instinct, but maybe it's a God of Destruction version of it, because he said, again, that power derived solely from instinct is unbounded. So this could potentially be like the power to instinctively destroy shit. Like you don't even got to think and you just start destroying shit. And just to talk real quick, because I know a lot of people are going back and forth about it. I'll be honest with you, I know I've seen people say that they hate it, they don't like it. Again, I'll say it again, I really like this form. It's simple, but it's bulky. I love the muscles coming back. I love the no eyebrows, similar to Super Saiyan 3, but it's not necessarily Super Saiyan 3. I rock with it. It's very simplistic. It's not over the top, and it's not just too simple of like a hair color replacement or anything. Like, it's perfect. I rock with it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the hell it could do. Again, I'm thinking maybe instantaneous destruction, or the ability to slightly instantaneously move, but when you move, like the opponent gets like, I don't know, the particles start going. I don't know what the hell this could be, because we haven't seen Beerus, but then again, we haven't seen Beerus being pushed full force. So very curious what you guys think though about this form. How do you feel? I mean, for starters, the look. What do you think is going to be the hair color? Is it going to just be the black, or is it going to be purple, or is it going to be like, because again, the anime could do their own twist on it and have like flames all around. You don't even see it's just a head of flames or some crazy shit. What do you think about that? The no eyebrows, similar to like a Super Saiyan 3. What do you think are going to be the capabilities? If he's talking about power derived solely from instinct, do you think that it's going to be similar to Ultra Instinct, or it's going to be like something similar but still like having destructive powers? And what do you think is going to be the name? Again, I'm going with, he's going to call himself I'm Vegeta Unbound, but please, oh my god, don't put the thumbs up. Don't put the thumbs up and point at yourself, Vegeta. One more time. Do not put the thumb up and point to yourself, Vegeta. You do that, and I know, because I'll be honest with you, I am so close to saying this, and the only reason I won't is just realistically, I've been a Dragon Ball fan since like 96. For me to say I'm gonna drop Dragon Ball, that would be fucking stupid. Like, just keeping it real, I'm not gonna do it, because yeah, I'm along for the lifelong ride, for better or worse. It's almost like a marriage at this particular point. But if I wasn't on that mind frame, I would say this, that if Vegeta loses to Granolah, I'm dropping Dragon Ball Super. I would definitely say that if I wasn't married to, yo, I've been with this franchise since I was a kid. Like, it is what it is. But I'm gonna be very upset, and I'm not even gonna lie. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't care if you're mad or whatnot. If Vegeta loses this fight in a ridiculous way, in a stupid way, in a similar way of like everything we've seen Vegeta lose before, I am going to shit all over that chapter, and nobody's gonna stop me, okay? If Vegeta looks like a fool after this hype ass moment, this hype ass transformation, I am ranting, I am shitting on it, I'm calling motherfuckers out, and I don't give a fuck. So we're not there yet. Fingers crossed, but I'm gonna be honest with you, call me pessimistic or whatever, I'm not gonna have much faith in this, because I'm not trying to have egg on my face, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to feel bamboozled yet again, like, oh yay. The only silver lining I'm gonna continue to throw out there is the fact that you got Maki oil in the heaters out there. So even if Vegeta gets this win, it's not like he won the big villain of the arc, because technically that power, that role could be transferred over to those guys. So Goku could still get the win, since Toei and all them love to, no, Goku must get the win. I get it. it. We all love Goku, okay? Goku was like the father that raised us all. Well, or died and didn't raise us all. But ultimately, this is Vegeta's time. If there's any time, now needs to happen. So get it done, Vegeta. Don't point, don't flex, none of that shit. Just kill him. That's it. Or just defeat him. Knock him out. Whatever it is, just win. And your overall thoughts and expectations with Dragon Ball Super Chapter 75 and beyond. Is Vegeta gonna win or is he going to lose? I'm gonna be so angry if he loses. Yeah. Vegeta fans are definitely in a toxic relationship with the Dragon Ball franchise because, yo, Dragon Ball Super Chapter 75 spoilers is absolutely horrific for Dragon Ball fans, in particular of Vegeta. This spoiler is just a small blurb, but oh my god. You see how it is, right? Because I started off, I was very reluctant. I was even saying, nah, Vegeta's gonna take the L, like why we even bother? Then I see the transformation, right? And I'm like, I don't know. And then we get the draft spoilers and it looks like, yo, this is it. Vegeta's about to take the W. Finally, let's go. So, you know, you get wrapped into the whole hype train. And then we get more spoilers. We get more spoilers for Dragon Ball Super Chapter 75 and what is going on here. After that interview with Toyotaro, where he was talking about the creation of Dragon Ball, how he created Granolah, and a lot of the times, you know, a lot of these ideas is his, but also Toriyama adjusts things, and like it's basically a collaborative effort in the creative process, but Toyotaro does have somewhat of a voice in things. It's just that Toriyama will change things, and honestly, I want to say that the fault of him, we're going to read, don't worry, I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm pissed off if you haven't checked it out yet, whatever, but I want to say maybe that this was Toriyama's idea, because first of all, I want to say back in the days it was rumored that Toriyama wasn't the biggest Vegeta fan. He was like a Piccolo fan. Shout outs to Piccolo, but I don't think he's ever been a Vegeta fan, and I think that's also part of the reason why this goes this way, on top of the fact of giving Vegeta the big W over a villain. There's so many different things to look at in terms of like with Japanese culture. You just see with My Villain Academia how they don't want to make the villains look good and shit like that. So Vegeta, once upon a time, was a murderer. Even though he's a hero now, ultimately they probably still linger on to he was a bad guy before. Making him be the heroic guy is not going to be a good look in Japan, so there's that possibility. Another possibility is just in general the whole Goku gotta save the day complex and shit. And yeah, not being a fan of Vegeta from Toriyama's perspective. And oh my god, man, this is just like, it's sad. It is sad. I've said some of these similar words just a few ago with the Moro arc. It was a few months back that I was talking the same thing, and here we are yet again. I let myself get sucked into the hype the last chapter or so, where initially again I was like, oh, Vegeta's coming in to take the L, like let's go Legeta, because we're gonna call him Legeta at this particular point because of what they've done. Like, and again, it's not Vegeta's fault, but I'm just saying, like, this is bad. This is bad, fam. Why are they doing this? Why can't Vegeta? Again, we got the Heeters, and you know what? I'm jumping all over the place. Let's read the little blurb about what's going on, and we'll talk. So, Dragon Ball Super Chapter 75, short summary with a new image in his Wagamama no Gokui, which I want to say they said it was kind of translated to Mega Instinct, if I'm not mistaken. Vegeta intends to use Hakai and blow up the planet. Just then, Granolah awakens his true potential and turns the tables, overpowering Vegeta, who didn't anticipate this, like really, and it looks so disrespectful seeing it. You see Vegeta out cold in one panel, then he lifts his head, he's all beaten and bloody, and Granolah's walking towards him like a badass. Fam, we are reusing tropes that have been done to death with this story. You want to give somebody else the L for once. Give Gohan some BS power up like you've given Frieza, for example. He never trained, and he trained once, and now he's the greatest of all time. Do something like that with Gohan, and then have him take an L here and there, but ultimately at least be involved in the story. Shake it up a bit, because this whole idea of giving Vegeta the L, granted Goku just took the L, so I guess that's the differentiating factor, but then again, didn't we just do that with Moro? Goku and Vegeta both took L's, and now Vegeta yet again takes the L, making Granolah, again, Granolah looks like a badass as he's approaching Vegeta, and Vegeta's like, please, Toyotaro, Toriyama, why you keep making me look like a fucking wimp and a weakling, lads? Like, that's what Vegeta is saying. That's his whole mindset right now, because it is looking spooky out here for Vegeta fans. This is bad. Like, okay, so the new form, which again, the translations, we don't have the official one yet. We'll get the official translations, I want to say, in about 2 days from the recording of this video that the chapter drops. But the Wagamama no Goku, which again, I believe it's Mega Instinct, or probably something around that, which would make sense. Ultra Instinct, Mega Instinct. I think Omega Instinct would probably be perfect. But nevertheless, Vegeta's new transformation, it ain't anything to write home about. It's not at all. And I think we have also another little blurb that said, don't compare it to that boring technique. If Kakarot is Ultra, then I'm Mega. You can call it Mega Instinct, or again, Wagamama no Goku, master of self-indulgence. And that was a rough translation as well. So Vegeta got cocky at some given point in the chapter, and yet again, it cost him looking even decent at this point in Dragon Ball Super. Like, I don't know anymore, fam. Honestly, I just gotta say, hands down, at the moment, how I feel, it is straight up big F and a big L to Dragon Ball Super for what they've done to Vegeta. Like, Toyotaro, I was really hyped too. I was like, yo, this Granolah arc is looking something special. It's looking like really something special. We're giving Vegeta the moment. His new transformation, I personally loved the look, the no eyebrows, but kind of brolic and all of that jazz. It was looking really good. It was looking promising. And once again, we got fucking stuck in the blender of the circle. We're literally like the number 8 right now, because we infinitely stuck in L's for Vegeta. And it is just, I mean, when we get the full chapter, maybe something will change. And I hope to God that this video ages like milk. I hope to God that this video ages really poorly, and there was more to the chapter that hasn't been shown yet, and Vegeta actually takes the W, because if that's the case, I will be the most happy I've probably ever been to be wrong. Yes, let me be wrong right now. Let me be premature with my thoughts, and it just be some half-ass spoilers, and there's more to it, because this is like, again, I get it, Granolah was supposedly the strongest in the universe, but what happened to strength isn't the only thing? What happened to, yeah, strength is a factor in a battle, but also strategy, technique, the will, everything that Vegeta's trained for was for another L, so then eventually something could happen, this, that, and the third. You know what would save this? I ain't gonna lie, something that would save this from being completely a waste is bring Broly's ass in here. Somebody go get Broly, whatever he's doing on Vampa, whether he's piping that one former freaking soldier to Frieza or some shit, go drag Broly's ass over here, and then maybe that'll make me feel a little bit better about what they just did. Maybe it'll make it a little bit different, because again, they ain't gonna do nothing with Gohan. We gotta accept that. Gohan fans, we gotta sit down and understand we aren't ever getting that moment. It's over. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Cell was the peak. That moment where he told Boo he was gonna kill him, he was frauding, he was full of cap. And then, yeah, we're left with Goku and Vegeta. Bring Broly in this bitch, or Beerus, I don't care. Maybe Beerus just shows up and says, yo, I don't like those goggles, fam. Pow, something there, I don't know. But Vegeta took an L again. It's a vicious cycle, fam. We are in a very extremely toxic relationship with Dragon Ball Super, because we know what they do, par for the course, especially when it comes to Vegeta, and for some reason we allow them to fool us to thinking it's going to be different. In the anime, this might actually be kind of cool to look at, because at the end of the day, the animation and the visuals and stuff makes it really dope. But as it stands in the manga right now, this shit is lame. Making Vegeta take the L again, like, who didn't expect this? Oh my god, these are tropes that have been used for like 30 or 40 fucking years. Do something different. But I'm very curious what you guys think about these spoilers so far. Mega Instinct, yay, nay? How do you feel about Vegeta once again taking the Eru-chan? Like, he's the new L. There's no more L from Death Note. He died and he reincarnated as Vegeta, because Vegeta is officially a walking L, and this is a disgrace. I'm so disappointed right now. But yeah, your overall thoughts and expectations for when we get the full chapter in a couple of days. Dragon Ball Super 75, Vegeta once again getting his ass whipped. Like, why, Toyotaro Toriyama? Why must you torture us? I mean, shit, if it's a favoritism thing, Toriyama, you like Piccolo, then bring Piccolo and make Piccolo awesome. Something. Okay, people, so I feel like the Dragon Ball Super fandom, as it stands right now, are completely duped and misunderstanding of what actually went down. And I know a lot of us have been upset the last few months of this battle with Vegeta versus Granolah. We all wanted to see the Prince of Saiyans finally obtain a W. We were all like, yo, it's about freaking time, let's go. And it's looked, especially with this chapter, the latest chapter of the manga, 76, that, oh, Vegeta took another L, Vegeta. However, if you really dive into this chapter, you will notice that, yeah, there's a big misunderstanding that has taken place with the fandom. Not with the content, with the fandom. I think we're wrong on this one. I think our anger is misplaced, and also we have the guise of Bardock at the end that kind of threw everyone off as well. So like half the fandom is angry, half the fandom don't even care. They're just all on this Bardock stuff, and people are really missing what just went down in this battle with Vegeta and Granolah. And, well, Goku was there too. Hey! So I'm here to break it down for you guys. I'm here to get into the nitty-gritty, the crux of what actually went down with this battle. Because, yes, it was intense. Yes, it was insane. Yes, we got a big update and reveal that could lead into some very big things for Goku, his character, and all of that jazz moving forward with Dragon Ball. Regarding, again, Bardock being mentioned by Monaito. However, there's something to be said with Vegeta. We're going to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Dragon Ball Super 76, let's go! So the chapter picks up from where the last one left off. Of course, Vegeta continuing his struggle against Granolah. The first page, you see just a whole bunch of smoke. Second page, Vegeta looks like, I don't even know, he's diving into a swimming pool, but he's really just diving into the ground, desperately trying to survive. Like, it looks like it's a battle of survival at that particular point in the beginning of the chapter, because, yeah, Vegeta looks down bad, down horrendous, and it ain't looking too spiffy, to say the least, regarding Vegeta's state right now in this battle in the beginning. And I ain't gonna lie, Granolah kind of looked badass, like when he's showing up there, just toting his fingers as guns as he's just blasting at Vegeta and saying, what's wrong, my attacks aren't invigorating anymore for you? It just made Granolah look really badass, I ain't gonna lie. Granolah just looked like he looked a little boss there, at the expense, of course, of Vegeta, but nevertheless, he was looking a little boss, almost on some Terminator shit. And as he continues to blast Vegeta, eventually he knocks the ego out of him. Like, yo, you ever heard of somebody like slapping the shit out of somebody, or yo, you scared the shit out of me? He literally blasted the ego out of Vegeta's ass. I was like, yo, talk about being humbled, huh? And it's crazy. And I wish that we would have had maybe some other battles surrounding this prior to this, or maybe the structure would have been different, because it would have been nice to see this ego transformation of Vegeta, like similar to when Goku went Ultra Instinct, and it was like, holy shit, even though technically when he went Ultra Instinct in the battle against Jiren in the Tournament of Power, he also struggled. So there's something to note there, a little bit of more, people like to say there's always favoritism for Goku, but Goku didn't necessarily go Ultra Instinct and immediately defeat Jiren, and that was the end of it. There was still a time limit, there was struggle, all of that jazz, and I guess maybe it would have been nicer to see, like in particular regarding this instant, of maybe, you know, the Heaters were the first people that they went up against, and Vegeta was able to take one or two of them out with ease, or something like that, because him going into this transformation, you know, this ego transformation, and immediately getting the shit kicked out of him and getting it knocked out of him right here in this battle, kind of makes it look like, well, it's not impressive. But you got to think as well, is it really not impressive, or are they fighting somebody that literally wished to the dragon that they could be the strongest in the universe? Like, if you're fighting the strongest and you take an L in some way, does that really make you an L, or does that mean that, yo, you just fought some strong ass dude? And Vegeta gets desperate because Granola's talking some shit like, yo, the universe is on my side, yada yada, and Vegeta grabs on Granola's foot, and I'm just there like, yo, he's grabbing on his leg or his ankle or some shit. I'm like, god damn, this is a little bit of a desperate struggle there, mate. And Vegeta says, I am the master of my own fate. And right there was the first instant of something that it wasn't until I did a couple of reads back and looked at it and really understood what was going on there, of really demonstrating what Vegeta was trying to accomplish in this battle. Because you're going into this when you're thinking Vegeta just wants to clean his clock. Vegeta just wants to beat the living dog tar out of him. I think somewhere along the way in this battle, once Vegeta understood what was going on here, who Granolah is, what happened to Granola's people, I think Vegeta's objective changed. I think Vegeta, he could talk a massive amount of shit. He's a shit talker for days. I think somewhere along the way in this battle, his objective changed, and how he was approaching this battle against Granolah changed. And that was the first instant that you're seeing in this chapter in particular, the way he's thinking and what he's trying to do. But we'll get into it as we continue. Because just as Granola's like, you've lost, and he's about to, looks like, punch Vegeta out of existence, Goku comes in and knocks Granolah upside his head. And I'm like, okay, you know, I said it in my spoiler video, I don't want to be repetitive, but, you know, can't beat him. Don't join him. Jump him, you know. Little Saiyan gangbang, no. And Goku's like, yo, hang in there, Vegeta, don't worry, I'll take it from here, no problem. And here's, again, another instance of Vegeta showcasing just a difference in approach from, like, even something we've seen in some previous battles in Dragon Ball Super. Because following that, he kicks Goku really freaking hard. It reminded me of when 18, and I said this again in my spoiler video, but it reminded me when 18 kicked Vegeta, the way she kicked him really hard in the arm. He kicks Goku really freaking hard in the arm, and he's basically like, he wants no parts of it. He basically goes on and tells him, like, not if I have a say-so, you're gonna take over. What are you talking about? There's no one I'd rather beat to hell and back than you, Kakarot. Even punches him in the face and shit like that. And basically, he puts it very clearly to Goku, I don't want your help. However, if we've seen Vegeta already develop from those days of, like, feeling like, oh, I can never be underneath Kakarot again and all of that same pride, then what is really going on here? Why is it that he wouldn't want Goku's help? He goes a little bit to divulge and say, like, yeah, we've teamed up in the past, blah, 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 but it's something different that's going on here. And, you know, instead of me wasting your time, I'm just going to be straight up right here, right now, with I don't think that Vegeta was necessarily fighting Granolah the way he fought against Moro, the way he fought against Goku Black, the way he fought against a lot of previous opponents. I think he potentially was going for the win, but I don't think necessarily that was all that was in his mind. In fact, I think Vegeta was fighting this battle with trying to teach Granolah a lesson and give him some game. And Goku joining in on things ain't gonna help any, because right now, for example, Granola's still looking at them like these piece of shit Saiyans. Now look, they're trying to gang up on me, and Goku's not helping by jumping in, even though, yeah, he technically needed to, and yet again he has to jump in, because as Vegeta's talking to Goku, Granolah tries to sneak attack him, and Goku has to use force to kind of push him away. And then there was a little, which I would argue was almost even filler to this chapter in particular, because then Goku and Granolah have a little bit of a back and forth. I guess you could also argue maybe it showed a little bit of a demonstration. Maybe filler is the wrong word. That probably is the wrong word. But basically, because we get a fight between Goku and Granolah, and again, I feel like that's not the point of this chapter. That's not the point of what has been established with this fight between Vegeta and Granolah, but I guess it's also to demonstrate just Goku as an opponent, Goku as a fighter, how he learns his opponents very quickly, and also that he's starting to understand Granolah more and more, that maybe if they continue to fight, Goku could outmaneuver him, because Granolah tries to use a similar attack that he used last time of knocking Goku out by hitting him in the back of the neck, and this time around, Goku, he figured out a way of like, okay, I can harden that part of my body, so boom, he can't knock me out anymore, and he even plays possum, pretends like he got knocked out for a moment, and ultimately comes back with a sneak attack and shit like that. So I guess it was more so just to add a little bit more to Goku, also give maybe Vegeta a moment's rest, but I don't necessarily feel like this should have been happening right now. In fact, I feel like the rest of this fight, up until a certain point at the very least, should have been left to just Vegeta. I get it that they want to make it this is a desperate situation, and one of the core elements of Dragon Ball Super from Jump, from Whis, has always been like, yo, y'all better if y'all work together. Like, you have what the other lacks and vice versa. So adding them together, it also just makes it like, yo, this is a really dangerous situation. If Goku and Vegeta are working together and struggling, we have a serious problem. But I just felt like this felt more appropriate to be handled by Vegeta because of what Vegeta was trying to accomplish. He wasn't trying to just be a monster. But again, we'll dive more into it as we continue. Because Granolah once again tries another technique that worked last time. He tries to hit him with one of those martial arts techniques to the stomach. And Goku once again sustains himself because he figured out, okay, I gotta harden those parts of my body that he attacks with those insane martial arts techniques. Which again, I've said it before, but I'll repeat myself one more time. I really like the martial arts aspect being brought back into Dragon Ball. It's been gone for so freaking long. So shout outs to Granolah, shout outs to Toyotaro Toriyama, whoever's idea it was to bring back that element into the story. I love it, especially wearing these gigantic godly battles. So to bring back an element like that is awesome. And they continue to fight for a little bit longer, Goku and Granolah, till eventually Granolah knocks Goku down and knocks the form out of him. I believe he was in Super Saiyan Blue. He knocks it out of him, and Goku's like, oh, I don't think my body could last much longer. And Vegeta's like, boom, I'm tagging in, which again kind of all goes into like, it was cool to see. I like it. Like I've said before, it adds more to the dire situation and all of that jazz. But I just feel like not necessarily for what we previously thought, but nevertheless, this is Vegeta's moment. And that kind of felt like, was it really needed again, another hand-to-hand with Goku and Granolah? don't know. And then even Goku asking him, like, yo, why are you so obsessed? Which I guess that kind of adds to, like, Vegeta's ambition, if you think about it. Like, why are you so obsessed of doing this alone? Kind of Goku, in his mind, probably is like, yo, we've kind of already gotten past that stage of, like, hey, I'm a Saiyan, I do this alone and shit like that. Like, why are you acting this way again? Like, this is old Vegeta. We're past this moment, you know what I mean? But Vegeta says, please allow me to do this one alone. And Goku says, fine. Just try not to die, Vegeta, which I ain't gonna lie. If you take that out of context, it's freaking hilarious. And yeah, Goku, you wildin' talking like that to Vegeta, but this also shows another side of Vegeta that I've noticed Dragon Ball fans don't necessarily like. And it kind of boggles my mind, because this goes all the way back to Battle of Gods, when Vegeta was dancing and singing for Lord Beerus, and people hated that, said Vegeta would never do that. Vegeta's growing. Like, for example, some things that you would essentially do, let's just say in your teenage years, that you wouldn't even tolerate, for that matter, like a level of disrespect, when you get older, it might hit different if you have people and things and a life, and in general just loved ones that you want to protect, and ultimately that you maybe have a different outlook on life. Maybe when you were 20 you wanted to see the world burn, but when you're 30 you want to see the world flourish and you want to help the world and shit like that. So that's something that comes with maturity, that comes with a different version of yourself. You're not going to have the same thoughts. What is the quote from Muhammad Ali? A man that is thinking the same way that he did at 20, at 30 has wasted 10 years of his life, or some shit like that. Like, that is essentially the whole thing when it comes to Vegeta. He's a different person. So when Vegeta says, please allow me to do this alone, and the way he's approaching this thing, it's not necessarily of like an anger. It's not necessarily like, yo, it's my ego. In fact, he wouldn't say, please allow me to do this, Kakarot, if it was all the ego and the old Vegeta and shit like that. It's something different. And I guess you could even compare this, like, for example, and I know I'm kind of trailing off, but just bear with me, because I feel like this needs to be an understanding about Vegeta's character. Eminem, I remember the Revival album. A lot of people hated it. They were like, go back to the old Eminem. And I remember at the time liking the album, and people try to bully me on social media, like, that's his worst album, yada yada. And I think to myself, wait a minute, so that's his worst album, and you want Eminem to go back to the old Eminem. But that Eminem at Revival was talking about, you know, social consciousness, political stuff, you know, police brutality. He was talking about real substance and content, things that actually matter in the world. But you want him to go back to the days of him talking reckless, crazy shit about doing disgusting shit to his mother and stuff like that. That's the Eminem that you want, the immature, disgusting, vile version of him. You don't want the mature, aged, wisdom version of Eminem that is socially conscious and shit like that. That's the same thing that can be applied to Vegeta. You want the principal Saiyans, I'm gonna kill everything, fuck you, Kakarot, I'll surpass you one day. You don't want the, I love my family, I've learned some shit, this guy is riding on hatred and vengeance, maybe I could teach him something. But Vegeta approaches Granolah. Granolah says, yo, you insisting on doing this alone again? You want to try this again? And Vegeta says, bet, hit me with everything you got. And he returns into the ego transformation, which I still am gonna stand by. I love the look of that design. It looks so sleek and sick and badass. I like it. And Vegeta says, as I've said before, my power is unbounded, it's unlimited, and starts blasting away at Granolah, you know. Basically, the fight begins again. Nothing special at the very least at that particular point, although he knocks Granolah into the city, the Cerealian city, which again is all a part of Vegeta's plan. Like, Vegeta is fighting here with an actual motive other than just, I'm gonna kill this dude, I'm gonna beat his ass. And when he knocks him into the city part, you know, where the Cerealians live, or where is it, the Sugarians? I forget, you know, it's the new people that inhabit that planet or whatever. Basically, Granolah pleads with him like, yo, not here, not here. And Vegeta's like on some, it seems sadistic, oh, and here I thought you didn't care about anything. And he, you know, he just starts wailing on him right there, like not really giving a shit. And it even gets to a point where, I ain't gonna lie, it felt out of desperation, but in retrospect, now that I understand why Vegeta was doing this, I cannot do nothing but admire and respect. He just started biting Granolah. It reminded me of like when Goku bit Beerus or when Goku bit Frieza. Now it's Vegeta's turn, which again, a lot of Goku has rubbed off on Vegeta, and this is all a part of a positive change. And Vegeta, like, he's not doing this necessarily on, oh, I need to survive. It's a lesson that he's trying to teach Granolah. And Granolah swings him down to the ground, and Vegeta's there laughing like, you know, you ain't gonna be able to do that to me in the city. You're not gonna be able to destroy me right here, start blasting off, right? But he fails to realize that Granolah has really fallen. Like, everything that Granolah has displayed, which he's kind of shown that he's fallen, he doesn't really care about shit anyways, but yeah, Granolah basically is like, yeah, it'll be fine, and he just starts blasting the living life out of Vegeta on the androids blasting future Gohan. He's just straight up at point blank range at that, blasting off on him, and yeah, Granolah don't care. Again, he didn't care about oatmeal, he didn't care about Monaito, he didn't care about his own life, gave up everything but 3 years to obtain his power. He doesn't care, and that was a miscalculation on Vegeta's part right there, or maybe again it was all a part of just, you know, whatever it takes to get the job done of what he's trying to teach Granolah, which Vegeta being a teacher, who would have thunk it? But following that, Granolah looks absolutely white. He sits himself down. He feels like he's won the battle. He said, "Learn your lesson yet, Saiyan," which, how dare you talk to Vegeta like that? Like, have some respect. That's a fucking prince there. He's a prince of like 5 people, but nevertheless, he's a prince, damn it. But as he's there in the city, he turns around and he sees like a destroyed building, a house, and he sees a mother with their child, and they're petrified, which again, Granolah's become the monster that he once, despised, and all that jazz of everything that was done to him with Frieza and the Saiyans when they came to him. And it kind of brings him to a flashback of when the Saiyans, and I want to say that time it was supposedly, like, from what I remember in the flashback that we had initially seen months back, it was like Bardock and his crew and whatnot, but you see a whole bunch of giant great apes, and you see Granolah running towards his mom, and his mom says, "Granolah," and you can see them petrified, and it resembled greatly that mother and child that Granolah is looking at right there from, the Cerealian planet and whatnot. And right here is where it all comes full circle, because like I've said throughout this entire video, Vegeta was not fighting to necessarily kill. Vegeta was fighting to teach him a lesson. I think Vegeta had in the back of his mind, well, I probably can't win against this guy. I'm going to try to still whip his ass, and if I teach him the lesson that way, then so be it. But even if I can't necessarily win, maybe he'll understand what I'm trying to tell him, because he says, first of all, any grudges against us Saiyans are well deserved. How could I object to you destroy me here and now? However, by eradicating the Saiyans, aren't you just repeating history? Why would Vegeta, if he really was serious about this battle and 100% trying to just use this ego transformation and everything he's learned to destroy this person, why would he be saying any of this? It's because throughout this battle, somewhere along the way, once he learned what was going on and who Granolah was, he decided, I'm going to teach him what he's doing is wrong. He's been fighting, like, think if you're a Naruto fan, when Naruto fought Sasuke in part 1 at the end, where he had an objective to scratch that headband. It wasn't necessarily to defeat Sasuke in their final clash. It's similar situation here where Vegeta was fighting to teach him a lesson, not necessarily kill him. He even goes as far as to say, you Cerealians were never such a savage tribe, were you? And of course, yet again, Granolah, he can't hear it, he can't face the truth, and he's like, no, that's nonsense. This planet was always a peaceful one. You people took everything from me, and I'll never move past that. Basically, he's internal struggling within himself still. Like, don't get it twisted, Vegeta's trying to teach him a lesson and maybe give him game that he never necessarily got. But remember how long it took Vegeta to get to this point. We're in Dragon Ball Super, which by now this would be episode, I don't know, 180 or some shit of Dragon Ball Super. It took a long time for Vegeta to get here. 291 episodes of Z. Well, technically he didn't come in the beginning of Z, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it took 300 plus episodes, 400 episodes of anime in general for him to get to this point to be able to try and give this lesson. You just had like one fight with Granolah. He's not going to get it right away. However, Granolah launches Vegeta back basically in a fit of rage and essentially prepares one final blast to end it all. However, it was kind of a little bit confusing because, and this is where a lot of people come in and say, no, it was a draw, because Granolah is 100% injured, and I'm guessing the draw would have been that if Granolah shot off that blast, because Vegeta's there, he can't do nothing, he's completely injured, but Granolah's also injured. If that blast would have went off, it would have killed both of them. That's what I'm assuming why people say that it was a draw, because yeah, he would have killed Vegeta, but in the process he would have died along with him. So my understanding is it wasn't like Vegeta had any strike back right there. That's what it was, where the draw comes in. And again, where Vegeta says, this is the Saiyan's fate, so be it. Such a different Vegeta. This is such a different person to accept his death at this point. Like, the trigger where you really started to see this change, of course, was going back to the Majin Buu saga where he sacrificed himself, and to see come from that to hear, him being a mentor to somebody that he probably in the good old days would have tried to kill him. And even right here was the stamp of everything I've been telling you about how everybody is misunderstanding this battle. This right here was the stamp that solidified what I'm talking about, where he says, so I couldn't cut it. Apologies, Lord Beerus. I couldn't revert to the callous, unfeeling man I once was. That god of destruction power was beyond the scope of a novice like me. Yes, he couldn't revert back to the days of Majin Vegeta. He couldn't revert back to the days, essentially that power that Beerus taught him is for, destruction, and he wasn't trying to destroy right here. So how, if you're a destroyer, you're not going to be able to utilize that power properly. If Vegeta was going in for the kill, more than likely Vegeta would have won, which it's not the best prize in the world for people that wanted Vegeta to win, but it kind of does solidify that Vegeta had a better chance and a better shot at getting that W if he was coming in to just straight up murder and not be a sensei, a wise person that he is, and teach a lesson. This is the character development overshadowing the big action pieces. And then of course towards the end of the chapter, Goku says, whoa, they're both willing to die, and starts charging towards the battle scene. And then you got the spaceship with Monaito in there that Oatmeal picked him up, and he's like, that man, can it be? Which leads into the finale of Monaito revealing to Goku that the person that saved Granolah and him, and basically it was a white lie that he never really told to Granolah for whatever reason, which probably weighs heavy on Monaito, was about Bardock. Basically the person that saved them all these years ago was Bardock, which it leads into a lot of interesting conversation of, well, wait a minute, canonically, has Goku ever knew about Bardock? And my biggest thing is, even if he did, if he doesn't, whatever, if it leads into Goku finding out more about his father, does Goku care? I feel like certain part of him will be mildly interested just because he does care about his Saiyan heritage since he's been, friends with Vegeta and shit like that. Does he care enough that it's like, again, I've said before, like Grandpa Gohan or family? No, he wasn't brought up with Bardock. I think maybe you could throw the argument that he would probably care more knowing in this version of Bardock that Bardock was a decent person. He wasn't the monstrous murderer that he was in the Bardock TV special. So maybe there'd be more room for Goku to care about him and form some sort of, not bond or anything like that, but some sort of good-willed feeling towards his deceased father. Sure, because again, it's not the same Bardock that was just a pig, you know what I'm saying? So there's that aspect, but I just don't personally feel like Goku's really gonna give two shits. Like, he's just gonna care enough of, like, that was a powerful man. Shout outs to my pops. But then there's also the argument of the deconstruction of Dragon Ball and Goku's development and Goku's special nature throughout all of Dragon Ball. Of, well, it was supposedly that the Saiyans were murderers and Goku came to Earth and Grandpa Gohan dropped him, and that's what changed him from being a murderer. But now all of a sudden the rewrite of Bardock makes it that Bardock was a good person. So was it that the special nature was Bardock in particular and it wasn't necessarily Goku? But then also Gine, I forget how you pronounce her name, the mom, was also a good-natured person. So I'm never going to be happy with the Bardock rewrite, just being honest. Bardock was awesome and special because he was a badass that didn't give a shit. And yeah, I'm never going to be fond with that. But nevertheless, they're opening the floodgates to bring in some mentions of Bardock, so I'm here for it. But I'll be honest with you, one final thing, I guess a prediction, with Monaito being there, I think everything that he tells Granolah, I wouldn't be surprised if Granolah kills Monaito right there and rips apart Oatmeal and says, I don't care, you're lying, or it is what it is, I've went this far, my vengeance ain't going to be stopped by some bullshit story you're telling me. Die, Namekian, and then you guys are gonna die too, and that'll be his downfall, because right then the Heeters will show up and say, you idiot, you don't realize anything you've done, and Granolah's gonna be a walking L. But curious what you guys think. With everything that I explained, basically the misunderstanding of Vegeta's battle against Granolah, do you have a change of heart? Did you have a change of heart to begin with? Maybe you have agreed with me throughout this video because that's the point of view you took from reading the chapter. And how do you feel about the mentions of Bardock? Do you think that's going to lead Goku to giving a shit about his father or not? And then your overall thoughts of the chapter. Honestly, when I revisited the material multiple times, I grew a new appreciation for this. I felt like I could be raging and angry like Vegeta didn't get the win, but when you see that the win is not necessarily in the physical, but in the mental of where Vegeta's at nowadays and being one of the most developed characters in Dragon Ball, that is a bigger W than anything Vegeta, ripping Granolah apart could give me personally. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 77 and beyond. Can't wait to see where this goes, but I don't see Granolah even finding out whatever Monaito has to say stopping him. We've seen he's given up everything at this point. He probably is willing to go darker, but we gotta wait and see. So it wouldn't be Dragon Ball, and it wouldn't be the Super manga if fans weren't outraged. And yet again, with Dragon Ball Super Chapter 77, Dragon Ball fans are kinda upset. At least there's a section of the fandom that's upset after a big chapter filled with events showing Bardock and a past encounter that he had with Granolah, Granola's mother, Monaito, the Heeters, packed with a lot of info. But fans are in particular upset regarding the characterization that was showcased in this chapter of Bardock, and I think that this has been an ongoing theme. And what I mean by that is I think that this has been an ongoing theme in terms of the re-characterization or the changing in general of Bardock ever since Toriyama wrote him into the Dragon Ball Super Broly film and retconned the backstory that we had in one of the greatest pieces of Dragon Ball storytelling ever, Bardock the Father of Goku, the TV special that was released many years ago during the run of the Dragon Ball Z anime. That was a different Bardock. It's clear as day. There's still elements that are connected and they try, and I'm going to break down exactly how I feel about what they did with Bardock in particular again in this chapter, but definitely we can safely say that Bardock isn't as cruel as he was showcased in that TV special. In fact, there are some changes even in Dragon Ball Super that kind of again retcon what Bardock was back then, but that's not to say completely that Bardock is strayed 100% away from what he was in that TV special, and we're going to get into it because I feel as though there's certain elements of why you could throw the argument in there that no, this actually could potentially be, for the most part, similar to that Bardock. Again, he's been retconned in the Broly film, but ultimately there's some connections there. I guess without further ado, people, let's jump into it. So Dragon Ball Super Chapter 77 picks up 40 years ago. We go straight into the flashback of everything that went down back in the day, where the Cerealians and the Namekians were living harmoniously on the planet together until a full moon hit and the Fire Nation attacked. No, because a full moon hit, and that's when the Saiyans began to attack the planet, and you get to see some of them. And I ain't gonna lie, it's crazy how they changed things right in front of us. Of like, there was one character design when the same space pods were opening up and people were showing up, you know, to attack and whatnot. If I'm not mistaken, one of those character designs were in the Bardock TV special, a part of Frieza's elites, and I remember it was like a big deal, like, whoa, Frieza's elites, and then they show him here and he's alongside Bardock. So I was kind of like, wait, was they mentioned ever of like, hey, they work together? But then again, you got to just constantly think about, unfortunately, as godlike as that Bardock TV special was, they're just using it at this point as a canvas to change things up and do what they will with the story of Bardock. Like, that's some of the things that we have to come to grips with, unfortunately, that what we knew about Bardock from that TV special isn't necessarily the canonical Bardock to the Dragon Ball Super verse that we have in front of us. We also see how Monaito survived, and he was the last living Namekian from the planet that survived, and he ran off with the Dragon Balls, hence how we see him in the beginning of this arc of how he has those 2 Dragon Balls, or was it he had 2? I know he had one of them for sure, but that's how he ultimately had the Dragon Balls that Granolah stole, because he had them from way back when, being the last surviving Namekian. He had them and ran off with them. And then this is where it starts to dive into where Bardock ultimately had his encounter with Granolah and Granolah's mom, etc. Because Bardock, while he was in its Great Ape form, he sees that there's like a mother and child that is trying to escape. And again, I feel like one of the cogs in the wheel that changes everything with Bardock, I feel like I've pinpointed exactly what changes Bardock in this timeline, I guess you would say, in comparison to the TV special. Because yeah, well, we're gonna get into it. It's showcased very heavily, in my opinion, of exactly the big change of Bardock in comparison to the lone wolf that we saw back in the TV special. But we see that the Cerealians caught what's happening, that the moon is giving them power, and one of them decides like, okay, it's time to blast through the moon. And also they really started pushing this character Leek, which I don't remember if this character Leek was like introduced beforehand. Was he in the Broly film? Because I remember very vividly, and again, we can't really use it as complete basis because it's been retconned at this point, but I remember Bardock's crew, Fasha, Borgos, all of those dudes. Leek wasn't a part of it, but I think there was actually an interview where Toyotaro like tried to say, hey, this is why Leek wasn't shown with them, but he was actually a part of Bardock's crew. It'd be kind of cool, and I don't remember if like Leek was actually shown to be like killed off or anything like that, like, you know, with the Saiyans and whatnot when the planet blew up or whatever. But it would be really dope if he gets reconnected into the story somehow and we have another Saiyan. Like, why not? Because why put an emphasis on Leek being this guy that got caught by the blast, so it kind of marks him and gives him a specific character design and whatnot, unless they were just trying to do a little tidbit callback to something that had already been previously shown that was insignificant enough that I don't really remember it all like that. It'd it'd be cool if it was actually built up for something down the road. But we see Bardock in front of Granolah and Granola's mom when Granolah was a kid, and it cuts into, again, what changed everything with Bardock. Because I'm going to say right now, one of the biggest things why Bardock is different and the cog in the wheel that changes the Bardock that we love from the TV special to who he is now, it's hands down the introduction that Toriyama brought into the Dragon Ball verse with Gine, Goku's mom. Goku's mom is hands down the biggest thing. If it wasn't for Goku's mom, we would still have TV special Bardock. But because Toriyama wanted to add in a wholesome factor, it changes everything. And that's why when he's looking at them, Granolah and his mom, he's looking at them and getting this flashback of when he missed Goku's birth and how Gine was kind of on him. And it gave him this wholesome feel that, again, didn't exist because the character didn't exist back in the 80s or 90s when that Bardock TV special went down. That didn't exist then. So it was just this lone wolf that was a part of all these crazy missions. But I still gotta say that even with all that, there's still some ways that you could kind of throw in the argument at the very least that Bardock is still somewhat close to what he used to be, but we'll get into it. Also, it's been retconned now that it was actually Bardock that named Goku Kakarot. It wasn't, I remember in the TV special, it was that creature in the beginning that he's there with, you know, in the science lab or whatnot. He's like a scientist and he's like, Kakarot, remember that name. And now it's like Bardock, and even though Bardock was a bastard and missed out on, you know, the birth of Goku because he was on a mission, now he was the one that named Kakarot, so yeah. And Bardock was at the very least trying to save face because Leek shows up and he's like, yo, what are you doing? Because, you know, Bardock is in front of these two people that he's supposed to kill. And he's like, I'm checking for survivors. Just go on ahead without me, which, again, very uncharacteristic of Bardock. But that was something that I appreciated, that you could throw an argument in there at the very least, that it's not completely dumping on the Bardock that we knew. And what I mean by that is, throughout the chapter, there's a lot of instances where you're seeing Bardock kind of arguing with himself and saying, what the hell am I doing? That's like, for example, I'm going to throw a crazy example right here that fits kind of perfectly, right? Because essentially the Saiyans were like space pirates almost. You could argue like assassins for the price, right? Like they was going to conquer planets and destroy planets for Frieza and all that stuff. Imagine an assassin that is on a mission, on a quest to go kill some random person, let's just say an old man, right? And he's been hunting down this old man. He's been watching him carefully for the right time to take him out. He's like, okay, I know his schedule. I know everything in that. And when it comes to it, he has a flashback of this old man, because this old man, let's just say, and I'm kind of getting inspired by the anime Monster, if you know, you know. He sees the old man, he has the same schedule as the guy that's the assassin's father, late father or something like that, how he goes every morning to drink coffee. He has the exact same amount of sugars, he has the exact same brand of coffee, and it makes that character all of a sudden, that assassin, like, man, I'll take him out tomorrow, I can't do this right now. And ultimately it starts to change him. He can't go off and do it. He can't pull the trigger. The assassin can't do it, and it kind of goes against this whole thing of, this dude's been an assassin all these years, how could you do that? What changed? I feel like that's what's happening with Bardock right here, where I think Bardock still, there's a big part of him that he is a massive piece of crap, but ultimately we're seeing the small instance that led up to, of course, you know, everything that happened with Frieza. That was a change in Bardock. That wasn't the same monster that he was, because I mean, for crying out loud, when he first came to the planet, he was there to destroy and shit like that. There's something there that essentially made Bardock go down a different route, and we're seeing it for our own eyes. And I love how when Bardock shows up in front of like Monaito's place, because he had sensed, you know, that there was another being that was still alive, a survivor. He shows up and Monaito tried to hit him with a cane. I was just like, you tried, fam. At least, you know, you was trying to survive the best you can. But ultimately Bardock shows up with Granolah and his mom and basically says like, yo, I'm gonna leave y'all here if y'all could stay here. And Monaito's like, oh, sure, because Monaito's a decent dude. And as Bardock is ready to leave from dropping off Granolah and his mom, ultimately one of the things that Monaito has to question Bardock is, why are you doing this? What is the reasoning behind it? And he says, I just felt like it. And again, that's the biggest example of, while you might look at it like, oh, that's BS, whatever. No, it's something, first of all, he don't feel like explaining himself. Well, you reminded me of my wife and my child. Ultimately, he was not necessarily even turning over a new leaf. It was basically, you caught me in a soft moment. You made me, and this was a change that was happening with Bardock, that maybe if he survived the encounter of everything that happened with Planet Vegeta and, you know, Frieza destroying it and whatnot, maybe he would have continued on to be a better person. Maybe he would have still been a piece of crap. But ultimately, this was a change in Bardock nonetheless that was happening, that we were seeing before before our eyes, slowly but surely, of him doing some okay things. He's still a piece of garbage. He still came to destroy that planet. Still plenty of people were murdered. But this was an instance that, damn, you remind me of my wife and child. And again, that's the big thing that changes Bardock from this and the TV special. Gine, his wife, and the family life. So Granolah ultimately says, wow, I'm alive thanks to the mercy of a Saiyan, which kind of just throws all of these chapters of vengeance down the tubes, and ultimately gave him a realization like, I've been an idiot all this time, I've been a dumbass all this time, what have I done? And then call it convenient writing, because definitely it's like, whoa, fate, where Monaito's like, and oh my god, you, talking to Goku, you're the splitting image of that dude Bardock, what the hell is going on here? And Vegeta reveals something that is pretty freaking huge. Like, this is Dragon Ball series type of huge, where Vegeta tells Goku like, oh yeah, no, without a doubt, Bardock is your father. Seeing Goku's reaction is kind of like, we don't get too deep into it, like he's not there like really inquisitive about, holy cow, that was my father, what was he like, or anything like that. He's just in shock, like, this is all happening right now, and it has something to do, the dude that I've been fighting that almost killed both of us, he's something to do with my father? Like, what the hell, and I'm finding out about my father? And here's another example of why fans are upset, because Goku's like, whoa, you know, I wish I knew something about my father, and Vegeta's like, well, we know that soft spot runs in the family, and Bardock wasn't soft. That's something that I don't want to come into fruition of like, yo, Bardock is now known as a softie, which I feel like that's what's happening with the fandom right now. People are looking at Bardock as like, yo, he's a pillow right here, fam, you know what I'm saying? He's a soft spot type of dude, and that's not the case at all. It's been very much so established continuity wise that the Saiyans were some wild people, you know what I'm saying? The reason why Goku became a good person was not because of Bardock. Bardock was, yeah, he was an asshole, he was a murderer. It was only because Goku bumped his head that he became a good guy. It's not about the soft spot coming from his father. Now, some people want to defend it and say just in general, like, what's wrong with, you know, Bardock having a soft spot? Like, yeah, he had a soft spot there, but ultimately, I don't want that to become the retcon of Dragon Ball in general of, no, that's why Goku's a good guy because of his father. It was because of an accident that led him. But then again, it could be that it's trying to change the fact that Goku was never going to be a wild person, which I don't like that retcon, honestly. I feel like this was just a one-time deal, or maybe Bardock was starting to take a new leap, so to speak, but I don't feel like it's because Bardock was a good guy that Goku should be a good guy connected to that. Like, no. And following that, Granolah questions, okay, all of that is all fine and dandy, but what happened with my mom? Tell me about my mom. Like, why didn't my mom survive? And we cut more back to the flashback, which I feel like this was a very flashback-rich chapter that gave a lot of insight. Honestly, it's interesting that we're getting a lot of answers via this Bardock flashback, almost as if, imagine this, because I look at it from a marketing side of things too. What if it's that the studio behind things was like, yo, we want to put Bardock into the Dragon Ball Super series, not just like heroes that he's been involved in, but how do we do that without bringing him back and things like that, but still make him very important? And this is what we got, that he is connected very heavily to the Heaters, to Granolah, to the big villain that Goku is facing off against this chapter. And we see that in the flashback, the Heaters showed up as Bardock was leaving from being healed by Monaito, which is crazy because, again, more connections to everything, and they're basically there to kind of broker for the planet because they were trying to do sly things. Imagine, like, again, Frieza's the overlord of all of this, and they're trying to do like nasty little deals because they don't really rock with Frieza either. They don't want to be under his thumb forever. They want to change things as well, and they're doing little deals with like flunkies of Frieza because they don't really care about money. They know that out of the whole Frieza force, really the only one that they got to be scared of, well, they thought, because if didn't they Zarbon or Dodoria would have caught wind, it would have been a problem. However, everything is ruined, which I can only imagine what's that going to do to Granolah, and it also explains why Monaito never told Granolah the truth. Granolah wakes up, screams, Saiyan! After looking at Bardock's tail, and then Bardock has to go out there and pull on a show, because Monaito puts Granolah to sleep, which kind of, again, a lot of very convenient things as to why Granolah didn't recognize Goku immediately as Bardock, because, you know, he puts on the cloak, and, you know, Monaito put him to sleep real quick. He didn't get to see him. It was dark and stuff like that. So a lot of explanations as to how the hell nobody, you know, especially in particular Granolah, didn't recognize that Goku and Bardock are, you know, identical, and also how Granolah doesn't know everything that happened because he was a kid, he was sleeping, he was put to sleep, he woke up for a second. So a little muddy, but ultimately I guess it checks out. And the biggest thing that is going to make Granolah go crazy, because remember, don't forget, Granolah's still the strongest in the universe, right? Granolah's mom is shot through the chest by one of the Heaters because Bardock was trying to like play it off like, no, I'm not gonna kill them, let's figure things out, maybe they have some insight, and they blast straight through Granolah's Granola's mom, which pisses off Bardock because, again, the big thing right here of why Bardock is not being a savage and killing everybody is because Granola's mom and Granola remind him of his wife and son. So that was one of the big things that kind of pisses him off, and yeah, leads to a big connection of Goku's father went through it with all these people. Following that, Bardock grabs Monaito and them and hides, and it cuts from the flashback, which that means that there's still more to the flashback, and I wouldn't be surprised if hopefully when we return to the flashback, it shows a little bit of heartless nature to Bardock, which I don't think so because it looks like it's really going up a righteous tree, but it would be nice too because it seems as though it's hinting that Bardock threw hands with that one Heater that went to follow them, the youngest one, and they even said that he had a battle against Bardock. I'm imagining during a battle Goku's going to have one of the Heaters. We're going to cut into that flashback and see everything else that happened before Bardock left that planet of Granolah, Monaito, and them, and the battle that Bardock had against that dude. So I'm interested in seeing what happens there. And also the fact that that guy wants revenge, so he's probably going to really set his sights on fighting Goku, since Goku is identical to Bardock and they had a fight. I'm imagining that face is ingrained in his memory. And the chapter ends off with the Heaters having one of the Dragon Balls, and they're on their way to get the second one. Now, I'll be honest with you, honestly, I really enjoyed this chapter. I like this chapter. The recharacterization of Bardock is the biggest issue that the fandom has in general. I guess also, you know, the meeting of now Goku is aware of Bardock. I like that. I feel like it's about freaking time that Goku learns a little bit more about his Saiyan heritage, but ultimately we got that in the wings. I just feel like for the most part, Bardock lived a long life prior to this, right? Bardock was murder. He was a space pirate. All of that jazz under the thumb of Frieza. The biggest recharacterization that changes what Bardock is towards the end of his life, and possibly again, unfortunately retcons the TV special, is the fact that his wife and child changed his mind, opposed to in the TV special, he was a deadbeat that didn't even realize that his son was born, and they connected that as well, I guess, that he didn't know his son was born, but then they had Bardock be the one that named him Kakarot. They changed a few different things that you could argue there's some connections, but yeah, there's definitely some retcons, and I understand where the fandom is upset with. I've just come to since the Broly film, except that that's not the same Bardock anymore. If I want that Bardock, I guess I gotta watch the TV special, but that's no longer strictly canonical. There was a point in Bardock's life towards the end of his life that he actually was a good person. Prior to that, he still was the piece of shit that we knew from the TV special, but here is the first glimpses of where Bardock became the person that maybe, who knows, that was a part of a Saiyan like Bardock that start off as a piece of crap, and there can be a point in your life where you could change, and then that could throw in the argument of the ambiguous nature of, was it the bump on the head, or was it that there was a change coming that it kind of pushed to begin with the bump on the head? And your overall thoughts and expectations, how do you feel? Do you feel like it's BS the way Bardock is being characterized? How do you feel about the connections with the Heaters, Granola's mom? What do you think is Granola's next move going to be? Is he going to say, I don't care, you're lying, Monaito, and attack Goku and them? Or is he going to attack the Heaters? I feel like he's going to go on a rampage against the Heaters, and I can't wait to see it. Okay, people, so a lot can be gathered after the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, chapter 78, between stuff to do with Vegeta that, hands down, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Vegeta is easily, if not the most, one of the most developed characters in Dragon Ball, one of the best characters written-wise in the Dragon Ball story, and I feel like we've been blinded by desperately seeking something from Vegeta that unfortunately his role is very hard to provide for whatever reason, and we're missing out on the beauty of his character development. So we're going to dive into that. We also got some stuff to talk about regarding Bardock yet again, the Heaters, Granolah. This chapter was packed. For a monthly chapter, it gave even more so than what it normally does, because it was actually a little lighter on the action and more so with the exposition, and the exposition was actually very, very rich, to say the least. So I ain't gonna waste your time. Without further ado, people, let's jump into a little bit of that Dragon Ball greatness right now. People, I ain't gonna lie, they've been doing a fantastic job as of late. Let's talk.
No matter how you feel, get it done. No matter how you feel, get it done. No matter how you feel, get it done. No matter how you feel, get it done.
So the chapter opened up with the Heaters finding out that Goku and Vegeta stopped fighting with Granolah. Their whole battle that was taking place has come to a halt due to Monaito, the Namekians, showing up, but we're already in major progress, which is interesting how they put all their hopes and dreams onto one person, as if the true leader of them really is Gas, but at the same time he's just really the muscle, because like they're really putting everything and their emphasis on, okay, so we're gonna get this legendary dragon that has the power to do X, Y, and Z, but instead of using that wish for whatever it is, we're gonna just use it to power up one person. And notice that maybe Elect might be a little bit bit wise to the circumstances and the sacrifice that is made upon making the wish, because why wouldn't have Elect just use that power on himself? Like, boom, I'm the strongest. Why would he use it on Gas per se? Because he's like, okay, y'all go finish them off or whatever. I got a wish to make with a dragon. Which also I was wondering, like, hold on, didn't Granolah just make a wish not that long ago? Like, how much time has passed in between the last time that Granolah made that wish to become the strongest and all of this is happening right now? Like, I get it, it's 2 Dragon Balls, so maybe that's why it's able to, you know, restore itself a lot quicker than 7. But that's interesting that, yo, like, can you just keep on making wishes because these are tiny balls? Because it's a limited amount of balls, or what's up with that? And also, you can see that it does feel like manipulation to a certain degree, because Elect tells Gas, like, don't worry, I'm gonna make sure that your wish come true. And Gas is like, nah, I'm straight the way I am right now. Like, I don't need nothing else. Like, nah, we good. And he tries to manipulate it to say that, nah, you know, in order for our dreams and our goals to come true, we need to do this. So it's Elect that is pushing this onto Gas, and Gas doesn't want this. Honestly, it looks like Gas is just a misguided warrior that actually really loves battle, probably. Like, a lot of, like, what happened with him and Bardock, I think that kind of stained him to a certain degree and kind of motivated him even more so to get stronger. I think he would prefer to actually just continue to get strength the normal way. I don't think Gas wants any of this, and I think, again, a lot of it has to do with Elect, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gas goes Broly on him. And, well, no, Broly didn't kill Paragus, it was Frieza. Either way, I wouldn't be surprised if Gas is the one responsible for the death of Elect. Maybe he ends up killing him or something like that. That's just me, because it seems to be the case that he's manipulating him, and it's like, you know, he's the brain that's manipulating the muscle, and if the muscle gets a brain, it's over. And not only that, think about it, if Gas is even, let's just say, a little naive right now, right? And the wish to gain the strength that he ultimately gets later on down the road also happens to push him in age, because we see that he's aged up. Does that also, with the power up of his strength, give him wisdom? Because I guess technically wisdom of, like, you know, being able to fight and whatnot would come along with it, especially if that's old age. Because I wonder, is it like, if he's the strongest, how much time does he have to live? Because remember with Granolah, he had 3 years left. Does Gas only have a little bit of time? And also, what does that do for his mental? Like, is he able to distinguish now the bullshit that maybe he was too naive to see before the wish happened with Elect? But we cut back and we see that Granolah is upset with Monaito, saying, yo, damn, dog, like, they were responsible for killing my mom and all sorts of stuff, and you allowed me to work under them? Like, that's kind of messed up, bro. Like, I looked up to you, I don't know. But then again, at the same time, Granolah didn't you just, like, disrespect everything and disregard everything he told you and went off on your own anyway? So, like, kind of eye for an eye, you already got your revenge on him. Nah, I'm just playing. More than likely, Monaito is gonna die here and now anyway. I'm calling that. And at the end of the day, Monaito did the right thing, because it was the only way that they could survive. We find out later in the chapter, we'll talk about it when it gets there, that ultimately, yeah, they could have killed him and wiped them out if he didn't allow them. So he had to do what needed to be done. And also keeping it a secret from somebody like Granolah that, you know, he even had an idea of who was responsible for what happened to his mother and him. He went nuts. Look what he has been trying to do to the Saiyans and Frieza all these years. He would have done the same thing to the Heeters and probably got him and Monaito killed. And here's something very strange that I noticed, because we got a lot of Bardock in the last couple chapters, right? We saw everything that happened between him and the Heeters in the past and all that jazz. But when Vegeta asks Monaito, he's like, yo, so did Bardock win? Like, you know, I gotta know, like, fam, like, did he take the L? What happened here, yo? I know, I bet he took the L, right? And basically Monaito is like, oh, no, that's how we were able to survive. Yeah, he took the dub, which, again, it kind of makes me question a couple of things. For starters, why are they off-screening this now? Are they going to show it later on in the arc, or are they planning on doing something in general? Maybe a little Bardock spin-off is in the works or something, which would be huge. Like a full-on Bardock spin-off, not just like what they did with episode of Bardock, but like a Bardock spin-off, manga to anime. That would be big. A lot of Dragon Ball fans would eat that shit up. And I'm not talking about like Heroes. I'm talking about a full-on real story, a prequel story of Bardock. I'm sure it would be massive. A full-on Future Trunks series would be massive as well, but look what they've been doing with the video games, utilizing Future Trunks in like the Xenoverse stuff. And Vegeta goes even further to Monaito, like, but yo, Bardock was a low-class warrior as far as I was, you know, informed, so was he really able to get the dub? Like, yo, you pulling my leg right here, right? Like, yo, that weakling, he did that? Like, what? And as Monaito is about to explain, there's an interruption, but definitely makes me wonder, like, are they gonna put in and make it canonical that maybe Bardock unlocked Super Saiyan in that that battle, and that's how he was able to surpass his limits. Because again, maybe my math is off, I'm going off dub knowledge and all sorts of foggy memory of this point, but if I'm not mistaken, I want to say King Vegeta was said to have back in those days like a power level of like 10,000, and Bardock was slowly catching up to the elites and whatnot, but I don't even think Bardock had a power level of like 10,000, so that would have meant that at the very least back then, Gas was really weak, or either that, or Bardock went Super Saiyan, or something else happened, the third party came and got involved or something, because otherwise how the hell would Bardock have been able to keep up with somebody like that, and let alone for Gas to have been strong enough for them to have their hopes and dreams on him becoming something credible to be able to throw hands with these people. Like, even if he made, the wish or whatever, like, he must have been really weak, and like, he must have like 10 minutes to fucking live based on this wish, if he was that weak that Bardock, a low class that was less than a power level of 10,000, was able to take him out. So something there needs to be explained, and maybe that's why they off-screened it, because the math would be a little wonky. Because the sky got dark, clearly the dragon was summoned to make that wish again, and yeah, again, I'm just wondering, what the heck, how long has it been? Did Granolah just do this, like, it's only been a few minutes, maybe a few hours or something, but I don't know, maybe did Granolah make that wish before? Yeah, I want to say he made that wish while Goku and Vegeta was still heading to their planet, so maybe enough time has passed, and again, it's only 2 Dragon Balls, so maybe it was only like a few months or something that needed, I don't know. And suddenly, a strong power level that is familiar to Granolah is approaching them, and Oil and Maki are the first to show up, and they're like, yo, sorry we had to do it, fam, we had to set this thing up, you became too much of a threat. And at the end of the day, it seems like one of the big things you could throw the argument there is that the Heeters are essentially insecure. The Heeters, they're some insecure space pirates that essentially, like, yo, if you too hard to handle, fam, we gotta take other measures because we scared of you, dog. We don't want no smoke, you know what I'm saying? But that's essentially the main reason why they set up the whole Goku and Vegeta versus Granolah thing, because, yeah, they needed a way to take him out. He became too strong. And they say, too bad you're not the only one that can make a wish, and present the newfound Gas, which I ain't gonna lie, his design is gas. It's flames. The locks, yo, the locks, oh my god, and now he's older and shit like that. But again, I'd imagine he doesn't have much time. If Granolah was pretty strong beforehand, you know how he broke into the base and OG-73 and all that jazz. If Granolah was able to do all that, and he only has 3 years left, if Gas was weak enough that Bardock could actually throw some hands with him back in the day, and even if it's been many years or whatever, which technically, yeah, we've seen Goku and Vegeta have massive power boosts in small amount of time, so it is possible that Gas has just powered up immensely since then. But I wouldn't be surprised if, even despite he looks really awesome and he's older now, maybe he only has, I don't know, an hour to live or some shit, and Alec is grimy enough to do that, because Alec really don't care. Like, Alec is a manipulative bastard, and Goku and Vegeta are just shocked to find out, holy shit, they're not even looking at him as like, yo, this threatening guy in front of us. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe this, there's Dragon Balls on this planet. Like, fam, there's a threat right in front of you, the dude with the really badass design. Like, y'all worry about Dragon Balls right now? And Granolah reveals to them, yeah, I used them to become the strongest. And Goku's like, I knew it, I knew this bitch ass motherfucker could not keep up with us, I knew it had. Vegeta, I told you, right? I did tell you that shit, I called it. Yeah, pretty much Granolah just exposed himself right there. Like, nah, you were frauding all along. You used the dragon. This was not real strength. Let's stop the bullshit. And Gas immediately starts to make them run for it with a finger blast that is like just blazing through everything, and they're jumping, and Gas is looking like already the strongest in the universe title is fitting. Following that, he creates some sort of spear. He destroys Granolah's ship and then pierces him with it. And I'm like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Which clearly, as you see throughout the battle, like, it'll continue on and we'll keep talking about it, that he's creating weapons. So one of Gas's powers is that he could create weapons using his ki. He makes like a mallet at one given point. He made a spear just now. Like, that's an interesting power. Again, it kind of goes into a different realm because, Dragon Ball is always like about fists and just straight ki blasts. And now this guy's creating weapons as like a quirk, so to speak. And Gas, he's clearly like, again, I feel like he's just, I don't know, he's a hateful dude because he's like, I never liked you. I always felt like I had enough muscle to help the Heeters out. You know what I'm saying? I had a problem with you from the jump. And as Goku is about to say something, do something, he's like, boom, clearly, again, very powerful, very quick, that he encases Goku's arms and legs in ice. It kind of looked like, remember when Goku would train with like the weighted things on? Like, kind of looked like that, except it was ice blocks and Goku was immobilized. And also, you can see that Gas still clearly has a grudge because he remembers Goku's face, and he's like, are you the son of that one dude that whipped my ass back in the day? Like, you him? That's your mans? That's your pops? And Vegeta's like, yeah, but that motherfucker dead. Like, don't worry. Like, you don't need to have beef with us. You know what I'm saying? I am the prince of both of us. This is me. He is I am Prince. And again, it goes into more jargon that is like, okay, we get it. Goku's like, hey, that doesn't mean you need to kill us, fam. And Gas is like, no. You gotta die. Somebody got to die. If I go, you got to go. Somebody got to die. Let the key blast blow. Shout outs to Notorious B.I.G. And just as Gas is about to axe down Goku from behind, he gets blasted from behind by a Granolah that is severely injured. Remember, he just got his ass kicked. He had a big battle between him and Goku and Vegeta, and then now he's fighting against Gas. Yeah, he's weakened, but he had enough to blast him to stop him from killing Goku right there. And he creates a giant club and starts beating the crap out of Granolah again. Like, again, creative thing with Gas. I thought it was just gonna be like, hey, he's strong, key blast, hands, but the fact that they're adding little things like that, him having that quirk, my hero, yeah, makes it not just the typical Dragon Ball strongy strong guy. And I love how on the sidelines they just laughing it up, Oil and Maki, like, yeah, duh, he's the strongest. He made his wish after you to be the strongest, you dumbass. Like, following that, Monaito starts to remove the ice from Goku's limbs, and he asks him, like, yo, please, I know my grandson is an idiot. I know he tried to pull some bullshit, but save the little lad, you know what I'm saying? And we get more explanations as Granola's trying to find out, well, why the hell did you allow me to live? It wasn't anything in particular. Like, we didn't even know y'all motherfuckers was still alive, which again, that's that missing piece that we don't have of what the hell happened between the battle of Bardock and Gas back in the day, because if we seen that, then we would have known, okay, this is how they escaped. But pretty much something happened where they thought that they were already dead, but ultimately, yeah, they managed to survive, and then years later they found out, oh shit, he's a bounty hunter, let's just use this motherfucker. Again, really the puppeteer and the puppet master of it all is Alec. Alec is stringing along his people, the Heeters, making Gas make this wish that probably he'll die in another freaking 10 minutes, and then ultimately, yeah, maneuvering to controlling Granola's life after being responsible for killing his mother and everything, you know, all the messed up shit they did. And Monaito is just a failure, I ain't gonna lie. When he's like, yo, I'm not even a good Namekian, I'm like, damn, pa, you down bad, huh? You freaking forsaking yourself as a Namekian. He's like, I'm just a bitch-made motherfucker. Because he can't, or he fails to completely heal Goku, and Goku's like, man, get this motherfucker, weak-ass motherfucker off of me. Yo, Vegeta, you got that bean? And of course, Vegeta had the sensu bean in his armor that he had tossed, so he gotta go look for it in order to heal them up. And I believe, yeah, Goku used the first one the first time around when Granolah was whipping his ass. So he's like, hey, Vegeta, well, you could use it. Go ahead, and you could turn into, which, the disrespect. And I feel like that was payback for when Vegeta was disrespecting Goku's pops. Like, yo, he was low-class trash. How was he able to go up against Gas? Does that mean that Gas was weak? And he's like, yeah, yo, after you use the bean, you could go into freaky face mode and do your thing, alright? That was totally payback, okay? That was petty. Goku got a little petty in him, hey! And as Goku's trying to distract Gas now creates a giant blade, which again, I like it. I love the difference. Just like when Granolah was using martial arts and stuff, it just makes it a break away from throwing fists. Like, Dragon Ball has been infamous for throwing fists, throwing blasts, and hoping something sticks. Granolah was using martial arts. Gas is using these weapons that he's creating with ki. It's dope. And they throw hands for a little bit longer until he gets the drop on Goku and creates a giant mallet this time around and whacks Goku down. And I was like, ooh, okay. Hey, at the end of the day, yo, if Gas was to ultimately lose to Goku, it would be worthless. At the end of the day, he has to kick Goku's ass. Not only because Goku was already not completely healed up or whatnot, but also he has the title of the strongest in the universe. And as Goku is getting his tail whipped, he tells Vegeta, yo, what's the hold up? I don't got much longer. Get it done already, fam. What you doing? And we see Vegeta approaching Granolah, and he says, rise and shine. And seemingly he's giving him the sensu bean. He breaks it down to him. He's like, yo, this will heal you. And Granolah asks a couple of silly questions. Well, why didn't you use that, fam? And Vegeta replies, well, it's because I'm not a bitch ass motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real one. I'm a warrior. But, you know, you just take this bean. I ain't gonna lie. It was kind of conflicting. Like, it was cool, cool and awesome, like, oh shit, Vegeta, great character development, all that jazz, but at the same time, like, so are you saying he's taking the coward's way out of taking it? But then again, they're not actually having a full-fledged straight up 1v1. It's just a massacre and betrayal and stuff like that, and Vegeta actually pushing forth because Vegeta knows. Vegeta was in Granola's shoes of wanting to avenge his Saiyan heritage and his people in general, so he can understand and sympathize and empathize with Granola's plight and what he feels of wanting vengeance. So he gives him the bean and says, yo, get your revenge. It won't be filled without, you know, you doing it by your hands, right? So get it done. And the chapter ends there, and honestly, this is one of the best examples of why Vegeta is one of the best and most developed characters in all of Dragon Ball. I understand we want the win. I understand we want Vegeta to get that moment that Goku always robs or gets in the end. Ultimately, Vegeta, this is the meat of it all. This is why he danced like a clown in Battle of Gods. This is why X, Y, and Z people shit on Vegeta now. It's because they sacrificed him attempting to get something that he'll never ultimately be able to accomplish to getting the real prize. This is the real prize right there, not those hollow victories of everybody fighting and then somebody has to win and ultimately, okay, we pick somebody. This is the win. Being a great character, being able to empathize and sympathize, coming from the days of him and Nappa just being two monsters that came to Earth and was just destroying shit, to this, to being able to give the sense of being to Granolah after him and Granolah just had it out and stuff like that, and his ego, ultra ego at that, was bruised at taking the defeat. Yeah, this is great development on Vegeta's behalf. But yeah, people, I'm curious what you guys think. How did you feel about this chapter? How did you feel about the bout so far that we've had of seemingly Gas just annihilating everybody? Do you think that they're going to be able to get the W now that Granolah is going to take it? Because now it looks like they're going to have Granolah in the front and then Goku and Vegeta, because they're weakened, you know, they needed that sense of being, they don't have healing, they're going to take the back. I wouldn't be surprised if Granolah dies in all this. I feel like Granolah is going to die, but with avenging his people, you know, defeating Gas, and then they're going to have to handle Alec, because Alec is going to be, I want to say final boss, because he's again been puppeteering this whole shit. And your thoughts on Vegeta's character? Do you feel like, again, this chapter, moments like this cement how amazing he is, how much they've, again, taken the W just to an extreme of it's never happening, but ultimately the W in and of itself is the character he's become. Your thoughts on Bardock? Like, why are they cutting that part out, not showing us? You think they're going to show it to us eventually, or they're planning something big with Bardock down the road? And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 79 and beyond? I love that Vegeta moment, fam, I gotta say. And honestly, this chapter was really packed with info, exposition, great stuff. Great chapter. Okay, people, so we got some draft page spoilers for the upcoming chapter of Dragon Ball Super, chapter 79. And in particular, I wanted to cover these because y'all know it's been a little bit since I've actually covered the draft pages, but I feel like this chapter and the direction that Dragon Ball Super is going is somewhere that the series hasn't really gone in its entirety up until this point. And what I mean by that is the role that Goku and Vegeta look like they're about to play, at the very least for the time being, and maybe from here on out, I'm not exactly sure, but it is actually pretty freaking insane. I don't think this has happened so far in Dragon Ball Super with Goku and Vegeta. So yeah, I kind of want to take a look at it, talk about it, and see what you guys think. If you agree with me that this is seemingly the direction we're going with the story, and just in general, things is looking like it's about to be Gas. Pun intended, baby, because the chapter is titled Granolah versus Gas. Yes, we did it. We got one in. Let's talk, baby. Okay, people, like I said, we got the draft page spoilers, essentially 8 pages from the upcoming chapter of Dragon Ball Super, chapter 79. And I ain't even gonna front with you guys. It's actually very interesting the direction it's going, and that's why I wanted to cover these, because it looks like it's not going to be, which is even shocking to say this, to be honest with you, but it's looking like it's not going to be the Goku and Vegeta show solely moving forward, because it seems as though, considering the fact that the way this arc has been set up was that, hey, Granolah is the strongest in the universe, and even though we whipped out Ultra Ego and Goku was like, yo, I'm rocking with this new version of Ultra Instinct, nevertheless they still weren't enough to take down Granolah. However, now where things is moving, the fact that Granolah is moving from antagonist to an ally, it's looking like Goku and Vegeta might actually be playing basically secondary support opposed to being the main enchilada, which is very, very different for Dragon Ball Super, that has been notoriously pushing that it is the Goku and Vegeta show and ultimately the Goku show. Let's take a look. We got page numero uno, and it starts off with Alec looking very dubious. He's kind of reminded me, to be honest with you, of, if any Boruto fans are watching this, Jigen in the beginning of like the Korra arc, where he's just sipping wine, looking dastardly, not quite as elegant, I would say, as Jigen, but nevertheless, he's just like kicking back, chilling, sipping some wine while all of this catastrophe is going going down. It's like he lit the match through it and walked away and kept it moving. Like, he's a dastardly dude, on top of the fact that he was one of the reasons why Gas is now the monstrosity of a man that he is. But again, I feel like at the end of the day, Alec, and we're probably going to get, because at the end of the day, it looks like Alec is truly the final villain of all of this, because he's the one that's been manipulating everything, including the fact that whoever Gas is to him forcing him into having this wish for this power. He was manipulating Granolah, responsible for the death of Granolah's mother, manipulated the battle. Damn, this dude was on some Eisen level manipulation. So that's the first page. Then we got the second page, and it looks like Alec is bothered by some information he has obtained. Again, I don't have the translations, but they're pretty self-explanatory. We see some of the other members of the Heeters. They're there. They're looking like they're talking crap to Monaito, and Monaito, possibly urinated himself. No. I mean, they, have some history with Monaito. At the end of the day, they were one of the reasons why everything happened to planet Cereal and all that jazz. So, he's probably like, leave me alone. I've got no ointment. I know, relax. Just a small joke for people that understand the reference. Then the third page, it cuts back to when Vegeta was with Granolah, giving him the sensu bean, essentially showcasing one of the biggest moments in Vegeta's entire character and how much he's developed and how he's pretty much one of the best characters in Dragon Ball Super when it comes to character development. But you see, he's there, he's looking back saying, holy cow, this dude Gas is that guy, and Granolah is essentially looking at the bean like, I can't believe this, mate, this is fucking magic. I don't know why Granolah has that British accent, but and it seems as though that Granolah actually took the sensu bean, because he looks like he's staring at his hands like he can't believe that he is all healed up. But also, that is leading into what I was just saying earlier, the fact that not only is already Granolah, he showcased that Goku and Vegeta both tried to fight him and couldn't take him out, so he's stronger than them. Now, they're both really weakened. There is no more sensu beans. Apparently, Monaito can't do shit in terms of healing people, so they don't have like a battery to come and heal them up or whatnot. So now, it's Granolah that is Big Daddy on campus, you know what I'm saying? Then we cut to the next page. It seems as though Granolah is looking. He's like, okay, boom, I know what I gotta do. And he uses what looks like instant transmission in front of Monaito as one of the Heeters is about to attack him. And yeah, it's going to be a different type of story. And what I mean by that is this has not happened in Dragon Ball Super to my recollection, where the narrative, even with Goku and Vegeta, is pushing them back to being secondary support characters. They're essentially just backup, but the man of the hour, as it stands right now, is Granolah. Will they allow that to happen? Is that going to be the case? Is it going to be another case of like how they constantly tease that Vegeta's gonna have his moment? It's finally gonna be Vegeta. Oh, no, false alarm. False alarm, people, false alarm. Like, is that what we're having here? Which I wouldn't be surprised, because at the end of the day, for whatever reason, they're just hell-bent on, no, Goku-san! Then we cut to the next page, and it seems as though Granolah is sending those Heeters flying with fair ease, which at the end of the day, they weren't said to be strong or anything like that anyways. It was mainly always said that Gas was that dude, which I'm still wondering why the Bardock fight was off-screen. Is it going to be shown later on? Are they going to do some sort of special OVA showcasing what happened with Bardock? Or like, what's up? Why no Bardock? It'd be real dope if basically the reason why they didn't show that is because they have in the tuck some plans to do a 2D movie of Bardock and his time and what happened in this potential moment or whatnot. That would be so insane, and honestly, I'd prefer that over what they got planned with Dragon Ball Super Superheroes. So yeah. And it looks like adult Gas, he's holding Goku there as Goku looks pathetic, like Goku's holding onto his stick, pose like a motherfucker. But Granolah looks at adult Gas, and it seems as though Monaito is giving Granolah back that device that is known as oatmeal that he essentially left behind, which essentially is going full circle now for this character that, he was on a very dark path, which I ain't gonna lie, I was digging it. I get it that it's the most self-destructive thing, but I guess as people, it's human nature for us to want to look at and observe a car crash, right? Which was what he was going down, but it seems as though he's going full circle. He just went and saved his mentor. A lot of us thought potentially Granolah was going to be murdering him at some given point, but essentially he saved Monaito, and then now he's being reunited with oatmeal. He straps it back to his face and does what looks like a damn near prayer to kind of say, my bad fam, I was bugging out, I lost it for a minute, I lost the plot, or I was onto some really awesome plot. And then it seems as though Granolah has Sharingan, because he starts powering up and one of his eyes does like a sound effect. His left eye, which if I'm not mistaken, his left eye was shown to have like some crazy capabilities, and he's charging up there. You see his aura, and it looks like Gas's attention is now being caught by Granolah, and we're going to have that battle, Granolah versus Gas, to see who's the strongest. I mean, technically, unless he had a massive Zenkai boost just now with the Senzu Bean, which is possible, Gas should still be stronger, right? Unless there's a big Zenkai boost. That's the only thing that could change things to make it so that Granolah caught up or has surpassed him yet again, depending on how far the dragon put Gas's power from where Granolah was. But either way, I'm just really baffled that they seemingly are pushing Goku and Vegeta to be secondary characters in this whole big thing. But considering the fact that Gas is not the brains of it all, right? He's the muscle, he's the strongest technically right here, but Alec, I'm sure, has some sort of dubious plot that, oh, if things go awry, I could kill Gas, kill all of them, and get away, because he's still really the big baddie of it all. He just doesn't have the muscle, as it seems at the very least right now, to do things on his own. So he's using Gas and like, you give up your life, I'm gonna keep on doing my thing. But I'm curious what you guys think. How do you feel about Goku and Vegeta playing second fiddle essentially to Granolah in this battle against Gas? Where do you think this is all going to go? How do you think this is all going to be settled against the Heeters? And again, it seems as though it's crazy that the whole big battle against Granolah is finally over. Granolah is not going to be an antagonist any further because now he knows the truth of what happened. And yeah, he's the big man on campus right now. Okay, people, so it seems as though Dragon Ball Super Chapter 80 got the people buzzing, and we definitely need to talk because some people are calling BS, some people are confused, some people are just not quite understanding what is going on regarding the whole power scaling of Gas in comparison to his battle that he had with Bardock and where his power was then, and how does it all make sense, and what's happening here of Granolah getting stomped. And there's just a lot of questions out there, so we definitely got to break down what's going on. But for the most part, the latest offering from Dragon Ball Super was straight up just action, action, action. So this is stuff that when it comes time for the anime, God willing, it is 2D animation and not 3D. Oh my god! Let's be clear that Toei, they're not doing Arcane levels, okay? They're not there yet. I just want to throw that in there as well before people think that, oh, Arcane was a great 3D, you know, offering of animation. Dragon Ball can do it. No. But yeah, really action-packed, awesome stuff went down with this one. Gas, again, just tearing it up, but also falling into a little bit of a PTSD, you know, little trauma for the mind. Let's talk about it. Okay, yes, people, there are some people out there, for the most part, I don't see it to be a big deal, but yeah, there are some people that are confused just in general about the power scaling and what is going on in terms of Gas's power and where he's at right now, because straight up, this whole Broly-esque situation that's going on with Gas is definitely wild, but it all genuinely, for the most part, I would feel, makes sense, and we'll break it down. But the chapter opens up, and for the most part, nearly the entirety of the chapter is Gas versus Granolah. And I said it with the last chapter, and I'll say it again. I am very, very happy that they have decided to kind of just change it up and shake it up a little bit. Like, yeah, let me see a couple of other characters that doesn't include two of the ones that we always talk about, Goku and Vegeta, which is kind of crazy. Like, who don't want to see Goku and Vegeta throw it down? But because it's so frequent in Dragon Ball Super, and because it's like, hey, this is a new character, these are both new characters that are exclusive to the Super franchise, let's see them in action. And considering the plot has allowed to this point of, hey, Granolah was the strongest in the universe, and now Gas made the wish, or Alec made the wish for Gas, and now he's the strongest in the universe. So that was something that I was very fond of with this chapter. The fact that, again, even though there was like maybe a little bit of, you know, Vegeta getting kicked around and Goku triggering some PTSD in there, for the most part, they were sidelined, and it allowed for somebody else, almost a Gohan Cell Saga-esque moment of, hey, Granolah got in some dibs and actually had a pretty interesting fight. But Granolah takes it to the Naruto verse and uses Shadow Clone Jutsu. Not that Shadow Clones are exclusive to Naruto. I mean, for crying out loud, now that I think about it, Goku was using pretty much Shadow Clones. What was it? The after image technique, kind of similar in a way. Like, that's not an exclusive thing by any means, but nevertheless, I found it very, very enjoyable to watch as he used all these Shadow Clones, and it just was a common practice of, hey, the more clones you make of yourself, the weaker they're all going to be, because you're essentially splitting your power, your stamina, and all that jazz, but also the after effect of it that, hey, once it's all said and done, you take the brunt of everything that happened. And thanks to his, again, I guess, strategic nature, because one of the things is that Granola's a pretty good strategist. He ultimately manages to outmaneuver Gas and blast him off, sending him flying, which it had a double spread that looked really awesome, of Granolah blasting Gas in the chest. I was like, okay, all right, Toyotaro, I'm liking this vibe, fam. The art looking pretty spicy, if I do say so myself. And then once Alec showed up, I was like, oh, snap. So, hey, we're recreating Broly, because I'm not even gonna lie, and was it the same scenario with the return of Broly? I can't remember if it was the same scenario. I know it was something slightly different with the whole control of Broly, but what happened with Alec taking off the bracelet that is around, it's not even a bracelet, what do you call that thing? Basically the string of bones, which I can't find the right word to call it or whatnot, but taking that from around his head, Gas's head, ultimately was something that allowed him to get vicious and lose control and become really, really strong, which was very reminiscent of Broly. But ultimately Alec removes the thingy-majig, the string of bones from around Gas's head, and he loses it and goes buck wild. So again, I am gonna lie, they straight up took that from back when, you know, Broly and Paragus, how Paragus had to keep Broly at bay, because ultimately if not, Broly would go insane and, you know, go ridiculously strong but out of control. Like, you couldn't control him and he couldn't control himself, and that was pretty much the same scenario. So I'm not even gonna lie, like, I wonder why they did that, considering this arc, if anything, felt so perfect, especially early on. Maybe not so much now, because like Granola's vengeance against the Saiyans is kind of like already dead at this particular point, but this arc screamed and made me believe we were going to see Broly again. It made me believe we were going to see Frieza. It made me believe it was just going to be so much more diving into returning of people from, you know, that whole story, that whole scenario of the Saiyans and Frieza and everything like that. So they were like, okay, we're not going to include Broly in this, but we're going to just borrow some elements of him not being able to control himself and having that, you know, necklace and all that jazz. Like, we're just going to reuse those elements, but we're not going to actually include Broly, which would have made sense because it was all vengeance against Saiyans. Like, just quickly to add in a little bit of headcanon, because why not? It would have been kind of dope if Granolah would have slowly started his vengeance against the Saiyans. Of maybe he first targeted Vegeta's brother. He found some way to find out about Tarble, and he went and he took out Tarble, or, you know, either killed him or severely hurt him, and Tarble just barely managed to get away. Then boom, next thing you know, Granolah makes his way to Earth, damn near almost wipes out everybody on Earth fighting Gohan, and absolutely massacres Gohan, because why not? It's not like they're gonna ever really give Gohan that moment that he deserves. Well, maybe they might do it in the superheroes film just to lure us in to watch that 3D shit, but okay. And then ultimately, you know, he arrives at Goku and Vegeta, or even before that, maybe Broly, something like that. It could have been a steady build up to all of this, and then maybe throw the heaters in at the, you know, 9th hour or whatnot. But they're definitely very hell-bent on continuing to build up a story that we have not seen yet, and I don't know what they have planned. If it's just like, hey, it's something special, we're gonna get a full-on, you know, flash of it at the end of the, you know, story, at the end of the arc, or they're gonna do a whole other spin-off, or dare I say it, a film or an OVA. Like, they could do so many different things with this that people would love to watch, like an extra story of Bardock, how he fought some really strong dudes. But ultimately, they basically, I want to say it's Alec, and when he removed it, it was said that he lost control the last time they did that, like 40 years ago, and it was 40 years ago that the whole encounter with Bardock happened. So that was the last time that Gas even attempted to take that off, and it was kind of like a last-ditch effort, because he can't control himself once that amulet is removed from his head. Again, pretty much essentially Broly. He even bulks up and looks like a monster, and I ain't gonna lie, I really like the bulked up design. I was like, oh shit, it brings me back to the old days where characters could actually get brolic and muscular, and not just like everything has to be slimmed down and stuff like that. Like, that's kind of dope. It was short-lived, and it only lasted, I don't know, maybe a handful or so of pages before it reverted back towards the end, but I really rock with that. It just looked really dope, him with the dreads and the muscles and shit. I was like, this dude is a monster, and I rock with it. It's awesome. And Monaito, which I'm not even gonna lie, as we continue through the story, I almost feel like, to a certain degree, Monaito is only useful for hyping things up, and then after that, he's just pretty much useless, because he's like, oh yes, that's the same form he took 40 years ago when he fought against Bardock, and then it's a little later in the chapter that Vegeta's like, oh, okay, so how did that fight ended? I don't know, I was, you know, knocked out, I was unconscious. Like, so fam, you couldn't heal anybody up, you know, you couldn't do that. You can't give us any intel, just like a little teasing, like he's a cock tease, so to speak, but you can't really give any intel as to, hey, how did the whole thing end with Bardock and whatnot. So what good are you, Monaito? What good are you other than to say, hey, I know something, let me tell you, it started with, and then just cut off. Like, Monaito is He's there, I guess, right? He's there. Well, why not? But upon bulking up into that form, essentially it looks like he again has lost it. So think Broly, think Kale, you know, those giant muscular forms that they lose control, and he just starts pulverizing Granolah. And I'm not even gonna lie, I was like, god damn, he could really kill him right now. Like, he's smashing his head into the concrete ground like an animal. He even goes as far as, because again he lost total freaking control, to attack the Heeters. Like, yeah, dude has just really went off the rails. And it's kind of crazy because again, they made the wish already, like he's supposed to be the strongest in the universe, and he's having trouble controlling himself at that particular point as well. Although you could throw the argument, well, yeah, you know, if you're the strongest in the universe, you're gonna have a tough time controlling that strength, especially considering he just acquired it. And I love it because it looks like from here on out, I don't think Goku or Vegeta, but especially Vegeta, is gonna have any more awesome ultra ego-esque moments, because following, you know, pounding the crap out of Granolah, he goes and takes a couple swibs at Vegeta, and I'm like, ah, yes, we're at that point in the arc, you know, like when Kid Buu was beating the dog tar out of Vegeta and he was trying to give Goku that 60 seconds back in the Kid Buu arc. We're at that point now where it's just gonna be, let's pummel Vegeta from time to time to make a point that this dude is really strong. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to start falling back into the bashing like they're doing Vegeta dirty, because in terms of character development, in terms of just showcasing how far this character has come from the days of the Saiyan saga, from the days of even the Babidi situation, Majin Vegeta, to where he's at right now, he's at a different level. He's a man, okay? He's a real man, a true, honest to blue man that is stands firm on all 10, and yeah, he's character-wise really up there, you know, one of the best of Dragon Ball Super. But in terms of, you know, physical capabilities and whatnot, yeah, he reverts to punching bag, although just not as bad as what happened with Granolah, who was just a few minutes ago the strongest in the universe, getting his head cracked in. But Goku charges in on Gas, and upon doing so, he triggers his PTSD, because it brings us into some flashback panels of when Bardock was fighting him, when he had lost his mind, taking off the amulet 40 years ago, and Bardock was blasting at him. And honestly, that's one of the big discussions that the Dragon Ball fandom is having right now. Basically, how is it that Bardock was able to keep up with this guy back then, considering like he couldn't even beat Frieza? How is he fighting against somebody at this caliber? Well, for starters, you gotta automatically say, well, yeah, he's going to catch up to where Goku and Vegeta are at right now. I'm referring to Gas, because, you know, he wished to be the strongest in the universe. So that's one. Number two, I mean, for crying out loud, what do you think? He was just like twiddling his thumbs and eating, I don't know, ramen for the last 40 years? Dog was fighting and training and stuff like that. So you had 40 years of training, which, I mean, we've seen what 40 years of training has done for somebody like Goku. We've seen what 40 years of training has done for somebody like Vegeta. We've seen what freaking 40 years has done for somebody like Krillin, from being what he was in Dragon Ball to, by the end of Z, they said what he's like at what, Frieza's power level or something, like Namek Saga Frieza and stuff like that. So if that could happen with Krillin, then yes, you can apply those same rules of logic that somebody that maybe was, you know, outmaneuvered and even at his strongest going into that crazy hulking form couldn't take out Bardock, but you had 40 years and a wish to boost him to being the strongest in the universe. Yeah, I think that could kind of boost things up. So in terms of the confusion that people may have or frustration with the power scaling, I don't think it's that off. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it does make me wonder, considering Monaito just happened to have, you know, he fell unconscious when all of it went down. How did Bardock take him out? Because I'd imagine he still had to have been somewhere in a ballpark of way stronger than Bardock at that point. But also, if Bardock, you know, he dies against Frieza later on, and it's not like he knew about, like, hey, I have a Super Saiyan transformation, then does Bardock have a form that he was even unaware of? Or maybe he fell unconscious when the form came or something like that? Are they going to try to include and make it canonical that Bardock is the legendary Super Saiyan of history, and they're going to add it in there that Bardock went Super Saiyan and maybe he didn't even realize it, or went quasi Super Saiyan? Or some people were saying, yo, look at the panels, it looks like Bardock's hair is, you know, in the Omen UI with the black hair, and I'm like, no, let's not go that far. That, I'm gonna lie, that would be terrible. Like, if Bardock went Ultra Instinct, like, that would be horrible. Oh my god, the quasi Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan thing in general was like, I could buy something like that as long as, I guess, technically Bardock doesn't remember it, because then it would go counterintuitive to, you know, what happens with him later on against Frieza and whatnot. But maybe that could be plausible, like, hey, he went Super Saiyan and he beat a Gas that was way weaker back then. Even in his hulking crazy, oh my god, I can't control myself form, he was way weaker. Yeah, Super Saiyan Bardock, I could buy that more so than, you know, Ultra Instinct or, yeah. But, again, the fact that they continuously are leaving out certain parts of what happened with Bardock back then and, like, building it up, I don't know if it's that they're trying to build up anticipation in general, just like, hey, come back and read the manga for Bardock fans and longtime fans of Dragon Ball. You're gonna find out what happened with Bardock. Or they're building up something bigger entirely. They're not gonna show it and they're gonna do, like, a spin-off manga, which, keeping it a buck, a Bardock spin-off manga would be insane. And I've said this before on Twitter, I'll say this again, considering the fact that we know nothing about Bardock's parents or Bardock's grandparents, I would love a Dragon Ball spin-off of, like, Bardock's father, like Goku's grandfather, essentially, that we know nothing about, we've never heard of. Obviously, Bardock had to come from somewhere, right? He shot out of somebody's wing wang, you know what I'm saying? That would be dope. It would be endless possibilities, and all we would know is that at some given point, he had a son named Bardock that had kids, and yeah. And I know, again, I'm trailing off, but these are just random thoughts that is popping into my mind that I've always wanted to say, so why not? But upon getting back to the current timeline, Goku basically blasts Gas and sends him flying after him being paused for a second there because of that PTSD again of that ass whipping that Bardock gave him 40 years ago. However, Alex's words, his big brother so to speak, telling him like, yo, you don't remember that you swore you were never gonna lose again, is enough to kind of snap him out of it. Between again the triggered PTSD and Alex's words, it was enough to put him to essentially awaken to a more normalized form where he goes back, he reverts back into his more adult looking form, but just normal. And I think now the horns are coming out of his face, like similar to the hulking form, because before the horns, if I'm not mistaken, were just attached to that like string of bones or whatnot. Then when he went into the hulking form, it actually grew out of his face, and then now they're just completely at his face. It's not part of the amulet or anything like that. And Goku remarks that it looks like Gas has had some sort of awakening, and Alex says, my little brother is now truly the strongest in the universe. And yeah, the battle is going to continue from there. I gotta be honest with you, for the most part, this chapter, again, a lot of action. I'll say that progression wise, we got a little bit in terms of, hey, there's another power up this time for Gas. Also, I wonder why they continue to beat around the bush when it comes to this whole Bardock flashback. Like, is it because Bardock, the mentions of him over there in Japan is just bringing in so much intrigue and people are just jumping at the magazine to read it because of this Bardock situation? Or I wonder why they're beating around it. Like, plot wise, what does it add, if any value at all, to, you know, the grand scheme of things, to just keep hiding about, oh, Monaito was passed out, we don't know how Bardock took him out. Like, also, it's clear as hell that the inspiration behind what went down with Gas's transformation and the amulet being removed and all that jazz, essentially Elect is Paragus and Gas is Broly. And yeah, Vegeta looks like he's going to be a punching bag for the remainder of this arc. Goku's gonna keep on triggering PTSD, and it seems like it's par for the course. Honestly, right now, the one thing I would say that it has going for it very strongly is that it's very uncertain how they're going to stop this dude. Like, Goku and Vegeta were bested by Granolah, and Granola's bested by this dude at this point, and this dude has another power-up. Granolah was already struggling against Gas prior to this awakening, and now he has this awakening on top of that. How do you come back from this other than introducing Broly, or a new transformation that they're going to show next chapter that Bardock was able to obtain, and then one of them, Goku, Vegeta, or Granolah, or somebody there is going to be able to access that, and then boom, that's how they're going to be able to take him down. Or it could be maybe one of the Heeters mutters something along the lines of like, hey, it was that weakness that guy Bardock exploited 40 years ago, and then boom, again, they're gonna run with that, something along the lines of that, because right now it just feels uncertain unless we go down the typical fusion, the Potara earrings or something like that. It doesn't seem like Goku and Vegeta really could do shit, and Granolah is bested as well. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with 81 and beyond. Action-packed chapter, slow on the progression, but for the most part we got a few tidbits there. And again, it's like they really are pushing this Bardock thing. I don't know if they got bigger plans outside of just revealing it in the manga, but yeah, they want to let you know that Bardock was that dude, even though we knew that shit back in like the early 90s when we got that Bardock TV special. Chapter 83, Bardock vs. Gas 2. Gas creates a mace to continue attacking Bardock. Monaito begs Bardock to leave him and Granolah to their fight and save himself. Bardock refuses to do it. Gas tells Bardock that even if he runs away, Saiyans don't have much time left. That's what Elect told him. Bardock gets angry and tells Gas that they are the one with no future. He then shot a key ball at Gas. Gas dodges it and attacks Bardock with his mace. Bardock stops it with his arm, but he is seriously damaged. Bardock grabs the mace and throws Gas away from the area, then tells Monaito and Granolah to leave. Bardock says, "This is my battle. battling, you're in the middle. Gas is tired of Bardock's annoying attacks, so he decides to unleash his instincts a bit and change his form, but he doesn't reach his 100% form yet. Monaito goes to his house and takes out the 2 Dragon Balls. Although it is forbidden to use them for their own sake, Monaito believes that using them for someone else from another planet is okay. Bardock is upset about fighting someone who can change his fighting power. Gas tells him that his power doesn't work like that exactly. Gas tells Bardock that he must give up, but Bardock says no. Bardock is happy to be able to fight against someone strong. Gas and Bardock continue exchanging attacks. In the distance we can see Trombo, the dragon that Monaito has summoned. Monaito asks the dragon to send Bardock back to his home planet. Trombo contacts with Bardock and tells him that he is going to send him to planet Vegeta at the request of Monaito. Bardock doesn't know what is happening and who is talking to him. Trombo explains that he is a dragon that grants wishes. Gas wonders who Bardock is talking to, and then he sees the dragon in the distance. Trombo tells Monaito that Bardock has refused to the wish. We see Bardock says that Saiyans don't run away from their enemies even if they are going to die. Bardock and Gas are still fighting. Monaito speaks telepathically with Bardock and asks him to leave the planet because Bardock can help others as he's done with him. Bardock refuses again. He's not going to leave until he defeats Gas. Monaito then asks Bardock if he has another wish since he wants to help him no matter what. Bardock wonders if Monaito is going to ask the wish to a shooting star. He hasn't seen the dragon yet. Bardock says, well then, yeah, may my sons grow up well. I wish them well. Alec, Maki, and Oil are watching the explosions from the fight between Bardock and Gas. Suddenly they see a fight in the distance that goes up into the sky and then splits into 2. They wonder what it is. Since the light appears in the area where their Namekian's house is, Oil makes a wish. Maki tells him that it's not a shooting star. Alec says for them to not worry about that and to go for Frieza's ship since it won't take long for him to arrive. Monaito looks at the sky while the Dragon Balls leave. He then looks at Granolah, who is still asleep. Monaito says, wishes should be used to give hope to the future. Selfish wishes only bring ruin. I almost made a big mistake. Now I must focus on protecting that hope. Gas hits Bardock with some key balls. Bardock defends himself, but in the end he falls to the ground very tired. Gas approaches him and grabs his tail. Then he shakes Bardock and finally rips his tail off by force. Gas says, you can no longer transform into a giant ape. Gas creates a spear with his powers and throws it at Bardock, but Monaito gets in the way and the spear goes through Monaito's shoulder. Monaito says, I'm sorry about what I did before. I've decided that I must protect Granolah by myself. Gas enrages and unleashes his instincts 100%. Gas attacks both violently. Monaito crashes into some rocks. Gas grabs Bardock's neck and tells him that now he no longer has the Namekian to protect him. He also tells Bardock that he will find the kid and kill him. Bardock laughs and tells Gas that he shouldn't decide things without counting on the others. He won't die until he defeats Gas. Bardock creates a large key ball in his hand and makes it explode. Gas lets go Bardock that starts attacking Gas repeatedly. It seems that Bardock has regained his strength. Gas asks Bardock why he keeps fighting if he can't win, if he does it to repair his sins. Bardock says no. Gas then asks Bardock if he does it for revenge. Bardock also says no again. Gas is furious and asks Bardock for an answer. Then he attacks Bardock. Bardock says, of course that's obvious. When you're in a fight to the death, what kind of idiot thinks about anything but winning? An aura covers Bardock's body. Then he stops Gas, punches easily. Then Bardock punches Gas hard in the stomach. Bardock says the only reason I fight is to see if I can beat the other bastard standing against me. That's all I care about. Gas wonders what is going on. How is it possible that Bardock has become stronger if the Saiyans have no other way to do it than transforming into giant apes? Bardock says, perhaps you don't know. When we push past our limits, we often evolve. We Saiyans. Bardock keeps attacking Gas. Alec watches the fight from the distance. Bardock charges a key ball in his hand. It will be his last attack. He then throws it at Gas, who fully takes the attack. Gas falls to the ground unconscious. He has returned to his normal form. Bardock also falls to the ground exhausted. Alec approaches his brother, looks at him and says that he should train more. As Alec is about to pick Gas up to leave, he sees that Bardock is still alive. Bardock asks Alec if they are Frieza's allies. Alec laughs and asks Bardock if he knows what Frieza really has in mind. Alec says, cuckoo, basically like laughing. You Saiyans are lucky. A meteor could fall upon your heads. Bardock doesn't know what he's talking about. Alec tells Bardock that now that he has heard it, he must die and shoots Bardock with a gun. The shot goes through Bardock's right arm. Then Bardock falls off a cliff into a forest. Alec is going to finish Bardock off, but Maki calls him and tells Alec that Frieza's ship has arrived. Alec shoots several times to the area where Bardock has fallen and leaves with Gas, since Bardock was so badly injured that he will die even if Alec doesn't kill him now. Monaito arrives at where Bardock is and begins to heal him, although he is also injured. Both of them and Granolah have survived. Monaito says, you have won, Bardock. In the last panel, we see that Bardock's scouter turns off, a sign that Alec has gone far enough that the scouter can no longer detect him. End note. all you need is determination to win. Dragon Ball fans waited nearly 30 years for this to finally happen, and in general, the Dragon Ball Super franchise as of late is kind of cray because a lot of insanity is going down between the battle of Bardock and Gas, finding out more about the history of Goku's family, and in general, just a lot of big things going down. It's kind of crazy to say that 30 years later nearly, holy cow, things is actually happening that fans have been waiting for, especially OG fans of Dragon Ball for a long time, and yeah, we gotta talk about it. By the way, make sure to subscribe and hit that bell for all notifications so you get notified whenever we drop another one of these, because we talk about all sorts of different anime and manga constantly, so yeah. So last few months, the Dragon Ball fandom in general has been going crazy, going nuts over everything that's been going down with the Dragon Ball Super manga, with the latest chapters of the series, 82, 83. It's been kind of wild seeing more of Bardock, one of the big things that they know over there, whether it be Toei Animation, whether it be Namco Bandai, whether it be Shonen Jump, anything, V-Jump, whoever it is, they all know that Bardock, Broly, and select figures in the Dragon Ball, I guess you would say Rogues Gallery, but just in general, a lot of characters in Dragon Ball, when you bring them into the fold, they blow things up. And since they brought in Bardock, the sales have been up, the popularity has been up, it's trending constantly. Dragon Ball is constantly trending because of, hey, you got one of the big mascots that people love in here. Just like when they brought Future Trunks into Dragon Ball, it was like, holy cow, yo, dog, one of the fan favorites is here, what's going on? So it's very interesting to see that Dragon Ball Super with select characters can go from like, it's alright, to holy cow, this arc is crazy. And off rip, one of the biggest things, again, Bardock versus Gas has been instrumental in keeping people's attention, but also there's something off the rip that I gotta say that fans are going crazy about, debating back and forth, and that's the controversy surrounding Bardock's wish to the dragon regarding his sons Son Goku and Raditz. That was one of the big things that with the latest chapter as of the recording of this video, 83 of Dragon Ball Super, fans were like, wait a minute, so what type of horse manure is this right now? Because y'all know, most of y'all know that in terms of thriving, I don't think a big blast through the chest to both of his children at the start of Z, where Goku is like, what, in his 20s at that particular point, that doesn't necessarily scream thriving, nor does Raditz being shot to the chest and dying and never being revived after that mean being thriving as well. And there's where some fans came in and was like, yo dog, nah, that's not cool, because the translations that some fans came up with is that basically he said he hopes that his sons grow up to be strong, or something along the lines of that. It was basically, hey, I hope my kids get to at the very least grow up. It wasn't anything of like, I hope they thrive, because again, thriving and Raditz just kind of don't go hand in hand at all. But at the same time, that also impacts something that goes all the way to the very beginning of this series in terms of, hey, almost 30 years. There's a lot of things now that I think about it that in this video we're going to be uncovering that. Almost 30 freaking years, and we're getting massive changes to the Dragon Ball story in terms of essentially everything that happened in the beginning with this retcon, I guess you would argue, was due to Bardock's wish. If you really think about it, the dragon essentially making and granting this wish ultimately changed the course of history, and that's probably why Goku became a good person. You know, that quote-unquote accident where Grandpa Gohan was holding him and he fell down and bumped his head and he changed from a wild kid to all of a sudden a good kid? Yeah, that actually was thanks to Bardock's wish. But again, it just kind of is like, wow, so Raditz thrived up until a certain point, but yeah, you know, he grew up to be strong or whatnot. It's just a little wacky, and I'm not even gonna lie, it's straight up a retcon. Hands down, Dragon Ball has retconned something from like 30 freaking years ago, the very beginning of Dragon Ball, or you could argue maybe a little bit less because it was Z where we found out the truth about Goku being from planet Vegeta and the Saiyan and his brother Raditz and Vegeta and, you know, just all of these things. It wasn't until Z, but still, nevertheless, this is so freaking long in the making that you put in now all of a sudden, oh, all of that happened? Yeah, it was actually because of a wish that Bardock made, even though, you know, Bardock the father of Goku, which has been completely retconned now, never had any of that. In fact, a lot of things that has recently happened in Dragon Ball really make me question certain things, like when he gets his tail ripped off in chapter 83, Bardock, I'm like, what? Like, so I know in Dragon Ball, like, there's times where your tail can grow back fairly quickly, like Goku's tail would come back and whatnot, so I know that that's not out of the question, but it was just kind of like bizarre because yeah, again, everything that you knew about Dragon Ball and Bardock in terms of from back in the day with the Bardock the Father Goku TV special, you kind of got to throw that out the window at this point. Like, even one of the biggest things that for, again, almost 30 years, Dragon Ball fans have been waiting for actually happened, but again, it retcons and kind of excludes the validity of the Dragon Ball, TV special Bardock the Father Goku, because Goku finally, after all of this time, knows the truth about his parents thanks to that memory that was put into him. Again, I want to say that was chapter 82, regarding what happened with Gene and Bardock and the end times of Planet Vegeta and them saying, to live on and whatnot. And that is kind of insane because, we waited all these years. Will Goku ever see Bardock? It was for the most part written off like, yeah, that's never going to happen. And ultimately it did. And where does that go with Goku? Does that change Goku at all? Or do we continue this linear characterization and character quote unquote development that really isn't just like his martial arts developed? Sure, his hair colors develop in terms of as a character. Does that do anything? Does that change it? Does that make Goku say or be interested more in his Saiyan heritage? I think that this could be a huge foundation for Goku's character moving forward. Why not make him more interested in his Saiyan heritage? Because now he saw his mother and his father and he realizes that they were good people and they just fell on bad times. Right there, this is where you make Goku go a whole different direction and maybe, build on, instead of constantly going into this Ultra Instinct thing, which, they've kind of already done to death. How about we put that to the side a little bit and make Goku's character go more into the whole primal thing of like what Super Saiyan 4 of, truly being a Saiyan. That would be very interesting to see Goku having Saiyan pride and maybe Vegeta be more so like, I'm an Earthling now. Again, if that's the whole premise of Dragon Ball Super, the development of those two characters going in opposite directions, that ultimately is a point that we do have to cross, of Goku being, I'm a Saiyan, I'm proud, and Vegeta being like, yeah, I'm a Saiyan, I'm proud, but I'm an Earthling too, I gotta point that out. And I guess the biggest WTF moment of this entire situation with Bardock, his battle with Gas, and everything that's going on in the Dragon Ball Super manga right now is, well, it's been hyped up about Bardock beating Gas, and the way he beat him was very strategic, or they made it sound like it was something that Bardock either unlocked a new transformation, or it was just something out of this world. And for the most part, what I gathered based on the chapter and how he defeated him, it didn't seem like he went into like a Omen Ultra Instinct form, the UI transformation. It didn't seem like he went there. It more so just seemed like he got a Zenkai boost based on being kind of like a little bit healed up after constantly going at it against Gas. So is that the lesson of we need more Zenkai boosts, even though it was like, I don't know how many arcs ago now that they said they can't Zenkai boost really anymore? So that was something that kind of feels a little bit WTF of like, okay, so what was the whole lesson and why we needed to see this so that we can in the current day take out Gas because Bardock was able to do it in the past? What was the lesson here? Like his hair turned a little shiny and he was able to kick butt because he wanted to? So I'll leave that question to you guys and we'll end that here. Okay people, so with Dragon Ball Super chapter 87, we finally come to the close of the Granolah the Survivor arc, from everything that went down, the battles, the heaters, the betrayal, all of that good stuff. But I want to ask you guys a massive question before we even get into anything else. In terms of this arc, very simple, cut and dry. Do you think that this was a good arc or a bad arc for Dragon Ball Super? Where would you rate it in comparison to the other arcs we've had so far? And just in general, what do you think about it? Because now that we've come to a close and we're heading on to something else, it's definitely a time to reflect and look back, because this arc, like the Moro arc, has been somewhat controversial as it's run. There's been a lot of yays and nays from Bardock, all of the craziness that has happened, and I'm definitely interested in your opinion as well. Not only just, me speaking, this is a back and forth between me and you guys, so let me know. But let's get started, shall we? Also, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell if you want to see me talk more Dragon Ball, all sorts of manga and anime we talk over here on this channel, so I'd greatly appreciate it. Subscribe and hit that bell. Thank you very much. Okay people, we finally reached the end of the Granolah the Survivor arc with chapter 87, wrapping it up and bringing it all to a close. Technically 86 was pretty much the finale of the battle against Gas, but nevertheless, this arc, man, before we jump into anything else, I want to talk a little bit about what we've had so far, because honestly, this arc, there's been a lot of highs and a lot of lows. It hasn't been a perfect arc by any means, but there's definitely a lot to look into when when it comes to this arc. I think the biggest aspects you can take away from this arc is character development. Forget the transformations, you know, Ultra Ego and Goku amplifying his Ultra Instinct technique. All of that stuff is cool, but for me personally, one of the things that I really appreciated about this arc is the character development for two characters that, you know, they've been around for 30 plus years, Goku and Vegeta. So to see their change and their metamorphosis, so to speak, as this arc has went on, has definitely been a treat for a lot of people that are fans of Dragon Ball. One of the things that people have always said is that, yo dog, is so, you know, it's the Goku and Vegeta show, and Goku is just the bumbling strong idiot, and Vegeta's the proud warrior that constantly gets shitted on, lads. So to actually see that these arcs, but especially Granolah the Survivor, has really dove into who they are as characters and where they're headed, I really appreciated it. In fact, Dragon Ball Super as a whole has done an immense job at character development for Vegeta. Like, don't mistake it, all of the hoopla of, oh my god, he always takes L's. Like, yes, that is established. In terms of the combat, in terms of the big aspect that everybody comes to Dragon Ball for, the fights, yeah, Vegeta doesn't catch the W. Well, you know, there is a piece of media that he recently caught a W, but I'm not gonna spoil that one. But yeah, he doesn't catch the wins in that aspect, but his character development, man, from even, you know, the start of like the Battle of God stuff where he was dancing basically to save his family, showcasing that, no, he's a full-blown family man, like he's actually changed. And then you come to like this arc in particular, I absolutely loved it. Like, I was just rewatching the Cell saga, some of, you know, fights and moments and stuff like that, but especially in particular Vegeta, and I was rewatching that moment where he snapped because Cell seemingly had killed Trunks and all of that craziness, and it just reminded me that Vegeta's come a long way. Granted, I would say that that was the spark that really demonstrated the first time that Vegeta had any sort of compassion, but man, from all the way back then, that it was a shock to the fandom. Just think about it like this: it was a massive surprise when we saw Vegeta at the 9th hour show up with a big blast, hitting Cell, allowing for Gohan to catch the W and defeat him and whatnot, because Vegeta wasn't a team player. Like, he was like, work with them, like, nah dog, I'm good on that. The only time we ever even seen him in any sort of capacity in teamwork was when he was rolling with the Saiyans, when he came with Nappa, and look what he did to Nappa. He wasn't really that much of a comrade, so to speak. So to see what this arc provided, to the point of him giving the Sensu Bean to Granolah 86, where he actually teamed up in a combo attack with Goku and Granolah to take out Gas, I absolutely love what they've done with Vegeta's character on that aspect, the character development stuff, basically showing from a boy to a man, so to speak, in terms of his mentality. You know, he was a vicious murderer back in the days, so to see him go from that to the point of even basically trying to help and big up Granolah, who was just moments before an enemy and somebody that he was trying to wipe out, that's a... you got to give it up for the wins where they count the most. And as a character, Vegeta's come a long way. But it's not only exclusive to Vegeta, because I feel like this arc added more to Goku. Goku's always had like that lost heritage, right? He's never really dove into Saiyan heritage. There was never any, hey, yo, I want to learn more about Bardock. It was just like, dog, I'm an Earthling. I was raised here. Yeah, I'm a Saiyan technically, but I'm not Kakarot. I'm Goku. And this arc allowed Goku just a bit to explore into the origins of Kakarot, with everything of Bardock, with him finding out about his father and how he looked so much like him, and even the wrap up of this chapter 87. It definitely allowed Goku to kind of take it back and explore his roots a little bit, but also, you know, just answering a question that Dragon Ball fans has had a long time of, well, what would happen if Goku learned about Bardock? Has he ever even heard of Bardock or whatnot? Because some people missed out on the little references and the little mentions back in the Frieza arc from Vegeta. So to see it all come full circle for Goku's character as well, I won't say it's as strong as Vegeta's development, but it definitely helped to add more to Goku understanding who is Kakarot, who he was born to be, and I appreciated that. Also gave the fan service for Bardock, just seeing him in there in general. But this arc, those are the two shining pieces of it. Yes, I am gonna lie, I know maybe some people didn't care for it. I loved the look of Ultra Ego. I'm still gonna say that's probably my favorite, if not one of my favorite forms for Vegeta. It just looks awesome, bringing back the bulky look. To me, it looks dope. I love the color scheme, the purple hair and everything. That's sick to me. So I appreciated the look of it, but chapter 87 demonstrated that once again, there's a long road ahead to being the strongest in the universe, because I think that was one of the biggest things that Granolah the Survivor posed a question to. Well,
are Goku and Vegeta the strongest in the universe? After that whole premonition of, the strongest warrior of the universe was born and whatnot, it led into, well, are Goku and Vegeta surpassed him, right? Because we kind of strayed away a bit from, that whole big grandiose of the Tournament of Power and the different universes and all that stuff. We haven't seen that in a long time. So to actually see, well, who's head honcho in Universe 7, it was definitely adding into the idea of, yeah, dog, once again, Goku and Vegeta, they're not top of the line. There's still somebody stronger out there. It honestly brought me back to how I felt about Arc 1 of Dragon Ball. Actually, I'm lying. It wasn't Arc 1. I'm talking about the first tournament of Dragon Ball. You remember the first tournament of Dragon Ball? In case you skipped it, because some people, they did not watch Dragon Ball. One of the biggest lessons about that tournament was that Master Roshi, he dressed up as a guy named Jackie Chun, and he fought in the World Martial Arts Tournament because he wanted to stop Goku from winning. And it wasn't for any poor reasons. It was for a very valuable lesson. He had to basically demonstrate to Goku that there's somebody that's stronger out there. Because if he didn't come in and take Goku down, Goku might have said, well, oh, so I'm the strongest here? Okay, I'm gonna find something else to do. I'm not gonna fight anymore. Even though, realistically, them Saiyans, they love them some battles. But if Goku and Vegeta were top of the food chain at that point, they might not go as hard. They might not go into other levels. So to see Granolah making the wish, and then later on Gas making the wish, it just demonstrated that there will always be somebody stronger out there. And Goku and Vegeta, they can't get idle. They can't pull a Gohan. They can't sit back with the books. You know what I'm saying? And I also think that that's something connected to the ending of chapter 87, because for the most part we see once again that the battle is over. Granolah and them, they finally managed to put down Gas, even though Granolah also had character development, which is crazy because he's a newer character and he went from a vengeful piece of trash to, after everything that happened with Monaito and whatnot, he switched his ways and he's actually not even trying to kill. Like, he left Gas alive in the end. He said, I'm no longer after vengeance. So you see that even that character got development, but also it just kind of demonstrates, hey, the aftermath, the beginning of the chapter is just showcasing like, holy shit, we actually took him down. Then we dive a little more into the piece of shit that is the Heeters, when they blast through Monaito, even though I still find it a little ridiculous that Monaito, because he healed so much at this old age, was able to now heal somebody fully. It was ridiculous, like a Zenkai boost for a Namekian healer that's like 100 million years old. Like, huh? But when Gas showed back up and blasted through Monaito, yet again kind of demonstrating that, yeah, some people, they're too fucked up and too messed up that they kind of got to take a dirt nap. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Granolah wasn't going for vengeance, but that's a whole other subject entirely of, yo, this person a little bit too evil, we kind of gotta put him down. And it's kind of crazy that even then, once again, it demonstrated, oh no, Goku and Vegeta, they weren't the strongest. Like, just think about it for a second. Goku and Vegeta legit together, along with Granolah that just had that wish that took off majority of his lifespan or whatnot, still couldn't take out Gas. It wasn't until big baddie of them all, the overlord of the freaking Universe 7, showed up and did what he did, that they were able to, well, they weren't able to do anything against Gas. Point being, they couldn't stop Gas on their own. That's basically one mark of, again, there's somebody strong out there always. The Heeters, in particular, elect, because Maki and Oil, whatever, they were just kind of sideline, in my opinion, comedic relief, so to speak, and also just a measure of where the morality is in this whole Heeter collective, while Gas was just kind of like a misled kid, so to speak. Alec was straight up, funny enough, the weakest, and even through and through, it kind of showed that not only strength-wise was he the weakest, but morality and everything. Like, he was a terrible freaking person. He was willing to cast aside all of them. He didn't care about Gas and nothing. It was all a front, and he was just using him to have his way. But man, oh man, it was almost like the hero of this whole thing in a weird, strange way was the most menacing of them all. When, I'm not gonna make y'all wait any longer, y'all read the chapter. If you haven't, you should go read it. Black Frieza, baby. Well, it didn't start off with Black Frieza. Frieza showing up and doing Gas dirty, which, hold on, so the strongest in the universe, Gas, gets taken out like nothing. Like, granted, he was melted down, his form was decomposing there or whatnot, so maybe you could throw the argument out there that he wasn't at his top shape, but it's still demonstrated even after the fact of just how menacing Frieza is. The exchange with Frieza and the Heeters. Frieza was like, oh, I knew y'all plans 40 years ago, dog. I just let y'all run because y'all was doing my bidding. But it was basically that Frieza never saw them as a threat to begin with. And, you know, he vanquishes Alec as well. And that one right there, I was excited about. Gas, I almost feel bad for him that he was basically a misled little brother. Think like a little brother that has a very horrible older brother guiding him that went astray and ultimately across cost him his life. So I kind of felt bad for Gas. Maki and Oil, I felt bad, especially when Elect smacked Maki away. I was just kind of like, wow, this dude really gotta die. And thankfully Frieza did the honors. And really, of the collective of the Heeters, the villain there was truly Elect. He was just a weak piece of crap that took advantage of his younger siblings. But from the moment Frieza showed up, dog, for starters, Toyotaro, he was snapping on the art. I mean, the shot alone of Frieza arriving down, it just looks detailed and absolutely beautiful. I was like, oh my god. Because at first, and even now, because some people, they just, for whatever reason, they wasn't hype about it as much as I was, especially, you're gonna look at it like, oh, Frieza again, right? But the way they played it is so much better than Resurrection F. Tournament of Power, Frieza's role was so different. This was the first time we had to see him in that light of, yo, I gotta team up with them. If not, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna be able to return, and also it'll be the end of the universe, which Frieza didn't really care about that. He just wanted to come back to life. So that was not really seeing Frieza in the role of the, you know, villain. This was a different light there. So we got to compare it really to the time that he returned in his full-on glory of being a villain, so to speak. And Resurrection F treated him like a joke when he showed up and he's like, I'm Golden Frieza, and Goku and Vegeta just slapped the living crap out of him. It was like an hour and a half of Goku and Vegeta picking on Frieza. There's a big distinct difference from that film and the first return in Super of Frieza to this Frieza. This Frieza, what he did alone already, vanquishing Gas, the strongest in the universe, getting rid of Elect like he was nothing, which Elect really was nothing, so I'm not going to give that as like an accomplishment other than, hey, you got rid of a worthless little worm. But also adding into that, he's already known Elect's plans, once again confirming that Frieza's a crafty little lad, but then adding on to the ferocity, right? And you always got to think that ever since they introduced the concept of what Frieza did for Resurrection F, the fact that he only went to a planet, you know, somewhere in the distant universe for 4 months and he obtained that Golden Frieza, well, what would happen if he did it for a year, 2 years, 5 years? How about 10? And oh my god, I'm not gonna lie, this was one hell of a way to wrap up an arc that definitely started to feel like it dragged towards the end of the battle against Gas. I was kind of like, that's why the last couple months I personally didn't really dive into talking about the chapters, because I was like, yeah, can we just kind of end it, you know, Goku, Susanoo, all of that stuff. I was like, it's dragging, my lord, let's go on, you know what I'm saying? So to see Frieza come and basically be like the proverbial manga editor and say, man, end this arc right now, do it in the most epic way you possibly can, and okay, I'm gonna just kill off everybody that they were fighting, and then I'm gonna one-shot these motherfuckers with 10 years of training in basically the room of space and time, aka the hyperbolic time chamber type of vibe, because it wasn't necessarily the hyperbolic time chamber. Basically, Frieza went off to a planet that he had conquered, and it was kind of residing in a different realm, so to speak, which kind of all lines perfectly why the dragon made that wish, and ultimately Gas was still weaker than Frieza, because Frieza didn't reside in Universe 7 when that wish was made. He was off somewhere else, and Frieza goes into his black Frieza form, which I just gotta say one thing, which don't get me wrong, the memes was amazing. All of the memes was great, but Dragon Ball, why is it every time a character is bad, it's Goku Black Frieza? Hey, what we doing here? And by no means am I trying to stir up controversy or like cancel Dragon Ball. I'm just pointing out an observation, that's all. And homie literally just did one of the craziest things that you could do at this juncture in Dragon Ball Super. He one-shotted Ultra Ego Vegeta and Goku with his new Ultra Instinct. Like, if that doesn't speak volumes of the ferocity, the strength, and the epicness of Frieza, nothing will. Because again, if 4 months gave him Golden Frieza, what the hell you think 10 years in another realm in probably 10 days? And I wonder how he escaped, because you know when you go to that different realm, I mean, again, maybe I'm just thinking too much hyperbolic time chamber, and that doesn't necessarily apply to the rules of wherever the hell else he was training. And also to just see that not only does he one-shot them, he basically says, not today, I got other stuff to do. I was thinking to myself on one end when I first read it, like, oh, that's stupid, like, what do you mean? Like, dog, your whole thing has been vengeance against them, so why not finish them all? Hopefully, is what I'm hoping for, is that there's actually a legitimate reason regarding that, and it could be a couple of different things. It could be that, similar to the Tournament of Power, he needs them for, like, you know, a team up. Maybe there's a god of destruction he's trying to take out, or there's some force that is threatening him that he's leaving them alive. Or a big one that I came to that I was like, imagine going back to what I started this video with, the Jackie Chun first World Martial Arts Tournament. Roshi entered because he had to show Goku and Vegeta that there's somebody stronger out there. If Goku and Vegeta basically defeated Gas and surpassed Granolah and all that stuff, that would make them the strongest. So wouldn't it be the most ideological thing to do for somebody that wants Goku and Vegeta to keep on progressing, to add an element of, no, there's somebody stronger? And you're like, well, okay, who would have done that other than the author himself? I'm just saying, what about if Whis did this? What about if Whis got in contact with Frieza for X, Y, and Z reasons, and he's like, if I don't do something, Goku and Vegeta are gonna think that they're the pinnacle of Universe 7, and things can go left, they could stop training, they could try and do something else. Let me add a thorn in their side, and just as they think things are wrapping up nicely, boom, Black Frieza shows up. Because let's not forget that, hey, the dude that comes and revives, coincidentally, Monaito is none other than Whis. So Whis shows up right around the time Black Frieza shows up. Could be that he's the one that brought them there to begin with. I mean, granted, the spaceship was there, but it could be he brought him and his spaceship there. It could be a multitude of things. It could have been that they just had their conversation and their plan, and that's why he left them alive, because we said, hey, how about I get you stronger than Goku and Vegeta? But the catch is, you can't kill them because, you know, I'm still stronger than you, buddy. I always will be. I'm that angel. I'm that dude. I'm Beerus's teacher. I mean, it would make sense as to why he would leave Goku and Vegeta behind. I mean, granted, yeah, we could play the angle of a Tournament of Power reversal where this time around Frieza needs them. I don't know if Frieza would go asking Goku and Vegeta for help for anything. He's too much of a messed up evil piece of shit. But if it was a deal that was struck with somebody else, and honestly, I loved it. I know it's cliche Frieza, but it was Frieza in a light that we haven't seen since pretty much the Frieza arc. Because after Goku defeated Frieza on Namek, it was never menacing again. It wasn't menacing like how you felt fear from Frieza where they were running a Namek and they were scared to death. You ain't feel that since then. You know, when Trunks shows up and kills Mecha Frieza, boom, Dunzo. When he came back in Super, it was boom, Dunzo for Frieza's resurrection. Tournament of Power, we didn't really have to face him, so it wasn't really a threat. Broly, he just sick Broly on them. He didn't do anything. We haven't had Frieza owning Goku and Vegeta since the Frieza arc all the way back in Dragon Ball Z. So I gotta point it out that yes, this is Frieza again, but this is Frieza like you haven't seen him since the 90s, and I'm not an apologist. I've actually been called a very heavy hater of Dragon Ball Super for a long time, but I gotta call a duck, a square, and Black Frieza with that epicness, because I absolutely loved it. I know you probably tired of Frieza, and if you are, why are you still reading, my lord? And so yeah, Frieza epicness, another big thing going back into what I was talking about with Goku discovering his heritage, where Monaito gives Bardock's scouter to Goku. I love that now he has a memento of his father, similar to how he had, you know, the 4-star Dragon Ball to remember Gohan. Now he has a little piece of his father. I would love for, whether it be more androids or whatever it is, Goku to have to use that scouter at some given point. It could be that Goku, I don't know, his powers is wonky. He has a Saiyan's cold and can't fight, and he can't sense anybody or something like that, so he has to use the scouter. It would just be awesome to see him for the one time with like a bloody rag wrapped around and shit, and get that Goku cosplaying as Bardock look. I would be so all over it. But above all else, it's again getting Goku more intact with his roots and who he was born as and who his father was and stuff like that. It kind of dives into his heritage. As Vegeta is learning his, you know, newfound life as a human or a Saiyan living on Earth, then Goku needs to learn the reverse of who he was as a Saiyan and his people and whatnot. And I think that that delivered immensely with that little memento. I love that. It added a little bit more than, oh, it wasn't just that, you know, we heard about Bardock flashbacks. Gave a little bit of a piece of Bardock to Goku, something that fans have said for a long time, like, can we get more interactions? Can we get something there with that relationship? And the chapter ends off, of course, with Goku and Vegeta heading off to Beerus's planet to help him make some yakisoba, but more so over than that, to train yet again, and also answering the question, but at the same time not really, of who the hell is the strongest out in the universe. Because now, if it wasn't Frieza that was born per se, it has to be somebody else. So it wasn't really Gas, it wasn't really Granolah, there's still somebody stronger out there, which again goes back into that Jackie Chun message of, you're not at the top, dog, you gotta keep on going. And I feel like this was an amazing wrap up to a controversial arc that had highs and lows, but I'm very, very happy to go out on a high such as this of Goku and Vegeta yet again, seeing that even with these new epic forms, they still got a ways to go to be at the top of their universe. And yeah, I was really riding with it. Curious what you guys think. I guess the biggest question that I started off with, yay, nay on Granolah the Survivor arc. I will say that I love the character development. I love things of Bardock in terms of the stuff that really added value to Goku's character. The battle went on way too long with Gas and them. It feels like it kind of was an abrupt ending of like, yo, send in Frieza, finish this shit off. But at the same time, it was also epic because it gave Frieza something that he hasn't had in a long time. Again, like 20 some years, 30 years of, yeah, he's back on top now. Now he's something to fear. Even Broly might not be able to throw hands with Frieza at this point if he just made Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct Goku and Vegeta look like clowns, look like Boo Boo the Fool. On top of that, taking out Gas that was 100% wished to be the strongest of Universe 7. Insane. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the future of Dragon Ball Super with chapter 88 and beyond. Wow, oh wow, baby. Black Frieza, let's go. Vegeta and Broly are throwing hands. Gohan is going beast mode. Vegeta's bragging about taking the W against Goku. Yes, people, the Dragon Ball Super superhero movie adaptation into the manga is finally freaking over. Thank goodness. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more videos. Yeah. Okay, people, so finally, after over a year of the Dragon Ball Super manga redoing the story from the Dragon Ball Super superhero film, we have finally closed that chapter of the story and moved on to a brand new arc for the Dragon Ball Super series. And I gotta say, as somebody that loves Dragon Ball, as somebody that's been a faithful watcher and reader of the Dragon Ball Super anime and manga, I am extremely excited and happy to be past that chapter. There is no denying anybody that has actually read or watched what's been going on with Dragon Ball Super over the last year that flat out they milked that movie to the bone dry. I mean, come on, people, what did we do here? But thankfully we are past that, and it's time to get into some absolute epicness that the Dragon Ball Super manga is currently in right now, because chapter 101 of Dragon Ball Super flat out gave me extreme amounts of hope that despite the fact that we've had a sluggish, rough time, we are headed towards some absolute greatness and the stuff that we love from Dragon Ball. Because to be honest with you, it's kind of crazy that we had all of these incredible setups for the Tournament of Power, all of these different universes, all of these different gods of destructions, all of this potential from Planet Saddle, the Saiyans from Universe 6, and we've done really nothing with it. In fact, we've, just been focusing in on stuff on Earth. So the fact that Dragon Ball Super 101 really starts setting things up for a bigger and more grandiose story, again, I'm here for it. However, taking it from the top, I will not deny that the first 15 or so pages of Dragon Ball Super Chapter 101 definitely would leave you feeling a bit dreadful if you didn't know anything that was to come. I mean, I'm on social media here and there, so I actually seen like, oh, there's going to be something awesome in the chapter, but if you only jumped into the chapter without any preconceived notions of what's to come, you might be jumping into this thinking, oh god, they're still continuing on with the superhero stuff. What are we doing? Because it opens up with the two grunts from Dragon Ball Super superhero movie now that the Red Ribbon Army has fallen, and essentially they're lost in trying to find their way. They're upset that the Red Ribbon Army has fallen, and ultimately they're maybe seeking a little bit of revenge and just in general trying to figure out what their next moves are. When coincidentally they run into Goten and Trunks as they're doing their superhero stuff. Can I just put a major sigh right here? And again, if you didn't know any better, you would probably feel that exact sentiment because, yeah, we just got rid of the superhero stuff. We don't want it anymore. Despite the fact that Toriyama, when Dragon Ball went into that 7-year time skip, started off with Gohan's daily life and him as a superhero, he had to cut it short and jump straight into the tournament and Majin Buu because people didn't really want to see too much of that. Like, a couple of doses of it is fine, but when you're drowning fans in it for 365 days, yeah, let's move on. But the grunts decide, hey, you know what? We can get our revenge on the people that foiled our plans with the Red Ribbon Army if we utilize these two knuckleheads. And so they treat Goten and Trunks to some pizza and essentially begin to try and manipulate them to take on Gohan and essentially avenge the Red Ribbon Army, although disguising it as heroic deeds. And of course, at first, Goten and Trunks are kind of like, huh? Because, yeah, even though the way they're wording it is like, oh, you can do something heroic, ultimately they kind of see like there's something a little fishy here.
And even more funny enough is that the whole premise of this situation is basically straight up and down copying and pasting what happened with the Gammas in the Dragon Ball superhero movie. How they thought they were doing some heroic deeds and stopping evil bad guys, but yeah, they were being manipulated into stopping the good guys and helping the bad guys. And then to make matters worse, they basically pushed them even forward and managed to manipulate them by saying basically, oh, you scared, huh? You a chicken, right? You scared. It's alright. It's okay. We get it. You scared. It's all good. We understand. You feel fear, fam. And it's like, really, dog? That's how we're kicking things off with this new arc? Okay. But eventually, Goten and Trunks are swayed into making this deal to go help out and stop these quote-unquote criminals that are hell-bent on taking over the world. Also, Trunks having a little bit of, selfish motives, wanting to impress Mai. Yeah, I guess that whole subplot of the 40-something, 50-something-year-old woman that got turned into a child and is now a teenager in love with this teenager is still in play. Did I spoil the whole illusion? And finally, after 15 pages of feeling like we're retreading the same stuff we did for a year, boom, Vegeta versus Broly. Is the fact that Vegeta is actually besting him, which is like, wait, Nani? Have you seen Dragon Ball Super Broly, the movie? Like, yeah, Broly was on a whole different stratosphere than Goku and Vegeta, so much so that they had to fuse to try and even stand a chance against him, and still really couldn't muster up to, take him out. Although I will throw the counter argument to that in that before Broly kind of went nuts and he was just fighting Vegeta and Goku in his normal form, while yes, he was still giving them a problem, it wasn't as one-sided as when Broly went nuts. Which kind of is a testament to a lot of the premise of what happens with Broly in this chapter. Because it continues with Vegeta taking a direct punch from homie, and let's be honest here, fam. If it was Dragon Ball Super Broly the movie, there was no taking no direct punches. Broly was gonna smash homie. However, there's something very obvious to note as their battle is ensuing, and that's the fact that Broly isn't breaking out into a fit of rage, which would probably put everybody on that planet, including the planet itself, at risk. Because during this combat, Broly is actually somewhat containing his anger and not trying to get mad. To which Vegeta decides, you know what? It's Dragon Ball Super. I've changed my ways and I've become more of a mentor, even some might say a teacher, a la Kaba. And starts just spitting straight up facts to Broly, telling him that anger isn't a bad thing, rage is the source of a Saiyan's power, but if you lose yourself in it, then yeah fam, I don't know what to tell you. Because he even encourages him like, yo, don't suppress the rage, just control it, figure it out. Which, to be honest with you, is very much so a good piece of knowledge and some game that Vegeta dropped on Broly. Kudos to Vegeta being a good sensei there. Although even saying that sentence is kind of like, what? Vegeta's being a sensei to Broly? Huh? However, following that, I had something to say, and that's the fact that Vegeta goes Super Saiyan, which, is there anybody else or is it just me that is kind of tired of after an arc happens, Dragon Ball Super always resets the characters to utilizing Super Saiyan whenever they are in combat? Like, I get it, maybe you don't want to destroy Beerus' planet, so maybe you don't want to go all on ego mode or whatnot, but it really is a tiring concept in Dragon Ball that essentially they always revert back to utilizing Super Saiyan as like a base power-up. It's like, I get it that that's the most powerful form, but come on, fam. Come on, son. And honestly, Vegeta is really working Broly, which again, I say that very much so from a surprised standpoint. And Vegeta goes on even further to say that it looks like Broly can't wield his full power out of fear that he's gonna snap. Which definitely makes a lot of sense, but then it also makes me question, like, okay, so then how do you tap into that power? And also you have to kind of compare it to Kale, which I wonder if we're ever gonna see her in Khalifa again. I'm just saying, like, it's been a hot minute, and I kind of dug those Saiyan females, you know? Even Goku says that it seems like that, but Whis actually sees something different and can tell that Broly is controlling himself pretty well. To which, following that, Broly actually finally owns his anger. It looks like he gets a bit upset, however, he's actually still controlling it. And for Whis to say, yo, that's growth, that's big, dog, that's big. Even though Vegeta follows up with, yeah, but you're still not tapping into your full strength, so not good enough. And I gotta just stress right here and now that moving forward within this next arc, I can almost guarantee you that this was just the biggest setup for Broly getting a new form. I'm not sure if it's going to be him tapping into Ultra Instinct, or it'll be an exclusive form similar to like Vegeta getting Ego Mode or whatnot, but Broly is definitely getting a new form moving forward, and it's probably going to be something along the lines of maybe Broly Balance Mode? Something where Broly can tap into that strength but still not lose himself in his absolute fits of rage. Which kind of makes sense and is par for the course of what Dragon Ball Super has been doing with trying to make some more creative and unique takes at transformations with utilizing what the character is going through at that time. Or their character just in general, for example, a la Vegeta mastering his ego, one of the most egotistical characters of the Dragon Ball franchise since its inception. I also love how after the fact Broly's like, yo, but what do you mean? Like, how do I do that? And Vegeta's like, on God, fam, you gotta figure this out yourself, dog. What do you think I am? Mr., you know what I'm saying, Sensei? Professor Vegeta up in here? Like, yo, do it yourself. Kind of cool that they're still utilizing some of the characters from the Dragon Ball Super Broly film, like Cheetal, and she actually jumps in and kind of reminds everybody, yo, don't forget, Frieza got that black form now, homie, you know what I'm saying? He got the black card, it's up! Which is even more so set up and build up for, yeah, we're going to have something big happening with Frieza. It's just a matter of when is it going to happen, and is it going to be in unison with something else, another evil force or threat that we have to face alongside Frieza. And Goku still doesn't change, despite the fact that he's been through hell and back, went through a universal tournament where his world and his universe was at risk. He's still saying some questionable things. Something to the effect of him being impressed about Frieza's strength and like, yo, dog, he actually trained for that, son. It's crazy. Goku, Goku, Goku. Super Goku, huh? Super Goku. Everybody, round of applause for Super Goku. We get a little bit more of Beerus kind of trying to pass the mantle of God of Destruction off to Goku, where he basically says, yo, dog, you getting stronger, and if you surpass me someday, I'll nominate you to be God of Destruction. But of course, Goku's like, nah, I'm good. I'm Super Goku. I kind of remain the same, you know? We don't make big changes like that. Come on now. Although realistically, yes, Goku would definitely never in any version of Dragon Ball ever want to be a God of Destruction, but it'd be a fun little arc to see what he would do. And as if we didn't get a film and a full-on year of an adaptation in the manga, Whis and Beerus once again bring up the events of the Dragon Ball Super superhero film and explain to Goku and them basically how Gohan and Piccolo were able to take care of this threat known as Cell Max. And to be honest, I expected a little bit more of a surprised, shocked, or even questioning reaction from Goku and Vegeta like, Cell, what? But instead, we cut to Beerus being like, yo, hold up, wait a second, hold the phone. Did I just hear you right? Like, is my ears bugging out? Goku's a dad, huh? And he goes on to even further disrespect, this time putting some smut on Gohan's name, basically saying like, yo, he ain't leave no impact. I ain't even remember, homie. Like, oh God. Which is crazy because, like, let's not forget, in the Tournament of Power, Gohan was a major player. Like, how do you not remember him? Like, what? Like, yo, dog, this is a cat that sleeps for decades and possibly centuries at a time. Yeah, he's not gonna remember this one alien dude's son. But I'm still like, wow, the disrespect to Gohan fandom is real. And Vegeta tries to throw in a line to save Gohan. You know Vegeta got a soft spot for Gohan, especially ever since he saved him against Cell. Like, Vegeta was down bad. He's like, yo, dog, according to Bulma, whatever that's worth, Gohan might have actually surpassed us. Like, yeah, according to Bulma, the one that can't read power levels or nothing. Like, yeah, she's the one that could tell us whose power level is what, huh? And Vegeta shows once again that despite all of his growth, there's still a little bit of that pettiness within. Because Goku's like, yo, dog, we ain't even feel what was going on Earth with Gohan and Piccolo and them because we was throwing hands like crazy. And Vegeta's like, you mean, you know, the fight you lost to me in? You know, where I won? Where, like, I took the W? And I imagine the editorial staff and everybody involved in Dragon Ball Super thoughts were, here you go, fans. You happy now? Vegeta won something. Now, can you be quiet? You know they don't like Vegeta. Stop it. However, we cut to the Red Ribbon Army rejects arriving with Goten and Trunks to Gohan's crib. And yeah, it's about to get real. Because they pull up one in the smoke and Gohan comes out like, oh, bet you trying to take my daughter? Say less. And Gohan does what all fans would love Dragon Ball characters to do, opposed to just, hey, let me go into Super Saiyan real quick. He goes all out straight away and goes into Gohan Blanco. I'm sorry, Beast Mode. And it's so strong that even Goku and Vegeta feel it now that they're not throwing hand. Or, as Vegeta would say, Vegeta kicking tail and taking the W. However, it takes a funny turn when Goten and Trunks come out and Gohan's like, oh, word, my own brother. Funny how this aligns with an event that just happened in the latest Boruto chapter that was released simultaneously with this chapter. But before they could explain, Goku arrives like, yo, I'm here. We're all good, dog. We're done adapting the superhero film. On God, G, we free. Subscribe and hit that bell to get more videos. Yeah. Action.
Maybe you can see when I'm moving. Never can I lie to the beauty. Never can I hide what I'm doing. Maybe our love is a movie. Maybe our love is a movie. Maybe our love is a movie. Never can I hide what I'm doing. Maybe our love is a movie.